Hello guys, and welcome back to another video, and today we're going to be taking on a front-end mentor challenge called ping single column coming soon page. Now as you can see from the design, this is relatively easy. We're going to be building it mobile first and then scaling it up. So if you need the challenge, you have to go to frontendmentor.io and then /challenges, and then you need to just come and search for this challenge and click it. And then to download the files that you'll need, all you need to do is click this button which will download the files for you. But I've already done that, and make sure you're logged in. I'm currently logged out. If you try to download it while you're logged out, it won't work, as you can see. So log in with GitHub, and then you can download the challenge and we can begin. I've already done that and extracted it, and it's right here. So I'm going to open it with Visual Studio Code. Okay, we can take a look at the design. We have the design of just basically a blueprint of what we'll be working with, just those, and then we can take a look at the images, the favicon. This is already set up usually. Let me just confirm it. Right there, it's already set up, so we don't actually need to touch this. And the illustration is just the image that we're going to have on our landing page, and the logo, of course, is the logo for the ping, and we're going to be adding that. The next thing we're going to be taking a look at is actually the style guide, because this actually contains the layout that we need, the colors that we need, and the font, which is Libre Franklin, like that. We're going to begin getting it from fonts.google.com. So you can just copy this and open it in a new tab, and you can get the sizes, the weights, sorry, 300, 600, and 700. So you can do that, and I say 300, 600, and 700, like that. And then I'm going to go to my import tab and grab this. Okay, now in order to use that, we actually need to create another file right here, and we're going to call it style.css. And then in my HTML, I'm going to link my CSS file. I'm going to remove this in a moment, so I'm just going to link my CSS file right there, and I'm going to say it's in style.css, like so. And then I'm going to open it and paste that inside before I forget. And then I'm going to come and grab this, remove it from here, and paste it in my CSS file as well. And then I can remove this, and I can also remove this comment, like so. And we'll be ready to begin. And I don't think I'll be using this, so I'm just going to remove it like that. Oops, shouldn't have saved. Okay, so we can begin working with this, and we say let me just open the design file in my image viewer, my design file, so I can work with it. Okay, there you go. Now I want to build this mobile first, so I'm going to take the mobile version, just squeeze it in a bit, and you can see this ping is the SVG logo that we have, which is right here. Okay, so we can do that. We can begin to style it, and we say let's take a look at this, and we can say this will be a form. You can see this is the header, the logo. This is a header, and this is just a small paragraph, and of course the showcase image, and we have links down here as well as the copyright. Okay, so let's begin. I'm going to say, let me make a header with a class of header, and I'm going to say I want the image which will be coming from my images folder, and it's called logo SVG. I'm just going to say ping logo, like that. And then below that, I'm going to make a div, or let me just say a showcase, a section, sorry, with a class of heading, like so. I'm going to say a h1 saying we are launching soon, like that. Now you can see that all of this is at h1, but it seems like this is inside a span of its own. That's why it's been styled differently with a thicker font weight than this. So I'm just going to take this and place it inside a span, like that, so I can style it differently than this. And then below it, I'm going to say a paragraph saying subscribe and get notified, like that. Okay, next I'm going to create my form. I think I'm just going to create it inside here so we can have a small number of sections that we need to style. So I can remove this because we already have them. And inside here I'm going to say, let me create a form in the class of form-control. We don't need an action. And inside the form I want an input, an input with a type of email. And then I'm going to say the name is email with an ID of email and a placeholder text saying your email address. And then I'm going to say it's required, and I want to remove my autocomplete from my email, so I'm going to say autocomplete equals off, like that. And then we need a button with a type of submit, and I'm going to say notify me, like so. And then just below that we're going to need the actual showcase image, so I'm going to go below that and create another section with the class of showcase, and that will just have the image, which is called illustration dashboard. And for the alt I'm just going to say showcase image, like that, or ping showcase image. And then this will take up this section. And then for the footer, I'm going to place this in a footer. I can remove this, and I'm going to say a footer with the class of footer. I'm going to say, let me create a UL with LIs and A's. Do we actually have these images provided? We don't have these images, so I'm going to have to grab these images from Font Awesome. And I'm going to say, let me just create 3 list items with anchor tags, like that. And I'm going to say the first one, because I'm going to be grabbing them from Font Awesome, I'm going to be using classes from Font Awesome. In order to use classes from Font Awesome, we need an I tag, like so, and then we need the classes of the icons that we need. But I'm going to show you a shorthand property. I'm going to say I need an I tag with a class of FAB and another class of FA-face, Facebook, like that. That will create the Facebook icon that I want. Then for the second one, I will need an I tag, FAB and FA-Twitter, like that. And for the final one, I need FAB and FA-Instagram. Okay, like that. And then I think I can move this up here and just place it maybe inside a paragraph, like so. So let me go ahead and grab Font Awesome. Let's just open this with live server. Place it to the side, but let me grab Font Awesome from cdnjs.com, and I'm going to say Font Awesome. If it searches for it, I'm going to grab this, can close that, and I'm going to place it. You can see the images don't show, so I'm just going to place it above or below here. Once I save that, the images should load like so. So let me just place this side by side, and then we can begin to style it. Okay, so the first thing that I'd like to do is actually place everything to the center, because we are not going to do much for these 2 icons. And I'm just going to go to my style CSS, remove this style CSS, and I'm going to say I want the images to take up a max width of 100%, and then I want the body to have a font family of, what's it called, Franklin, like that, and a fallback of sans serif. And I'm going to say I want I think that's pretty much it for the body. Probably the body probably has a very light background color, so I'm just going to check this. Very dark blue, gray, okay, light red, pale blue, sorry. Can do that. I'm going to say, let me try this. No, that's not it. Blue. What does this look like? Paste that in. No, that's too dark. So I'm just going to remove it for now. Anyways, it's not a big deal. So the first thing I'm going to do, let me just text align center. Oops, not there. Let me just text align center. Everything centers like so, and I'm going to remove these bullets from here, and I'm going to say for the URL I want this style type to be none, and I forgot to add my globals here, my alt select, and I'm going to say margin of 0. The margin of 0 will remove these many margins that we have here, and then the padding of 0 will remove the padding that is here on the list, as well as the padding on the button. And I'm going to say box sizing of border box like so, so that elements just remain in the container like so. And then you can begin to style the body. The body, let me place a padding of 50 pixels on the top and bottom, and 0 on the left and right like that. And let me see, let's go to our header class. Actually, we don't even need to style this is already nice as it is. So I'm going to go to my heading class and target my h1, my paragraph. Okay, so below I'm going to say for my heading class I want my h1, and I want the font weight to be 300. Once I save this, you'll see it will change to this. Okay, but then I want this soon plus the exclamation to have a font weight of 700, like in the design, as you can see right there. So I'm going to say I'm going to target my heading, and I want my h1, and I want the span inside the h1, and I'm going to say a font weight of 700. Oops, it's heading, not header. Like that, and we can add some padding on the top and bottom, so these are pushed up and down respectively. And I'm going to say a padding of 70 pixels on the top, 0 on the left and right, and 30 pixels on the bottom like that, maybe 60 or 50 like that. And then I'm going to grab my, inside my heading class, I'm going to grab my paragraph, and I'm going to say reduce it to about 14 pixels, and I'm going to say padding on the bottom, padding bottom to be 20 pixels. And yeah, that's looking very nice. Let me reduce this padding on the header so that this moves up a bit. I'm going to say this should reduce to 20. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is style my form. Okay, style my input at the button. You can see if I try to submit it, it gives some type of HTML validation, which is really nice, and it doesn't give autocomplete suggestions, so that's why I added the autocomplete of here. The reason why I added this is because I have other emails that I don't want to be known. There's a typo like so. I don't want a data breach. Okay, so I'm going to say I'm going to style my form next, and it's inside a class of form control in the heading. So I'm just going to say for the heading, oops, for the heading I want the class of form-control like so, and I want the, let me first limit it. I'm going to say I want a width of 300 pixels and a margin of auto. And then I'm going to say for my heading and for the form control and the input, and as well as the button. Now let me just tell them individually. For the input, I'm going to say I want a width of 100%. Really, that doesn't push it down. Okay, that's okay. And I'm going to say, let me add some padding here, and I'm going to say padding of 8 pixels. Is this correct? Why isn't this working? Heading, why do I keep misspelling that? Okay, yeah, that works, okay. And then I'm going to say a font family of inherit like that, and I want a font size of 14 pixels. Now let's do 16. And then I'm going to, let me just check the color. The color is blue, and I'm going to say I want the color to be this blue that I copied and pasted. And then a border. I want the border to also be this blue color, so I'm going to say a border of 2 pixels, solid and the same color, like so. And I want a border radius of how much? 30 pixels, like so. Oops, that's too thick. 1 pixel. There you go. Okay, this didn't work because this should be on the placeholder also, so that it can work. So in order to target the placeholder, we're going to have to grab all of this, all of that, and we put a double colon and say placeholder, like that. And then we can copy this and push it down, and then we just reduce the font back to 14, like so. And you can see it's looking very nice. Let me just remove the outline because it looks out of place. So I'm going to say outline none, like that. And it's looking nice, very nice, very nice, very nice. Next, we're going to style this button. Let me just place a margin on the bottom for the width. We'll say margin bottom of 10 pixels so that it pushes the button down. And then I'm going to grab this and begin to style my button, like so. And I'm going to say a width of 100% as well. I want a background color of this blue. I want the text color to be white. I want the font family to inherit, and I want padding of 8 pixels as well so that it matches with the input. I want a border of 2 pixels solid and that color as well, and I want a border radius of 30 pixels so that they match. Let's save that. You can see it looks very nice. Let me see a cursor point, like that, and it's looking nice. Let me just confirm this. Yeah, it's looking very nice, very nice. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is now begin to style this, add some padding on the left and right and on the top and bottom for this image so that they push apart. It pushes apart from the edge of the window. So this is the class of showcase, and I want the just on the showcase class, I want to say a padding of, let me check this, padding of 50 pixels on top, 20 pixels on the left and right, and how much on the bottom? About maybe 100 pixels on the bottom. 100 is too much. Let's say 80 pixels. Yeah, that looks fine. And you can see because I've added the padding now, this no longer stretches all the way to the end. And pretty much that's it for this. And we're going to go ahead to the footer next. And for the footer, it has a class of footer, like so. So I'm just going to say for the footer, and actually since I removed this, we don't need this. I'm going to say for the footer, let me just target the ULs, and I'm going to say for the ULs to display flex, align item center. So we don't even need that. Okay, do we do now? And just for content center so that it plays to the center. And I'm going to grab this and place some margin on the list items, and I'm going to say margin of 0 on the top and bottom and 20 pixels on the left and right. See how that looks? That looks nice. And I want to change the color for this, and let me just check the inside anchor tags. Okay, so I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to say for the anchor tags, I want the color to be the blue color that we have above, this one right there. And then let's even see, we want this to push downwards a bit. So this is a paragraph, so I'm just going to say for the footer paragraph, I want padding on the top to be 20 pixels. Let me reduce the font size to 14 pixels, like that. And voila, we are already done with the mobile version. So we can begin to scale it up, because as you can see, we don't want the image to span 100%, like so. So what we can actually do is, let's take a look at the design. How does it look? And we can see that the font size is bigger here, and these are now placed side by side. And then this is also limited, and there's a hover effect It's a hover effect that we didn't add. That's okay. So let me just begin to scale it up, and I'm going to start with a width of about this, and I'm going to say add a media query saying for a minimum width of about let's do how much, 700 pixels. Then let me scale up this heading. Okay, the heading was in, where was my heading? Right here. Okay, so just to paste that there, and I'm going to say I want the font size to be 36 pixels, like that. And I just noticed that this font weight is fainter, it's fainter than this, so let me just grab the color, which is gray, like that, and I'm going to say it's for the H1s and the paragraphs, so I'm going to place it as a global style. The reason why I'm placing it as a global style is because adding them manually will be just repeating myself over and over, so I'm just going to say this to be that. Oops, actually, yeah, that works. So I just have to change the color for this, for the span, and for the span I'm going to say I want the color to be dark or black, like so. That looks nice, that looks nice. Okay. So let's begin to style where we were styling this. Next I want to style the form, and I'm just going to go back to my form, and I'm going to change these widths up a bit. So I'm going to say go below here, remove this, and say the width should be auto, like that. And I'm going to grab my form control, my heading and the form control, and I want the input as well as the heading, and I want the form control as well as the button. Okay, so once I do that, I want a width of auto for them as well, like so, and you can see it goes back to normal. But then I'd like to add some padding for them, and I'm going to say a padding of, I had 8 pixels on the top and bottom, so I'm going to change this to 12 pixels. And then for the left and right, I'm going to say 20 pixels, like that. But I want this button to be just a bit elongated. Okay, so I'm going to say grab this, and I'm going to say the button should have a width of 150 pixels. Yeah, that's much better. Maybe I can increase the width for this as well. I'll do that on a later screen size. And then I now want to limit this image, so I'm going to go to my showcase, and I want the image, and I want the width to be 400 pixels. Too small. 600 pixels. Okay, and that will remain at 600 pixels for all the device widths. And the last thing that I'm going to do is add a hover effect for these as well as the button. Okay, so let me just do that for the button first. Where's the button? Right here. I'm going to say for the button, for the hover state, I want the background color to be transparent. I want the text color to be the blue color that we have, just so that we can maintain a kind of theme. And I want, let me move this down and add a transition effect on the button. I'm going to say transition the background color by 0.4 seconds. And look at that, it looks very nice. So let's add some hover effect for this as well, and I'm going to say it's called this. Actually, where is this? Let me try something. I want the hover state, of course. Let me just see. Padding of 10 pixels. Background color of red. Okay, that works. And the border radius of 50%. And then I can remove where did I place the margin? Right here. Oops, we need that. Okay, what we can do is for the hover, I'm going to move these down I'm going to change this background color to our blue color, and you can see, look at that. But then I want the color to change to white on hover, like so. And we can as well add a transition effect, transition the background color once again, background color by 0.4 seconds. And yeah, that's looking very nice. No, that's fine. Okay. Now you can see that in our images we have some kind of validation for this, but I don't think I'm going to do that, just because it involves emails, and emails usually involve checking for a regular expression, and I think me sitting here talking about regex is just going to be super hard, because I'm also not that good at regex. But I can give you a kind of look to how it's done. And we're going to create a script file called script.js, link it in our HTML just below the closing tag of the body, and I'm going to say script.js. Navigate to it, then can close this and this. Now I'm going to place an ID for my form, which is where right here I'm going to say for the form I want an ID of form, so I can target it in my JavaScript. And then this has an ID of email, and the button I also want an ID of button as well, because we are going to be needing them. So I'm going to start by getting all my variables, and I'm going to get my form, which will be document.get element by ID, and it's called form. And I'm just going to copy this down 2 more times. And for this second one we want the email, and this third one we want the button like that. Now let me just show you something with HTML. If I were to come here and remove this required, okay, I can do that. If I were to remove required right here and go back to my my page, you'll notice that once I enter something and submit it, really at gmail.com, once I enter something and submit it, the general behavior of the web page is to refresh. So what we're going to be doing first is we're going to be targeting the form and listening for the submit event on the form, and then we're going to be preventing the default behavior of refreshing the web page when the submit button is clicked. So I'm just going to place required back there, and I'm going to say for my form I want to add an event listener, and we're listening for a submit event on the form. And once that is called, let me squeeze this a bit. Once this is called, then I want to add a synthetic event. I want to target it, and I'm going to say we want to do what? We want to prevent the default behavior, and I'm going to say e.prevent default, like so. And then once we do that, then we're going to be calling the function that we're going to be calling to validate our inputs. Can you stop doing that? Like that. Okay. And then obviously the next thing will be to create our function, which is called function validate, like so. And the things that we're going to be needing is we're going to need the values that are entered here. Okay, so we're going to say const create a variable, and we're going to say the email value is going to be the email dot what's it called, dot target dot value, dot target dot value. Is that really how it's done? Just a moment. Okay, I'm doing this wrong. We just need the email, and we need the value for the email, and just to make it safe, I'm going to trim it like so. And then once we do that, we want to check for a few things, and we're going to say if if email value is if email value is empty, then we want to do something. And then we're going to be checking for another condition, and we're saying that if the email value is actually an email, okay, we're going to be checking for whether the value of the email entered is not an email. I said whether it's an email, so I'm going to say create a function called is email like that, and I'm going to say not, and we're checking for the email value like that, and we want to do something else here. And then once these two pass, then we want to do something else here, which I'm going to, and this should actually be equal signs. Okay, so what we're going to be setting here is we're going to be creating another function called set error for, and we're going to say set error for what's it called, the email, and we're going to say a message of something like email cannot be empty, like that. And this as well, we're going to set error for, because they are failing the tests, of course, and we're going to say email, and we're going to say if it's not a valid email, we're going to say what did they say here? Please provide a valid email address. Please provide a valid email address, like that. And then once these two pass, then it means that the email is valid and it is not empty. So we're going to do something like set a success class and set success for email, just like that. We don't need a message for that. And then of course the next thing that we're going to do is create these two functions, set successful, set successful and set error for, so that we can actually perform these checks. So just below here you can create another function, oops, not inside there but outside, and you can say function set error for, and in this function is where you can now do the checks, not do the checks but add the classes for error, okay, the error classes which will be displaying this, which I haven't added really, so I'm not going to do that. I haven't added them. And then you can create another function called set successful, set successful, like that, and you do the opposite right inside here, which means set successful, then you put like a green check mark or something to show that it's a valid email. And then of course you don't forget to create this is email function, which will be something like function is email, like that. And then inside here you're going to place your regex function for checking for the email. And I think I have a sample regex, so let me just see if I can find it. Give me a moment, guys. Alright guys, I have a sample regex function, and I'm just going to paste it in. All of this is a regex function which will be going to be testing for whether the entered email is valid, and we should target it here and say we are checking for the email, like that. And yeah, once you see this, you can see already why I was trying to avoid this, because this is kind of hard to explain. But we're basically checking for the letters, the numbers, and everything else that is good in an email. And then once it passes this test, then we can now display the success class for our what's it called, for our input, or like if you are serving some server-side things, then you can accept that input and accept that email. So yeah guys, I think that will be it for this video. Please remember to leave a like and subscribe for more content, and I will see you in the next video. Thank you for watching. Hello guys, and welcome back to another video, and today we're going to be doing a challenge from Frontend Mentor. And today the challenge that we're going to be doing is the REST countries API with the color theme switcher. Now if you need this challenge, all you need to do is go to frontendmentor.io/challenges and just scroll down until you can get it, and then you can just click it, which will open up another page for you, and it contains details about the challenge, as well as the challenges that you need to complete in order to submit it, which you can go through right here. I've already done this, and then once you're done, you can come and download it from here, or you can just download it from here, which will download the files that you need, the basic files with the design images and your markdown files. Now once you've done that, you can open it up in your, you can open up the folder in VS Code or in another text editor that you're using, and I opened mine in VS Code, as you can see, and this is the readme that I have opened. But let's go through the design files first. Now in the design you'll find the UI, how the UI looks. This is the light, this is the dark theme, this is the light theme, and the home pages for each of them, as well as the mobile pages, as you can see. The git ignore, we don't really need that for now, but the two markdown files are the ones that are important to us, because they contain the link to the REST API that we need, which is right here, restcountries.eu. So we're going to just copy this link from here, just copy that link, and then if you need to go through other details of the challenge, you can just continue to read this markdown file. But then again, these are the requirements for this challenge. As you can see, they're listed down here. They're the same as the ones for the website if you went through them. If you need any help, they have a link here for the Slack community, and I think that should be it for now. Now I think this is going to be a long challenge, so what I'm going to do in this first video, I'm just going to fetch data from the API and then display it, and maybe add some media queries, and then we can do some of the functionality in another video. So in the style guide, the markdown file, it has the devices for which the images, the design images were made, and it has the colors for the current project that you're working on, as well as the font that you're using. So I'm just going to open this font in Google, on my Google Chrome browser, and then I can check the 300, 600 and 800 font weights. So where do we start? The 300, what was it? 300, 600 and 800. Okay, 600 and 800. I'm just going to place that. I'm not yet going to copy it. Okay, so I'm going to be doing this project in React. So if you want to follow along, you can go ahead and create a new React app by doing the command npx create React app and giving it a name. As you can see here, I called it what did I call it? I called it REST Countries API, as you can see. And then I went into that folder and just opened Visual Studio Code in that folder, which is this right here. Okay, so I think we can get started with our cleanup, and I'm just going to remove these files, remove all of these files, and then I'm going to go into index.html and just remove this and remove everything to here, including the manifest.json, and then I can remove this as well. Now I increased my font size just so it can be visible on smaller screens. And then in the source folder, I'm going to delete app CSS, app test.js, logo svg, report with vitals, and setup test. So I'm only going to remain with these three files. Okay, and then we can go in index.js and just delete all of this. You can just delete that. In index.js we can remove this as well as this, and I have my formatter to remove semicolons in case you don't see semicolons. And then in app.js we can remove these two files as well, and we can say maybe just import React from React, but we don't really need this these days. So I can remove this as well and just do return a div saying hello React, like that. Then I can start up my dev server. What did I do? Oh, sorry. Say a div saying hello React. I can start up my dev server by saying npm start, like that. Now while it's starting, I'd like to import my font, which is this right here. But before I do that, just because I copied the URL before, I'm just going to place my URL up here so that I don't forget it. So I'm just going to say const URL equals into a string and just paste it inside there. So I can go to Google Fonts and then grab this import that I have here, copy that, and then I'm going to place it in my index CSS, and then I'm going to say just let the body have that font family of what's it, Nunito, and a fallback of sans serif, like that. And then another thing I'd like to do in index CSS is just reset everything. So I'm just say margin 0, padding 0, and box sizing border box like that. And then I'm going to place the images to have a max width of 100% like that. Okay, we can close the index CSS for now, and you can close this terminal because we don't need it currently. And you can see that our app is running on localhost 3000, so it's working correctly. Okay, so when you take a look at the design files, I'm just going to open this. Is it this or this? Just going to open this. You can see there's a header up here, so this is going to be a separate component. And you can see I'm just going to call this component a filter, which is contain this input search and the filter by region, and then it's going to contain all of this inside. Okay, so I'm just going to call this the third one. I'm just going to call it a countries component. So I think I'm going to start by creating the countries component first, just so you can fetch the data and display it in our browser and see how it looks. So I'm going to create a component inside the source folder. I'm going to create a components folder like that, and then inside the components folder I'm going to create a new file and just call it countries.js like that. And I'm going to say use my extension called ES7 React Redux. This one I'm going to say once you install this extension, you can do some shorthand properties, which I'm just going to show you the few that I use. And I'm just going to say RAFCE, which will generate a React arrow function component and export it by default, or as default rather, as you can see right here. So in my countries, I'd like to take this URL, cut this and paste it inside my countries like that, because this is where we're going to be using it. And then I'm going to say we're going to be using React hooks, so I'm just going to bring them in, and I'm going to say use state and use effect like so. And then what else am I going to do? Let me just import this in my app.js, and I'm going to say import countries from components / countries like so. And then I can display it inside here, and I'm going to say this is just countries like that. And I would like for this to be a fragment, so I'm just going to delete this div, which will just make it a fragment, and then I'm going to place all of this inside brackets like that. You don't have to place these brackets, but if you don't place these brackets, then this has to be on the top line as the return. Otherwise, when you place it at the bottom, you can see it's, if you place this at the bottom, you can see it's grayed out, and the reason it's grayed out is because it is unreachable code. Okay, so if you want this to be red, you actually have to place it in the same line as the return, or you place it inside brackets like that. Okay, so I'm just going to go back into my countries, and I'm going to set up my state values, and I'm going to say countries and set countries, and this will be coming from the use state hook. And by default it's going to be an empty array, because once we fetch the data is when we are going to be displaying it inside the use state, and then it's going to be taking up that space. And then I'm going to say set up my use effect, and for my callback function I'm just going to say let me place an empty dependency array, and then I'm going to say let's fetch the data by saying place an arrow function and just say fetch or fetch country data like that. Place my arrow function, and I want this to be asynchronous, so I'm just going to say async like that, and I'm going to say const response equals await fetch URL like that. And then I'm going to say for the countries like so. Now we're going to be populating this, which will take up this space in the empty array, and I'll say countries equals to await response.json like that. Then we're going to set this countries function into this variable, so we're going to say set countries to countries like that. It's actually this variable once it has been fetched. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do is now set up our return. Actually, let me just console log this to see if there is any data getting fetched. Let me just do that. Let's see. On console, load. Is the same. Let me just set up my return for now, and I'm just going to say return, and I'm going to say I would like to now map over this country's data that we have, and then display the details for every country that we will be getting. So I'm going to say I want to map over my countries, and I'm going to say countries dot map, and I'm going to say for every individual country. Then I want to set up my arrow function and then destructure the data that we're going to be getting. Okay, and since we don't have that data yet, this might be a problem. I'm just going to say let's return, maybe check if oops, what did I do? Is this correct, or it has to be inside a fragment? Let's see. Oops, messed it up. Okay, that's fine, I can just do it again. So I'm just going to say countries.map, and for every individual country, set up my arrow function, and we're going to say we would like to destructure a few things which I don't yet know about. So I'm just going to say maybe ID for now, and then we're going to set up another return inside. Oops, not there, but inside here we're going to set up another return which will return an article with the key of ID like that, and I'm just going to say country data. Let's see if that will display, and that is not displaying because, let me move this up, and then let me call it inside here, fetch country data. Let's see, and copy. Oops, let me just check this URL. Okay, let me just check it, and let's see. We're going to say fetch all countries. Okay, let's replace this with that. That should be fetching something. Okay, there you go. I had the wrong URL. Okay, I had the wrong URL. Okay, which means we can now open this in a separate tab, so you can see the data that we get, which we can then destructure inside here, and then we can then display it. Okay, so what we're going to do is actually just check this, and we can see we can destructure the name, which is actually what is required. Let's just check. We need the name, we need the image for the flag, the population, region, and the capital for now. Anyways, so we're going to say we need the name, we need is there, let me just use find and say region. Is there region? There's region, there's population, is right there. What else do we need? Capital. Let's see, capital is there as well. And then we need the image for the flag. So let's see, flag, and flag is that there, which is an SVG, which is an image. Okay, so we can get all our data. So I'm just going to destructure it and say wait, I also need a unique sort of ID right there. So I'm just going to take a moment, but we need a name, we need the name of the country, we need the what's it called, the population, region, capital, and the flag. The population, region, capital, and the flag, which will be the image. And then we need a unique sort of, what do I say, a number or an ID, which we can then display as the key prop. Because if you check in our console right now, it says each child in the list will have a unique key prop, which means that this ID either is not available or is not unique to all the country data that we're getting, which is an array of 250 items. So let me just check and see for what can be a unique number. And if you happen to find another number, you can just use that instead. I'm going to pick this numeric code because it seems to be unique. So I'm just going to say numeric code. Let me just check it. It seems to be unique for every country. If it's not unique, it will still throw the error that we get in the console. So I'm just going to say, let me destructure numeric code as well, and then I'll set the key to numeric code like that. And then inside the article, I want to display a div. Let me say a div, and inside the div I would like the image, which will be coming from the flag that will be structured. And for the alt, if the image fails to load, then I just want to load the name of the country, which is the name, and then I want an h3, which will be the name of the country, like so. And then this will be, let me check this, h3s and h4s for this. Okay, so I'm just going to say, let me get an h4 and then copy it down 3 times. Okay, this will be the population, this will be the region, and this will be the capital, like so. And we need some text in front of it, so I'm going to say population, and this is region, and this is capital, like so. Now if you look at this design, you can see that this text is a bit heavier in terms of font weight than this, so I'm just going to place my destructured data into a span so that I can style it differently. So I'm going to take this and display it inside a span, like so, so that I can style it differently and make it lighter font weight than this, just so we can stick as close as we can to the design. And then get this as well and place it inside a span, like so. Okay, so let me save that and let's see what we get. And look at that, it looks, let me reload this so that this error goes away. Look at that, it looks good enough. We still haven't added any styles, but you can see that we are displaying all the data that we need, and I think it's in alphabetical order. Zimbabwe at the bottom and Afghanistan at the top. Yeah, I think it's an alphabetical order, so I can just place this side by side so we can begin to style it. Now one thing I forgot to do is that I'd like to place all of this from here, everything inside this map function, the map method, sorry. I'd like to place all of it into a section with a class of grid. Okay, because on bigger weights, I'd like it to display as it is in the design in terms of what's it called, 4 columns, as you can see. So I'm just going to place all of that inside a section with a class of grid, and then we can head over to our CSS and begin to style it. Now in case you're wondering, this CSS folder is imported in the index.js right here. That's why you don't need to import it anywhere else in our CSS files. We just need to target the classes that we have made. Okay, so we can begin by saying in the countries you have, it's only this, so we need the class of grid. So I'm just going to say for the class of grid, and I'm going to say display grid, of course, with the grid template columns, because this is I'm making it mobile first. So I'm just going to say 1 fractional for now, which will be just that, and then I'm going to say let me add some padding on the sides of this so that they can push inwards and away from the edges of the browser. But let me just add a grid gap at the bottom so that then this can push apart as well. So I'm going to say a grid gap of 40 pixels. That's good enough. And let me place some padding on the body, some padding, and I'm going to say padding of 20 pixels. Yeah, they push inward, which is nice. Okay, now let me just get this to a bigger width, so I can add some media queries for them. And I'm going to say add a media query and say for a min width of 640 pixels. Then I want this, I want the grid to display, oops, copy that. I want the grid to display as 2 fractional columns. I'm just going to say repeat 2 and 1 FR each, like that, and you can see it scales nicely. If I had to go lower than that, it goes back to one fractional column, and you can see it goes up very nicely, but we're still going to add media queries. And I'm going to say copy this down, and I'm going to say for a minimum width of 768 pixels, I want this to display as 3 fractional columns, and let's see how that looks. You can see it's still looking nice. Okay, still looking nice. And then for the final one, I'm going to paste that again. I'm going to say for the final one, let this come at 992 pixels, like that, and I'm going to display it as 4 fractional columns, which is currently the design that we have right there. Okay, so it's looking nice, it's looking nice. Let me add a background color so that you can change that white, and I'm just going to grab this color that we have here. So let me get my color tool, grab this color, copy that, and place it in the body, and I'm going to say background color, set it to that, and then I want the text color to be set to white. Now, because this is, we're going to be working, we're going to be making a light theme for this, I think it will be better if I place this inside variables so that I can just toggle them whether it's a light theme or a dark theme. But for now, I'm just going to place this right there because we're just dealing with the overall design, how it looks. And then the next thing that I'm going to do, let me check the design, get this color, and then I'm going to add some rounded edges for this as well as the image. So let me grab this color, grab that, and I'm going to place it, where is it? It's inside our text inside here. So let me just check where that text is, and I'd like for this text starting from here. Starting from here, is that correct? No, from here. Oops. From here to there, I'd like that text to be inside a div with a class of what do you say, details, just so I can style it differently. And then I want this, I hope this div won't be an issue for me. I hope so. But let me just style this div with a class of details first, and this is a section called grid. So I'm going to say for the grid, I want the div with a class of details, and I want to say I want the background color to be, oops, what did I do? Copy this color. No, what are you doing? It's just the same color really. Copy that, and you can see the color is there. So I'm going to place some padding on this. So I'm going to say a padding of 20 pixels, and I'm going to say, as you can see, there's some kind of margin right there, so I'm going to place a minus margin for them so that they can move up. So I'm going to say margin top of minus 10 pixels. Now the good thing about margin is that you can have minus values for them, but for padding you can't. Padding only has positive values. And then I'm going to place a border radius for this. So I'm going to say I want a border radius of 0 on the top left, 0 on the top right, 5 pixels on top on the bottom right, and 5 pixels on the bottom left. So that's what this means. If you didn't want to do this, then you'd have to do border top left radius like that, which is 0, place it to 0, then do border top right radius, border bottom. You see, I think it's a lot of work, so I just like this shorthand. It's much better. As you can see, the border now becomes rounded at the bottom and not at the top. So the next thing we need to deal with is this border at the top for the images. So let me just check this image, and I'll say let me go inside the article and grab the image. So I'm going to say it's inside a grid class, the class of grid, and I want the article, and I want the image inside, and I want the border radius to be the opposite of this now. So it'd be 5 pixels on the top left and the top right, and 0 on the bottom, like that. And you can see it's rounded as well, which looks very nice, very nice. So let me push this text apart, and this is I placed it inside h3s and an h4. So I'm going to say inside the grid and inside the details class, I want the h4, and I want the padding on the bottom to be 5 pixels. I meant the h3 here. Okay, let's say 10 pixels. And then for the h4 as well, just grab this and copy it down, and say for the h4 as well, I want a padding on the bottom of 5 pixels. Push them down, and then now I can grab the span that I placed inside this, and then I can reduce the font weight, this span that I placed right there. So I'm going to grab this again, and I'm going to say for the span I want a font weight of 300, like that, and it's looking almost as close to the design, almost as close. And what else do we need to change? Let me see in this image. What do we need to change? We need to add some gap for bigger screens. We need to add let me just check how this looks. Oh yeah, you can see the images are not of the same height, so it kind of brings some kind of jagged feeling to it. So let me just declare the images to be of the same height, and I'm going to go here and I'm going to say the height should be how much? 500 pixels. Too big. 300. No, 200. Wow. Let's say the width should be 100%. That doesn't work as well as I thought. So I'm going to say let's get the width to be 300 pixels. Okay, 400. I think I'll have to add media queries for this. 500. This will interfere, I think, on small screens. I think this will interfere on small screens. Let's see what can we do for these images. I would only need to declare the height, isn't that right? But I did that, and the height doesn't move as well as I want it to. 250. Okay, 250 is about right. Here. Almost. Anyways. So I can increase the margin top for this so that this goes up a bit. So let me just confirm where I hide that and say 20 pixels, and then I can add padding for this, for the text, so that it pushes down. And I'm going to say which one was it? It was the details. Okay, yeah, they're right there. So I'm going to say padding of 40 pixels on the top and bottom, and 20 pixels on the left and right. Okay, that's acceptable. And I'm going to say but it becomes broken right there again. Okay, you know what, I'm not going to place this right there because it's going to bring some headaches. I'm going to add it later, or you can add some media queries yourself, but I'd like to just create the header component and the filter and the filters that we need. So I'm going to say for the header component, I want to create another component in my components folder, and I'm going to say for the header JS, and I'm going to say RAFCE once again using my extension that I have, and I'm going to say place this fragment, and I want a section with a class of header. Oh, you know what, not a section but a header with a class of header, like that. And I'm going to say I want an h1 saying where in the world, question mark, okay. And I want this inside a div. The reason why I want this inside a div is because I want to display the header as a flex box, which means these two have to be block elements, And as you can see, we're going to have an icon right here. I'm going to be using font awesome. So I'm going to say this is I want this to be one flex item and this to be another, so that I can justify them to be I'm going to place justify between, so that they can go to the ends for both of them, and you'll see what I mean in a moment. So I'm going to say I want that to be a div, and I want another div which will have a font awesome icon saying IFAS and FA dash. Actually, I don't know the class of that that icon, so I'm just going to say moon for now, and I'm going to say outside the text, and I'm going to say dark mode, like that. This is not the actual icon, and we need to import font awesome in order for this to work, otherwise it might break. But once we save that, we need to actually import our header into our app.js. So I'm going to say import header from component/header, like that, and I'm going to render it like that, and you can see right there. Now what I meant was I'd like for this to display as in the design. So I'm going to go into my index CSS, and I'm going to go above the grid and place a comment saying header. Let me just place another one saying grid, like that. And for my header, I'd like to display flex, align item center, and then justify content to space between, like that. And you can see they're at the ends as I wanted. Now I want to add some space between the edges, because as you can see in the design, there's a lot of space right there. So I'm just going to place, I think I'm going to place, perhaps increase the margin. Let me just increase the margin, and I'm going to say margin on the body for, let me say, widths like this. I want the body to have a padding of 20 pixels on the top and bottom. No, let me say 50 pixels, and then I'm going to say 100 pixels on the left and right, so that they push inwards, like that. And then I'm going to increase the grid gap for this. Oops. And I'm going to say grid gap of 60 pixels, so that they can push apart just a little bit more. And you'll notice in design there's a bit of a box shadow, so we can do that. And you can say, where was it? It was in, is it the grid? Oops, I've forgotten where it was. The details class. I'm just going to place it inside the grid. I want all of this to have a box shadow. Okay, yeah, the grid. So I'm going to say for the grid, I want a box shadow of 0 and then 10 pixels and RGBA. So let me just grab this color first and then transform it into RGBA, and it's easy in VS Code, as you can see. And I'm just going to add an alpha value, and I'm going to say 0.5. So what am I doing? This needs to be light and not the same as the, or darker, not the same as the background color. This will break something. Yeah, this will break something. I'm doing it wrong. This should be on the article. The box shadow should be on the article, and I'm going to say the article, like that, and then move this down like so. But it doesn't look very nice, so I'm just going to comment it out for now, and I'm going to add it in later. And then the next thing that I want to do is add this form and the filter by region. So I'm going to call that where am I going to call that, I'm going to create another component, and I'm going to say this is called the filter.js, and another functional component like that. And I'm going to say I want to return a section. I want to return a section with a class name, actually class of filter, like that. And I want to return a form inside with a class of form-control. In case you're wondering why I'm doing those shorthand properties, it's because I have Emmet installed, and I've set it to also work for JSX JavaScript. That's why it's working. And then inside the form, I want to just have an input with a type of search. Oops. Search. The name will be search, and the ID will be search as well. The placeholder will be what's it, search for a country, and it has an icon, search for a country, like that. And I'm going to place wait a minute, okay, doesn't need a button. And then I'm going to display this two as flex as well, so I'm just going to place this in another div, and I'm going to say create a select with a class of select, with the name of select and an ID of select. And I'm going to say for the options, I want to pass in a few options, and the first one is filter by region, which will be filter by region. And then for the, I'm just going to copy this down a few more times. Once I do that, let me just copy a fifth one because I've seen there are 5. So I'm just going to do that, and I'm going to change this, select both. I'm going to change this to Africa, change this, and I'm going to change this to America. I'm selecting both by pressing Ctrl D. Okay, so I'm going to say this is Asia and this is Europe. Copy this down one more time and change this value to Oceania, like that. Okay, so we need to bring this into our app.js like always, and I'm going to say import filter from components / filter, right, and just render it inside there and say filter, like that. Okay, so once we do that, it should render in our application like that. And I want to just display this and justify them to space between so that they can be at both ends. So I can do that by going into my index.js and targeting my filter, which is just going to place inside here, and I'm going to say filter, and I'm going to say for the filter display flex, like that, and it should render like that. So let me just add some padding so that this can push away from the flag images. So I'm going to say, oops, I'm going to say I want a padding of 20 pixels on the top and bottom and 0 on the left and right. That should work. And then I think that would be it for the UI. Not really. Okay, let me just change a few things for the inputs, because you can see this is a bit grayed out, as well as the header. The header needs to have a background color, which means I can go back to my index CSS and say the header should have a background color. Oops, background color really of that. No, not that. I want the lighter one, this one. And you'll see it only goes it doesn't go all the way to the edges, because I have padding both on the left and right, so I'll have to remove that and then add some padding on the header as well. And then I'm going to grab this, the form, which is inside the filter, and I want the filter, and it has a class of form-control. Does it? Form control, okay, yeah. And then I want the input. And I want the background color to be transparent. Oop, I did something wrong. If you see on small screen, this will be a bit weird, or not, maybe. I want the border to be none. I want the outline for the input to be none as well. Let me add some padding. Let me just return this so I can see what I'm styling. Some padding of 8 pixels. I want what else do we need? A background. Oh, the background color is not transparent. My mistake. Should be that. Yeah. So I can just remove this. And I want a border radius of 5 pixels all around. And I want the placeholder color to be white. This is the input color. Which is this. So the placeholder color, in order to target that, we just grab this and paste it, and then we put a double colon and say placeholder, which will be targeting the placeholder text. And I'm going to say color should be white, and I want the font family here to inherit. So font family inherit, like so. And I'm going to, let me just place some letter spacing of 1 pixels, just so you can space up a bit, or 0.5 pixels. I think that's much better. And I'm going to say for the input I want a minimum width, because this is a bit, let me check how it looks on a mobile screen. It takes up the whole width. Okay, and then it's displayed as a column. So I'm going to work on that. We can say what right here, we can say flex direction to column, like so, and we can say for the width here to be 100%. Oops, did I do that correctly? I'm going to grab the form, paste the form, and I'm going to say I want the form to have a width of 100%, like that. Okay, so if I remove this, will it work? No. Okay, so let me add a bit of a margin between the input and the filter. I'm going to say, let me place a margin of 0 on the top, 0 on the right, or on the left and right, and say 30 pixels on the bottom. Push that down, and I want the filter by region. Where did I place this? Inside a div. So I'm just going to say class name of region dash filter, like that. And then I can target it in my CSS by saying it's inside the filter and it's called region dash filter. And I'm going to say, let me place a width of 100% on it, like that, so that this goes to the what's it called, to the left. And then I can say, because I want to target my select, which will be this, I can do that and say for the select, and it has a class of select as well. And I'm going to say a background color. Background color, I want the color to be this as well. I want the text color to be white. I want the font family to inherit like so. I want the padding to be 8 pixels like the input. And then we can say, what else do we need for this? Oops, not that one. We need it already has the card, doesn't it? It already has that, so I can say what can I do? Let's say, let's have a width of 250 pixels. No, I don't want that. Or maybe 200 pixels. Let's say 200 pixels, and then we can say border none, which will move this border that you can see right there. And you can say a border radius of 5 pixels so that it matches with everything. Let me just increase the padding to 12 pixels, as well as the input padding. Oops, cancel, to 12 pixels, like so. Okay, so let me remove the padding on the board, on the body, so that this can span the entire width. Okay, so I can remove this padding right here, and then I can remove the one that I placed on the media query, like so, which will span the entire width. But then you can say this also span, which I don't want. So what I can do is, for the header, let me go to my header. Here's the header. For the header, I'm going to say, let's have a padding of 10 pixels on the top and bottom, and 20 pixels on the left and right, like so, which will move them inwards. And then for the form, which will be, wait a minute, for the class of filter, so that I can just do for the both of them. So I'm just going to say, for the class of filter, I'm going to say padding of 20 pixels all around, so that it can push inwards as well. And then for these countries, let me go to my countries.js, and I'm going to say for the grid class, then I want to have a padding of 20 pixels as well. I would have put this inside a container, but I don't like doing that because these are just it's very easy to get confused. Okay, So I'm just going to say for my grid, let me add a padding of 20 pixels all around as well. Push the main ones like that. Now on bigger screens, I don't want this to appear like that. So I'm going to say I'm going to change this way. I'm going to change the input as well as for this once it reaches a width of around 768 pixels. Yeah, 768 pixels should be fine. So I'm going to say right there, and I'm going to grab my filter, and for my form control, you remember I placed a width of 100%, so I'm going to say width of auto like that. And then for the input inside the form, I'm going to grab that place. I'm going to say for the input should have a width of auto as well. And then I have to change the, because I placed flex direction of column right, oh, where was it? I placed a flex direction of column right here, so I have to change it to flex direction of row so that they go side by side again. So it's inside my filter, so I'm just going to say inside my filter, I want flex direction of row. Save that, let's see that, and then we can oops, maybe I can move this so that it's just 100% for both. What did I do? What did I do? What did I do wrong? It's inside my input, my filter, form control 100% with auto. Justify, I can remove this. I can align items center. What am I doing wrong? Okay, let me just check what I'm doing wrong. Flex direction of row, this will go back to column, and then I can say, oh, I have a margin somewhere. I have a margin. Where was the margin? Was it on the input? A margin on the input of 30 pixels. So I can remove that right here, and I'm going to say margin of 0, and then I can go back up here and comment this, which will place that like that, and then I can say the filter should have a width of 100%. What am I doing wrong? Justify content to space between. Okay, that's enough. Let's just check what's wrong, and we can see, this is taking up all of this space, so I need to target the select. What did I do on the select? Let me just confirm this. What did I do on the select? Where's the select? It's right here. So a width of 200 pixels. But that doesn't stop it from taking all of this. Why? Region filter has a width of 100%. That's why. Okay guys, I figured it out. I was almost giving up, but we did it. Oops, why isn't this resizing? Okay, so all I have to do is just remove this once I declare it up here, and I'm going to just place it down. Where am I? Right there, and I'm going to remove, and I'm going to say a width of auto as well. So let's see. Yeah, right there. Okay, nice. Very nice. So let me add some padding for this width. So I'm just going to say for no longer on the body, but for my grid, right? For my grid. And then I want for my filter as well. Actually, I should just start with the filter, and then the header as well. I want all of them to have a padding of maybe 20 pixels on the top and bottom, and 100 pixels on the left and right. Let's see how that looks. That looks nice. And you can see everything is right there. Now in the next video we're going to be implementing this search capability, as well as adding the icon that I missed right there, and this icon which we're going to be getting from Font Awesome. And then I'm going to also be implementing the individual pages for the countries, and to do that we're going to be using React Router. So I'm just going to stop my server, and I'm going to run npm install react-router-dom, and this will give us access to the React Router, but we're going to do this in the next video. Okay, so just to start it off, I'm going to be importing right below that, I'm going to import a few things, and I'm going to import browser router as router, give it an alias, and route as well, and link and switch. Do we really need switch? Really, I don't think we need the switch, but all of this will be coming from react-router-dom, like that, which is currently what we're installing. Okay, so I'm going to stop this video right here, guys. If you like the video, remember to leave a like and subscribe. And once I finish all of these videos, I hope it helps you, and I hope you enjoy it, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello everyone, welcome back to the second part of the REST Countries API challenge, and today I'm going to try and finish everything. So I'm going to create my dark mode toggle, and I'm going to deal with my search input as well as my individual countries page. And I think I'm also going to add a button to remove a country. So before we get started, there are a few things that I'd like to mention. Between now and the last video, I actually didn't commit my changes to GitHub, so when I wanted to record this video, I didn't have my folder. So I had to redo everything, and I'm going to go over the code in a few minutes just to show you the changes that may or may not have been there. And then this is my API that I have open, because we're going to need this information, of course. And then this is the website, and the reason why I have this website open is because for our country page, for our country component, we're going to need this to get the country information. So let me just open these two right there. So this is my the folder that you download from Frontend Mentor, and this is my workspace. So before I get started, there are a few things that I'd like to do so that I don't have to keep switching windows. So I'm just going to copy my design folder, copy this and paste it there like that, and then I'm going to grab my git ignore. I'm going to grab everything. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to paste it below this, and then I'm going to change this to line 29, and then I'm going to change this to line 35 and 36, just so that it doesn't confuse anyone who's looking through your file folders. And then I'm going to grab my readme and my styleguide markdown files. I'm going to copy them, and I'm just going to paste them inside there like that. Okay, so once you do that, we can just close this down, and then we can place this to the side. And let me see, I already started my development server using npm start, so it's already running. So you can do that before we begin. And let me just go over my code to show you what may or may not have changed. Remember to save that. So in my public folder, I only have the index.html. I changed my, actually let me increase the font size. I changed my theme color to the dark gray theme color that you have this right here. So you can do that or not, it doesn't really matter. And then I changed my description, and I linked Font Awesome. The reason why I linked Font Awesome is because of this icon right there. really only this icon practically. And you can use React icons if you want. If you know how to use React icons, but I'm going to use Font Awesome because it's much easier. You can just link the CDN and then you can use the icons directly. And then I think that will be it for the index.html. So I'm going to jump into my source folder, into my components folder. I have my countries component as always. As you can see, we imported useState and useEffect. We have our URL to fetch our data, and this is my state values, and this is my useEffect. In the last video, I may have placed this above like this. You can also place it inside the useEffect, but it doesn't really matter. It's all a matter of preference. And then this is my countries class that I'm returning a section of, which contains everything inside this, the flags and all the details. And then I'm rendering them in an article with the div. This is the image and the h4s, as you can see. I think this is more or less the same as we did in the last video. Okay, so we can continue to look through that, and I think that will be it for this. I'm going to place a timestamp in the description in case you want to skip all of this. And then in my filter function, not my filter function, but my filter component, I have a form. So the form is the casing for everything inside here. I have my input here with the type of search, and then I have another div with the class of select, and then I have my select with my options, each one of them, and this renders this as well as the input that we have right there. So you can close this. We can look through our header, and our header component just returns an h1 and our icon from Font Awesome, which has a class of FAS and FA-moon, like that. And then in our app.js, we just import our components and we render them. And in our index.css, of course, this contains all our styling. Now, I think the most major difference that we'll have is actually our class names, but I don't think that really matters if you're going to style it by yourself. If you want to use the styles that I have here, you can just grab them. You can see where I've placed them and you can grab them. But to be honest, it doesn't really matter because you can style them on your own. Okay, so I think that will be it. And let me just confirm. In my index.css, let me go to the top. I have my my font, of course, and I have my my variables set up at the top, the primary colors. Now the reason why I did this is because for the dark mode toggle, we just want to change the color in one place. We don't want to have to keep on scrolling down and checking where we have our color and changing it manually. We don't want to do that. So I'm just going to set up another class that we are going to set up in a moment. We're going to set up another class and then move these colors down for the light theme and everything else. So I think in the last video we ended by installing React Router DOM, which I actually did. So you can see I have React Router DOM version 5.2. And to get started, I'm going to go into my app.js like that, and I'm going to go here and I'm going to say import. We're going to import a few things. We're going to import browser router as the router, like that, as the router, and then we're going to import the route like that, and this comes from React Router DOM. And then in order for this to work, we need to place our entire component inside the router tags like that. So I'm going to just go there inside the router tags, and the reason why this works, I only change it in one place and it changes at the end, is because of an extension called auto rename tag. You can search for it and install it. And then I'm going to set up my routes. Okay, so I'm going to remove this for now, and I'm going to say for the first route I want to display my countries component, right? Oops. I want to display my countries component, and the path for this will be the slash, which will be the home page. And because I don't want any errors, I'm going to add an exact prop so that only when the / is the route that is navigated to, that's when the countries component will be displayed. And then another thing, I want to move this down because I don't want the filter to be available when we are looking at our individual countries component. Right. And I'm just going to leave my header at the top because I want the header to appear on every page. So I'm going to save that, and this should still work. So we are okay. And then let me just move this to the side a bit. Let me place it like that. Okay. So what do I want to do next? I want to create my country component. So country.js, Don't get confused, this is countries and this is country, individual country, and I'm going to say RAFCE, and then I'm going to return my fragment with just an h1 saying country data like that, so we can see if it actually works. And then inside my countries.js, we're going to import something called a link, and I'm going to place it at the bottom. So I'm going to say link, and you can see it gives me the option to auto import, and the link is a component that comes from React Router DOM. So I'm just going to say auto import it, and if you go back to the top, you'll find that it has imported it as a named export from React Router DOM like that. So I'm going to link this, and this too will be going to a route that we're going to create. Actually, let me create this route first so that you understand why we're doing this. So I'm going to go back into my app.js, and I'm going to create another route like that. And this route will be a bit unique because the path for this will go to, I want it to go to /countries and then / and then the name of the country like that. So remember, this is a double column that we have right there. And then we are going to render a children's prop, a unique children's prop, and inside this children's prop, then we want to now render the component that we want, which is going to be our country component like that. And then I'm going to save this. Now this path, okay, country is not defined, so we need to import this. So import that country like that. Now remember this path, please remember this path. You can have the /countries, or you can choose to remove it, but I just want to have it. So /countries and then colon and then the name. So this is the path that we're going to place in our countries right there. So I'm going to place it inside curly braces, and then I'm going to have template literals so that I can have the variable. And the reason why I want to have the variable is because this is dynamic. It changes with each individual country. It changes with each individual country, so I want to grab it as a variable. So I'm going to say this, the path for this is /countries and then / and I'm going to say place my variable like that, and I want to grab the name like that. Okay, please remember this. If you had the / countries in your app.js, then also have the / countries in your countries.js. If you didn't have this, if you removed it, please also remove it from here, otherwise it won't work. So I'm going to save that, and then for the text, for the link, I'm just going to say learn more like that, which it should appear right there. I don't know whether you can see it, but probably you can see it on your screen. And if I just hover over it, you can see that on the bottom left of the browser, then the route appears. And if I try to navigate to that page, then you see we have country data, which are rendering from our country.js. We are just rendering this. And then I'm also going to place a link here to return to the home page, but I'm going to do that in a moment. And then if I try to do that for any other country, it goes to the more countries page for that country. Okay, so let me just add a class name to this because I want to style it some more. And I'm going to go here and I'm going to give this a class name of btn like that. And then I want to create a button with a class of btn as well, so the same styling as this. And the reason I'm creating this button is because this is the button that we're going to have to remove the country. So I'm just going to say remove country. Let me change this capital M like that. And then we're going to have an on-click event on this button. And I'm going to set up my inline function like that. And I'm going to say remove country. Remove the country by the numeric code. I don't know whether you remember this numeric code, but it's something that is structured from our data. Okay, and then for the text, okay, the text says remove country, so we need to create this function, otherwise our application will break. So I'm going to go to the top below my use effect. I'm going to say const remove country, and we want to target our numeric code inside our parameters. The reason why we want to target our numeric code because it's unique for every country. So I'm going to create another variable called new country like that, and I'm going to set that to countries.filter. And for every individual country, then we want to return our what am I doing? Let me place this full screen, it's confusing me. So for every individual country, we want the country.numeric code, which is not equal to the the numeric code for the country that we have clicked on, and then we're just going to set our countries to new country like that. And then once we set that to new country, then we can save that, and let's see if that works. Numeric code is not defined, and the reason for that is because this has a C, so numeric code like that. And if we say remove country, then you can see that it works, so our function works. So let me just place both of these buttons inside a div so that I can style them further, and inside this. So I'm going to grab this up to here, and I'm going to place this inside a div with the class of buttons like that, so that I can display them as flex and justify content to space between so that they can be end to end. So let me just do that in my index CSS, and I'm going to place it as a global variable. So I'm going to say for the buttons I want to display flex, align item center, and justify content to space between like that, as you can see. And then I'm going to go inside my buttons class, my buttons, and I want my btn. Actually, let me make the btn a global style because probably we're going to use it a few more times. And I'm going to say background color, set that to what was my variable name, what was this, set that to this. Let me grab that background color, set it to that. And I'm going to say so this is not what I wanted to do. This is not what I wanted to do. I wanted to grab this dark bg color, so I'm going to set that to a variable called dark bg color like that. And then I'm going to set a padding of 5 pixels all around, set the cursor to pointer, set the text decoration to none so that it removes the underline that we have here, set the color to white, save that, let's see. And then once I do that, I'm going to add a border of 2 pixels solid and the same dark bg color like that, which will remove our border. And let me add a border radius of 4 pixels all around like that. And let me target the hover state for this. So I'm going to say for the hover I want the background color to be white, let's say that. And then let me change the text color to our dark bg color like that. Let's see how that looks, and that looks fine, that looks fine. Okay, I think that will be it. Let me just add a transition on the background color of 0.2 seconds like that. And you can see our remove country works and our learn more button works. So we can begin to go into our country.js, our country component. So let me just close this like that, and then I'm going to import link. I'm going to import link from, I can type link from React Router DOM like that. The reason why I'm importing this link is because I want to have a back button on the country component. So I'm going to just place it at the top. I'm going to say place a link like that, and the two for this, the two prop, this will go into our home page, and I'm going to say I want an icon, a font awesome icon. So I'm going to give it a class of i.fas and fa-arrow-left like that, which will place a left arrow. And then for the text for the link, I'm just going to say back home like that, and it should appear as we can see. And then let me also give this a class name of btn, which we just styled like that. And I'm going to also give it another class of btn-light so that it doesn't blend with the background color. I'm going to style it a bit more. So let me save that. Let me open my index CSS. Let me grab my btn light.btn-light and change the background color to this color, so article color, okay, to article color like that, and it's just a bit lighter and it's more visible. Let me also change the border of 2 pixels solid and my article color once again, so that the border goes away like that. Okay, So let's actually deal with our country.js, and the first thing that I'm going to do is import use state, and use effect from React Router DOM, not from React Router DOM, but from React, like that. And then I'm going to set up my state values, so const country and set country equals to use state, and we're going to have an empty array because we're going to fill it in when we fetch our data. So I'm going to set up my use effect, set up my callback function, and then set up an empty dependency array so that it only runs once on the initial render, and I'm going to have my function inside which will fetch the data. So I'm going to say const fetch country data equals to asynchronous, so asynchronous function, like that. And we're going to be targeting let me just check what I call this function in my countries.js so that I don't have two functions with the same name. So this is fetch countries, okay, like that. And I'm going to have a const response equals to await fetch. Now the URL that I was telling you about is the one that I'm going to grab now. So this URL, like this, I'm going to copy that, and then I'm going to paste it inside template literals, like that, and I'm going to add a $, like that, and I'm going to say curious. I'm just going to leave it for now because this means it's deprecated, but I don't think it matters. The reason why is because we're going to import another React hook from React Router DOM, which will, I think it should handle this. So I'm just going to say this, we are waiting the fetch from this. So I'm going to say const country equals to await response.json, like that, and then I'm going to set my country data to our country that we fetch, like that. Now if you save this and run this, you might notice that you might get an error, and I'm specifying that you might. Let me see if we actually do, like that, because unexpected use of name. So the reason why is because this name is actually the parameter that we have in our address bar. So for this is Afghanistan, so that is the name of the country. So we need to grab this name, and then we need to check for the country that matches the name and then display the data. So we're going to import another hook called use params, like that, and this comes from React Router DOM, not from React. Use params comes from React Router DOM. So I'm going to set up my name variable, like that, and I'm going to set it to use params, like that. And before you use params, I think you had to do props.match.params, but I think this is much easier, and that fixes that, as you can see. So let's save that, and let's hope that it displays the country data like that. And then just to show that we actually fetch our data, let me remember to call my function. So fetch country data, like that. We can log the country, not log. We can log our country data to see what we get. So let me look at that and place this to the bottom. Increase this size, and go to our console. And you can see that we only get an array of one item, which is the name of the country. If I were to go back and check for another country, so let's go to alliance, like that, and you get another array of one country. So let me just remove this because it's populating the console too much. So it's our country, and just remove this console log, like that. Should reload this and it should go away, and excellent. So let me check again for a random country, like that, and you can see that we only return one array, like that, instead of 250 arrays. So that's good, that's working, which means that now we can begin to destructure our data and display it appropriately. Okay, so we can go into our country.js and start working on our return. So I'm going to return a section. Let's see, I'm going to return a section with a class of country, like that, and then I'm going to map over my country data. So this data that we're getting from this, I'm going to map over my country data, so country.map, and for every individual country I'm going to return a few things. I'm going to destructure them and of course we want to destructure our numeric code for our unique value, and then we want to return our flag. And let me just place this full screen so that I can open this up and we can see what we get. Just place this to the side like that. So once we get our flag, then we are going to get our name of the country like so. Squeeze this in. We're going to return the name of the country. We're going to return the native name. Let me confirm what this is called. Native name. It's called native name, as you can see right there. So native name, and then population like that, and then region and sub-region. I think it's lowercase. Let me just confirm if sub-region is lowercase. So let's find sub-region, and it's lowercase. Okay, so we are fine. And then we need our capital, and then we need our top level domain. Was it, let's see, top level domain, it's camel case. Okay, top level domain, and we need our currencies, and then our languages, and then we need our border countries. So let me find the border countries. Oops, what did I do? Please load faster. Okay, so border countries, okay, it's called borders. So we just want to destructure our border, and all this will be coming from our country, our individual country, which is, we have named the C right there. Okay, so we can close this down, and then once we do that, let me place this back to the side like so. Okay, so once we do that, we can begin to now structure how our data will look. And I'm going to set up my return. So I'm going to return an article like that, an article with the key of numeric code like that. And then I want to return, what was it? I want to return a div with the class of flag like that, which will contain our image, and our source will be the flag like that. And in case it fails to load, then I just want to display the name of the country, so name like that. And then set up another div, and this div will be the class of details. So let me give it a class name of country dash details like that. And then for country details, I want to return an h2 saying the name of the country like that. And actually this should be an h2, and then I'm going to return an h5. How many of them there are? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So 8 of them. So I'm just going to say h5 times 8 like that. And this first one will return our native name, but remember that it has some text in front of it. So the text then, okay, so we're going to return, close that, native name like that, and then we place our variable inside. So native name, is that correct? Okay, let me place this full screen so it can be faster. And then for the second one, let me just write them down. Population like that, and then we can say region like that, and then we can say sub region, and then capital, and then top level domain like that, and then the currencies, and finally the languages. And then I need to place this inside a span so that we can style it to have slimmer text than this. So I'm just going to grab that, place it inside a span, not Spain, and place the other one inside a span, and it's called population like that. Another span, and say region, another span, and say sub-region, another span, and say capital, and then we're going to place another span and say top level domain like that, and then another span and set this to currencies, and then finally we can say the final span and set this to languages like that. So now what I want to do next is actually set up my borders, because that's the only one that we have not used here, and it's borders with an S like that. And so in order to do that, I'm going to place this in its own div. Let's see, this is a div with a class of flag. This is a div. Actually, let me take a look at this once again. Not this one, but this one. Okay, yeah, take a look at that, and you can see that this and this are like two grids, right? So in order to do this, then I need to place everything between my name and my capital inside a div. So between this and this, this and this, I'm going to place this inside a div like that. Where does this end? And then place this inside a div as well like that, so that I can display grid on them, right? And then below this div, is it okay? Yeah, below this div, then I want to set up my borders, right? So I'm going to say, let me return a div, let me return an h3 saying border countries like that, and then just set that to borders like that. So I'm going to save that. Let's see if that works. And does it work? Objects are not okay, so there's an object inside here. So what does this say? Okay, so objects are not valid as a reactjs. So in order to fix this, it says on the native name. So on the native name, let me check our native name. Where is it? On native, really native name. Where is ISO 639? Okay, on the languages. Okay, on the languages. So what this means is, as you can see, we have 3 languages, as in we have 3 objects inside our languages array. So I just want to grab this first one, and that's easy to do. We can just go to our languages. Where's our languages? And we want to grab the first item in the array. So we want to grab the first item in our array, and then we want to grab the name property from there. So we can do that by saying languages, then placing square brackets 0, which will access the first item, and then saying name like that. So let's save that. Let's see, React child code name symbol. So there's still another one. Let's see symbol. Where's our symbol? This is for the currencies. And once again, for the currencies, you can just do the same thing. So currencies, we access the first one, and then just say we want to return the name of the currency like that. Let's see, and that works. Look at that. We have that. Okay, so everything's working. Okay, nice. Okay, so let's see, we can begin to style our country component. So okay, now just so that it doesn't confuse me, I'm going to create another style sheet in my source, and I'm going to call it country.css like that. And then I'm going to import it into my country component. So at the top, I'm going to import what's it called? It's called, we need to go out, and then we call it country.css like that. And then let's begin to style this. So let me just check this. I need the mobile version first like that. Okay, so border countries. Okay, it's looking nice. So let me begin to style this, and it has a class of country. Okay, so I'm going to target my country like that. The reason why I'm placing another style sheet is because the classes that I have in my index CSS are too similar to this, and I don't want them to confuse me. So in my country, I'm just going to say, let me have a padding all around of 50 pixels, like so. I want this to move down a bit, so you know what, I'm going to place it inside this like that, and I'm going to target my btn light. So .btn dash light, I want the margin bottom to be 30 pixels so that it moves away from the flag. Oops, and I need to display flex because it's an inline element like that, and I don't want it to go all the way to the end. So in order to fix that, you just say display inline block like so. Okay, and now we begin to style this and everything inside here. So I'm going to do that, and we're going to target what's it called, my articles class, and it's inside a flag class. Actually, don't need to even style the flag because this is okay as it is. So we need our details, our country details. Okay, so I'm going to grab my country. So for the country, and I'm going to grab my article and the country details like that. And then for the country details, you remember I placed two divs inside this like that. If you look at the design, then there is a space between each one of them. So I'm just going to target the divs. I'm going to say, let me place a margin of 20 pixels on the top and bottom and 0 on the left and right. So they separate out. As you can see, it's looking very nice, very nice. Let me add this to 30 pixels, and then I can begin to target each one of these values so that I can make them just a bit lighter, as you can see. So I'm going to say inside this, actually inside everything inside here, I want to target my, what's this, this is an h2 with the name. So I want to target the h2 like that, and I want the font weight to be 800. Oops, that's too thick. I think let's have it at 600. And then I'm going to target my h5s, which is everything inside here. So for my h5s, I want the font weight to be 600 as well. And then for my span inside my h5s, so I'm going to grab this and target my spans inside my h5. I'm going to give each one of them a font weight of 300 like that. And let me just increase their font size because and also add margin on each one of the h5s. So for the h5s, I'm just going to say, let me have a margin of 10 pixels on the top and bottom and 0 on the left and right, so they space out a bit, looking nice. And then what else can we change? We can increase the font size a bit. So let me increase the font size to 18 pixels, move this at the top like that, looking very nice. Okay, let's do 16 here. Let's see how it looks. Or 18. I think 18 looks fine, which means that I need to increase the font size for this. So I'm going to say font size for the h2, increase it to 24 pixels. Actually, it's already 24 pixels. What am I doing? Increase this to 30 pixels like that. Okay, what happens if I remove this? Let me have a letter spacing of 1 pixel on the h2, and I'm just going to copy the letter spacing down, place it on the h5 as well. That looks terrible. Let me just remove it like so. Okay, and then we can now style our border countries, because as you can see in our in our design, you can see that they have some kind of styling on each one of them. So let me do that, and we can do that by saying, in our border countries, there's a class of not a class but an element of h3 on our border countries. So I'm just going to it's below this, so there's no problem. Got that, targets the h3, and I'm going to say, let me set a margin of 0 on the top and bottom and 10 pixels on the left and right. Let me change my background color to, what was it called? It was called in our index CSS, it's called dark beige color, like that. Actually that's the background color, it won't work. So the article color, so article color, like that. Forgot to place this inside a variable. Article color, like that. Why doesn't that work? Is this working? What? Red. Okay, so it's not inside this div. It's not inside the country details. What am I doing? Yeah, it's not inside the country details. Okay, so I need to remove this. Okay, that is not what I expected. Okay, so let me check this. So that means that we need to, let me check my borders. Okay, so it's an array, so we need to map over the array and then display it as individual items so that we can style them. Okay, so that's why that's not working. So let me go back to my borders, going to grab, actually going to just remove this, return the h3, and I'm going to say, I'm going to grab my borders, so borders.map, and for every border I just want to return return what? Return an another list, like that, which will have the key of border, because we don't really need a unique key because the borders will always be unique. And then we want to return list items saying the border. Let's see that. Oh, this should have a return. This should have a return like that, which returns this. Okay, so we can work with that. Remove this background color. Actually, just remove this. Set this to font weight of 600, like so. And then let me see, where is this? Where is my design? Where is my design for the mobile? Like that. Okay, so that's how it looks. So let's style our another list right there, and then we can style our list items. So I'm going to go for my country, and then going to the article element for the UL, and I'm just going to say display flex, which should display this as flex, right, but it doesn't. Why don't you? Why aren't you working? The reason why it's not working is because each of these elements is a UL, so we need to display flex on the LIs. Let's see that. Really? Wow. Okay. I think I need to add a class on this so that I can target it. Let me think. Oh, let me try and do this. Let me return a div with a class of borders, like that, and then I can target the div. It's inside the article and it has a class of borders, display flex, like that. Okay, display flex, and then going to target this, target the ULs, and set a margin of 0 on the top and bottom and 10 pixels on the left and right. like that, and then we can add a background color of it's called what, article color, like that. And then let's have a padding of not 2 but 5 pixels on the top and bottom, and 15 pixels on the left and right. 5 is too big, 3 pixels. Okay, I forgot to mention something. In case you're wondering why this works yet we didn't import any style sheet, is because they're all linked. So once you have this here, you can just use the variables in any other style sheet that you have, in case you're wondering why this works. Okay, so I'm going to add a border radius of 3 pixels around that. Let me make this 20 pixels, like that. Let me place a margin on the top, of actually 10 pixels all around. That's much better. And then it has a box shadow, right? It has a box shadow. Is it a box shadow or a border? Let's add a box shadow of 0, 5 pixels, 20 pixels spread, and RGBA, not RGBA really, but we have that color right here. No, let's do this. Okay, and we can place it right there, and we say HSLA and place the alpha value to 0.9 so you can see where it spreads, like that. Reduce it to 0.5. okay, a very subtle box shadow. And that is it for the countries page. Let's see if any other country works. And as you can see, it's looking very, very nice, but I don't want this overflow, so I'm going to place a flex wrap of wrap on the borders, which will cause them to automatically go to the next line once they have filled the entire page, like that. And that looks much better, much more accommodating, much more user friendly. Okay, so what do we need to do now? We need to scale it up. And I'm going to start scaling it out by about 768 pixels. So I'm going to say media min width of 768 pixels. Then I want, actually let me not do this. Then I want, where was I? Let me open this out, dark theme, like that. Then I want this to display flex. Will that work? I'm actually going to go to about 992 pixels so that it's a much bigger screen. 992 pixels, and I'm going to go into which class do I want? I want my country class. What did it display it as? Nothing. Okay, so I'm going to go into my country class, and I'm going to say display flex, align items to the center, and justify contents to the center. Let's see that. We did not want to do that. Okay, I'm seeing a problem with this, so we need to just actually remove it from here so that it doesn't bring issues, which means we also need to restyle it in our country CSS, which I'm going to do in a moment. So if this is displayed as flex, but it goes like this, so what am I displaying wrongly? There's a section in class of country, so I need the article to display as flex. So the article, like that. Okay, and if this is okay, then it means that I can actually place this back and it should work. Okay, yeah, it should work. Okay, but I don't want this here, I want this to be at the bottom. So let's see, how do we do that? We can say, let me display grid and say grid template columns, repeat 3, 1 fractional. Nope. There's something I'm doing wrong. What am I doing wrong? Let me just work with display flex for now. Okay, let me see, I'm displaying flex on the article class, but I actually want, what do I want? I want to display flex on these two items, on the flag and my country details, and I don't want this, which means I need to place this inside another element. So I'm going to grab this all the way to the top right there, and I'm going to give this a div with a class of country-inner. Paste that inside there, and then I'm going to target my article class and then target my country-inner class display flex. Okay, still not what I wanted. How does this look? It looks like that. Okay. The idea should come along soon. It should come along soon. So let's just continue to style this. Let's just continue to style our country details. So I'm going to grab this, go into my country details class, going to display flex on them. So they should place side by side like that. Actually, let me say display grid, and say grid template columns to repeat 2 and 1 fractional each, like that. And then let me say for 992 pixels, I actually want this to move to the center a bit more, so align out them center, just my content center. Should place them to the center like that. Actually, I don't want this to the center, so let me say, actually now I can just display grid on this. So grid template columns repeat 2 and 1 fractional each, like that. Okay, but then I don't want them to go all the way to the end. This styling is a bit oh, actually this looks fine. Does it really? No, you know what, let me just limit it. I'll feel much better. So let me say for the country class, I want a max width of 900 pixels here, and let me say margin auto so that it centers. It doesn't work. So let me move this to media mean width of 1200 pixels, and then I can paste that inside there and change this to 1100, which is a much bigger width, like that. And let me place a grid gap on this. Let me say a gap of 20 pixels so that it separates from the flag. Separates out from the flag. Okay. What else do we need to do? It's looking fine, but I don't want this to be on the same line as this. I want it to be at the top. Isn't that correct? Yes, it's correct. So what we need to do, actually let me just look at this structure, because I feel like I structured this wrongly. Okay, let's see. For my country details class, I want this to be up there, but I don't want that. Just give me a moment, guys, to figure this out. I'm just going to pause the video and then I'll be back. Alright guys, so you know what, styling this is a bit difficult, and I've just decided I'm just going to leave it at that, because I seem to be tired and I can't really think straight on how to do this. But I've added a few media queries for 1400 pixels above, just increasing the max width for this so that it doesn't go all the way to the end, as well as for this, and I've just displayed grid on both of them. I've displayed them as grid. As you can see, you can just copy these styles, and let me just remove this. Yeah, this is much better. Let me remove this, and I think that's where you left me at. And yeah, I think that will be it for this. Actually, I can't really think straight all that much, so I think you can style this at your own time. Okay, so what we need to do next is actually, let me add some space between this arrow and the text. So that is in, actually, where is it? It's this right here. Just add some space, add that space right there. Okay, So let me see, what we need to do next is our toggle, right? So I'm going to go into my header component, close this down, close these down. I'm going to go into my header JS like that, and then I'm going to go above here, and I'm going to grab this. I'm going to grab this icon, and I'm going to say moon equals to document.query selector, and we're selecting the one that has a class of fa-moon like that. And I'm going to say moon.add event listener, a click event like that, because we want to add a click event on this icon, so that when you click it, then it changes the background color. So I'm going to say document, when it say I want the document.body.classlist.toggle, and we want to toggle the light theme. Let me say light theme like that, which we haven't created yet, so we're going to create it in a moment. Actually, let's just create it right away. I can go into my index CSS. So I'm going to go into my index CSS like that, and I'm going to go to my where did they display the body? Right here, dark beige color. So I'm going to give the body a class of light theme like that, and I'm going to say I want the background color to change to what's the light theme? Light mode text, light mode background is this. So light mode background, okay, let me just do that, light mode background like that. And then I want the color to light mode text like that. So let's save that, and let's make sure we've saved that as well. So let's see. Let's see in our console. Let's start full screen. Let's see. Add event listener of now cannot read. Okay. Cannot read property add event listener of now. fa-moon lighting toggle. Let's see, because what this usually means is that our script is running before our element is displayed on the DOM. That's usually what that means in the header component. Header boundary, no. Let's see. What can we do? How are these components rendering? They're rendering the header first, then the filter, then the countries. Let me try something weird. Let me try and place this. Okay, let me try and place it below this, and it doesn't work, of course. And the reason why it doesn't work is maybe because of these. Let's see. Oops, I did something wrong. So let's see. No, it doesn't work. What am I doing wrong, really? What am I doing wrong? I seem to be very tired. Everything is going wrong. Wait, what? So when I reload it, that's when the error occurs. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do, rather what I should have done, was add an on click on this. Add an on click on this, set up my inline function, and say change theme as the function, and then I should have placed all this inside a function called change theme like that, and voila, this should work. Reload this so that the error goes away like that. Let's see if that works. Why does it require a double click? It requires a double click. Why? I'm too tired to start thinking right now. Too tired. So let me just deal with these let me deal with these cards as well as the header. So I'm going to go back into this and I'm going to say what I'm going to go to my header, so header dot light theme, and I'm going to say the background color. Actually it's just the same. It should actually be the same as should it be this one, light mode background? Curious. So I'm just going to grab these two, grab that, going to go into this, and that shouldn't change because I don't have my header. So I'm going to grab my header equals to document dot query selector, and I want the header, the class of header, like that, and I'm going to say header dot class list dot toggle, and we want to toggle the light theme class as well. Wait, what? It's doing the opposite. Okay, there you go. So we need to deal with our inputs next, and then our elements, these elements. Actually, this doesn't have a background color of white, does it? Let's see in our design. Is this white or like dark gray? I'm not going to worry about that. So our light mode input, this is the color for our input for the light mode, which is found, where did I tell my input? In my form. So input this, okay. So I'm going to say for the form and for the input, for the form, for the input with the class of light dash theme, and then as well for the form for the select with the class of light dash theme, like that. I want the background color to change to this one right there, and then I can grab my input. I can grab my input like this. It has an ID of input, not input but of search, like that. And then I can grab my select, which has a class of select, and then I can just copy this down and change this to input, and then change this to select, like that, and that should work. Let's reload it. And that doesn't work. It works for this, but it doesn't work for this. Why don't you work for that? The reason why is because we should be selecting everything. Let's reload that, and then that should work. I don't know why it requires a double click. I'm curious about that. I'm not sure why it requires a double click. If you figure out why it requires a double click, please leave a comment so that I can also find out. And I'm also going to do some research to find out. And then now let me change the colors for these elements, and they're inside my countries.js. Let me remember what elements were they. They are articles with the class of details. Is it? Yeah, for the details class, for the details. Let me just confirm it. Details. Okay, for this right here. So I'm just going to grab this, copy it down, and say for the light theme as well, I want the background color to change to what should it change to? It should change to article color, light mode text, light mode background. I'm just going to change to light mode background for now. Where is my light mode background? Where was I? Change this to light mode background, and oops, reload that. Really? Won't work for query selector because there are 250 of them. So I need to query selector all of them, and they all have a class of .details, like that. And then inside this, I'm going to say details dot for each, so that I can map over all of them. and then for each detail, then I'm going to say detail.classList.toggle, and we're going to be toggling the light theme class like that, and it should work, I hope. Reload that, and that works. And of course, now we need to change our text. Okay, let me add a transition on this. So for my index CSS, I'm just going to say right up there, say transition the background color by 0.4 seconds, like that, so it smooths in like that. And I'm not going to mess with these buttons because I think they look fine as they are, so I just need to change the text. Okay, so where did they place the text for this? The text here, and I want to change this text color to, what was it? What is this dark color? To light mode text. Okay, to light mode text, like that. Let's see how that looks. Save that and reload it, and let's see how that looks. And it looks nice. It looks nice. Okay, let's see our countries page, and it looks marvelous. It looks marvelous, except for this maybe. So let's change that. We can go into our country CSS, which is right there, and then where I placed my UL for the background color, I'm going to grab this, and I'm going to say for the UL, add a light dash theme on it, and I'm going to set the background color to what should I set it to? I should set this to a background color of the not the article, but of the light mode background. So I'm just going to grab this, and I'm going to say var light mode background, like that. And let's see, oops, it won't work because I need to grab the ULs. Okay, let's see, I'm going to grab the const UL equals to document dot query selector all once again, and there are UL elements, and I'm going to say, just going to grab this, actually let me place this to be an S for a reason that you'll see shortly. So I can change this to ULs like that, and then I can change this to UL, change this to UL, and that should work. ULs has been declared. Oops, what did I do? This should read the details like that. Reload that. Let's reload that. Reload it. Change this. Class list of no, what? What am I doing? What did I change? Let me comment this out to see if it all works. What did I change? Okay, so this should say ULs, this should say UL, and this should say UL. And let's see that. Reload it. Really? Select class letter. What? Okay, let's just try this. Let me try this one more time. Okay, UL, change this to UL, and remember to import it, not import it but declare it. Go and say this is ULs, change this at the end and say UL. And let's see kind of, okay, the reason why it's giving me this error is because the input is not actually available in our country's component. Okay, if I were to remove this and remove this, then you would notice that it should happen. It still doesn't have a select. Okay, so there are things that we need to what's it called, to factor out. As you can see now we can see that it works right there. Okay, so how do we do that? So in order to fix that, I think I'm going to have to refactor a bit of this. So I'm going to go into my countries.js because that's where we have everything, and I'm going to go to the top. I'm going to go to the top and I'm going to say what? Wait a moment. Okay, let me just try to do this one more time. If it doesn't work, then I'm just going to leave it at that, and I'm going to try it another day. Actually, I just realized something, that this isn't actually available in my country's component, so what I wanted to do won't really work. So let me see what doesn't change. This doesn't change, this don't change, these don't change. Learn more, and these don't change. Okay, it's not really the worst thing in the world to happen, but you know. So what I can do is just remove these two and remove these, so we can have cleaner code. And for the final thing that I want to do is actually deal with this search input. So I'm going to go close this, and go into my filter.js, which has my input, and I'm going to grab my input. So I'm going to say const search equals to document dot get element by id, and it has an id of search like that. And I'm going to say search dot add event listener, and we're listening for the input event, and we want to target the synthetic event e, and we're going to say what are we going to say? We're going to say the value. So const value equals e dot target dot value, and let's see if that works by logging to the console the value like that. So let's inspect it, and let's see in the console. Let's see. Okay, so that works. Did I mess this up? What? Oh, come on. Let's remove that. Okay, so I did not mess that up. I want to add a grayish I want to add a grayish background color so that this can be more prominent, because you can't really see the borders right there. So let me do that by going to index CSS and targeting my light theme, and I'm going to say for the background color, then let me place an F1 like that, so that these are more prominent, because now you can see that they have some borders. But let me make it a bit darker, just around there. Yeah, so that it can be a bit dark and you can actually see the cards, the individual cards for the countries. Okay, for the search input, once we do this, let me comment that. Another thing you can do actually is you can just say value like that, and then you can say e.target like that, and it still works. Okay, so what we need to do is, because we're going to be searching these countries by their names, so we need to loop over every country name that we have. So I'm going to go back to my countries.js, and I'm going to add a class on the names right there. So I'm going to say class name of country-name. So once I add this class name of country name, then I can grab all the names that we have in our array, and then you can loop over them. So I'm going to save that, and I'm going to go back to my filter, and I'm going to say const country name equals to document.query selector all, and we want the country dash name like that, and then we're going to say country name dot for each. So we are looping over each country, and we want to get the name, and then we can say something like did I use this anywhere else here? Okay, I did not, so that's good, that's good. So I'm going to say if the name dot inner text, right, which will grab the name of the country that we have right there, and we want to be able to search in because no one really cares about typing in uppercase, so we need to transform this to lowercase. So I'm going to say dot to lowercase like that, and then we're going to use a method called includes. So whether it includes the value that we get from the input, so whether it includes the value, and then we also want to transform this to lowercase like that. Then we need to do a few things. Let me see. We need to get the name dot parent element dot style dot display equals to block. What this means is that if the name matches any of the names that are in our array, the name that we get from our input, then we want to display those names as block. And if they are not available, just going to grab this. So I'm going to say else, then we just want to display them as none like that. So let's save that. Let's see. Something's wrong. Something is wrong. So let me see, is there a country that starts with S? None. Really? Z, Zimbabwe. Okay, so the reason why this doesn't display is because we need to go up higher. So we need to say dot parent element twice, dot parent element, and then we need to say dot parent element on the bottom as well like that. So let's see if that works, and if I reload this, it will give me an error, I'm sure of it, like that. Okay, so I'm going to fix that in a moment. Let's just refresh that, and then we can uncomment this once again, and let's see if it works. Really? Really. Alright guys, so what I've done is that I missed one bracket here. Okay, I missed a bracket, so make sure you add that bracket, and then in order to for the app not to crash, then you need to place all of this from here up to here. You need to place it inside this function, where this script will only run when everything else has loaded. So this is a much better way, so that even once you reload, you realize that it doesn't crash anymore. Now, something else I've realized is that my input search actually works, but it takes a while to filter it. Maybe yours might be faster, but I think it's just that my laptop is now it's just really tired, it's just really tired. So I think that will be it for this video. Practically we have finished everything. We have finished the REST countries API challenge, and I hope you enjoyed this video. I was surprised that this is actually a very in-demand video. So if you enjoyed the video, please leave a like and subscribe, and I will see you in the next video. Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. Today we're going to be building something from Frontend Mentor, and we're going to be building this social proof section. And all you need to do is go to Frontend Mentor /challenges, and then just search for this, and you can click this to see the preview. This is the desktop preview, and when you scroll to the right, this is the mobile preview, and you can scroll down to see how it actually looks. And we're going to be building this mobile first. And today I don't think I'm going to be dealing with React, because this is a very small project, and I'm very sure I can do it with just plain old HTML and CSS. Okay, so to get started, you just need to click here to download, and you should just click get started. If you haven't logged in, it will prompt you to log in with GitHub, so there's no worry about that. And you can see this is my second attempt, and I'm just going to click that on download. 6,000 people have already completed this challenge. Now once it downloads, you can find it in your download folder like that, and just say extract here, and it will extract a folder for you. And I'm just going to open this with Visual Studio Code like that, and place this to the side like that. Okay, so we can go through our files, we can go through everything that we're going to need. Okay, so for our design, this is our desktop design that we've just gone through. This is our desktop preview, and this is our mobile design. Okay, and then for our images, we have all our images provided for us. Most are HVGs, but these are favicon. We are not even going to touch this file really, but these are for the testimonials that we have at the bottom. And then finally the git ignore, and then the index.html, where everything is provided for you. You just need to add the elements and styles to them. And then the readme, in case you want to know more about this project and more about Frontend Mentor. And finally the style guide, where we have our colors and our font, which you're going to grab right now. So I'm just going to grab this and paste it right there. So they want 400, 500 and 700. Okay, 400, 500 and 700, and I'm going to import it like that. And then I'm going to create a style CSS file, right? A style CSS file right in my workspace, and I'm going to say style.css, paste that in, and then I'm going to go into my index.html, and at the top I'm going to remove this, the style tag right there. I'm going to first cut this and then remove this, and then paste this right in here at the bottom, which really reformat, so I don't even know why I was doing that, but that's okay. And then I need to link my style sheet, so right there I'm going to link style.css like that. Okay, you can see we already have our favicon, so we need to, oops, I shouldn't have saved it. I should not have saved it. Why did I save it? Yeah, right there. I don't have to say it because it will reformat everything, and it just becomes much harder to work with it. So let me just link my style sheet, style.css like that, and then we can begin working. Okay, let's close that, and let's just place that to the side, and then close this and this, and then we'll say this is our head. I've actually forgotten how this looks. I need to open this up. Where's the my design for my mobile, like that. Okay, so I'm going to, you can obviously see this is an H1, this is a paragraph, this is like a grid, and of course this is like a grid once again. So I'm just going to style them. It's much easier like that. So in my index.html, I'm just going to say for this to, this is the first H1 and this is the paragraph, right? So for these two, I'm going to place them inside a main tag like this, and then I'm going to grab this and place it each inside an H1, and then this I'm going to place it inside a paragraph like that. And I'm using Emmet, that's why you can see I only need to perform some short-term properties, and it just does everything for me. Okay, so how do we deal with the rated 5 stars? We need the stars images. Where is it? Icon star.svg. Okay, so I need to place all of this inside a div, or let me say section, and give it a class of stars like that. And then for this, I'm going to place inside individual divs so that I can style them differently, div, and div like that. And then they need to have the stars icon, so right in there I'm going to say image source is going to be from my images, and it's called icon star.svg, and I'm going to say just here star like that, and it's 5 of them. How many are they in my design? Sorry, 5, each of them 5. So what I can say is copy this and just paste it 4 more times, so 1 2 3 4. So this is 5 stars, and then place this inside a paragraph like that. And then I can grab this once again, paste it inside here 1 2 3 4 5, and then grab this, paste it inside a paragraph like that, and then finally do the same for this final one. So do this, copy this 1 2 3 4 5, and then grab this and place it inside a paragraph. The reason why I'm doing this is because I want to grab this, the div that has the stars as well as the paragraph, and just display flex on it, which will align these. I hope so. It should align this in a row form, and then we're going to just say flex column, which will put this on the bottom, which is the same as this design right there. Okay, so let's deal with our testimonials, which is right there, and I'm just going to grab all of this first of all, and just say create a section with the class of testimonials, like that. And then this, I'm going to place all of this inside a div with a class of card, like that. Grab this div with a class of card, like that, and then grab this div with a class of card, like that. And then this is the name of the person, this is the title, right? That's how it's designed, and then it has an image. So what I'm going to do is, I obviously know this is a paragraph, so I'm going to place that inside a paragraph, and then I'm going to grab this, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another div, right? And then inside this div, this will have the image of the person, so this is called Colton right there. And then out, I'm just going to say Colton Smith, and then I'm going to place this okay, this, the image, and then this, how should I go about this? Should I place this inside another div, and then place this inside, let's say, an h3, and then maybe just make this a small tag like that, so that, let me see, this is this and this is this, so that when I display flex on this, let's see, when I display flex on this, what will happen? This will, you know what, instead of doing all that, I think I'm going to grab Tailwind CSS, which is going to be much easier to style it. So let me go to cdnjs.com and just search for Tailwind CSS or Tailwind. Okay, there you go. Grab the link tag, and then at the top I'm going to place it below my style sheet, and then we are going to have much easier time styling all of this. So I'm just going to do the same thing that I've done for this card. So let me place this full screen, and let's see if I can just separate this file like that. And then this is the first div, obviously. So for the second div, I'm going to grab this, place it inside another div like that. I'm going to add an image. Source for this is images / called Irene, like that. And I'm going to say Irene Roberts, and then place this inside an h3, place this inside a small, and then place this inside a paragraph. Right. Okay, and then do the same thing for this. So they grab this inside a div, add an image, sources images called Anne Wallace, like that. Grab this, place it inside an h3, grab this inside a small, grab this, place it inside a paragraph. And then we actually, you know what, we don't really need this attribution, so I'm just going to remove it, which means I can also remove it from here like that. So let's save this, and I can now close that, and then I can open this with live server so that we actually see what we have. And we have this. So as you can see, it looks absolutely horrendous, but we're going to fix that in a moment. So in my style CSS, I'm going to say okay, notice that since we have Tailwind imported, then it has already reset most of our styles. As you can see, the h1 no longer looks like an h1, instead it just looks like a paragraph. We're going to style that in a moment, but I'm just going to say for the body, I want the font family to be Spartan, and I think it's sans serif for the fallback, like that. Has the font changed? You know what, let me see something. Let me disable this. Okay, so the font is not changing. That's okay, I'm going to figure it out in a moment. I am going to figure it out in a moment. Let's see, let me see if I can add HTML and the body. The font isn't changing, but that's okay, that's okay. So let's just begin to style it. We can go inside here, give this a class name. Class name of font bold, like that. Let's say text 3XL. And the reason why it's not working, I'm thinking it's because this, wait, what? Okay, there you go. So the reason why it's not working is because of our style sheet was placed before the tailwind style sheet, so we just need to rearrange that, and it now recognizes our font, but it's not recognizing our class names. It's not for Excel. What is happening? Let me disable this for a moment. This is curious. I've never had this problem before, so this is very curious for me. I'm typing in React. Oh my goodness. So we are in HTML, so this is just class instead of class name. I've become so used to React that I can't even notice such an error. Okay, so we fixed that. Okay, so let me just go to the body, give this a class name of text center, which will place everything to the center. Class. Okay, I need to really focus right now. Okay, in case you see these errors of class name, me writing class name, just know I mean class, and I'm going to figure it out in a moment. Okay, so on the body, let me add a padding on the X. Let me start at padding on the Y of 10 and padding on the X of 5, so that all of this moves inward just a bit, like that. And then for the H1, I'm going to say the color is somewhere in our style guide. So let me just, okay, where is this is the dark magenta, I'm thinking. Actually, you know what, I need to grab all of these colors, so let me just do this. Let me just mess it up. Let me do this, okay, and just grab everything till there. What am I doing? Oh my goodness. You know what, let me just do this. Copy that inside my style CSS. I'm going to place them inside a root, like that. Set this to double, so small, dark, magenta, like that. We should see the color like that, and then set this to soft pink, like that. Remove this, set this to dark grayish magenta, dark grayish, like that. Set this to light grayish, and set this to white, like that. Okay, so I can say inside the main, and I want to target my H1, I want the text color to be very dark magenta, like that. We should switch its colors like that. Okay, and then I'm going to go inside my H1, and I'm going to say I want to add a margin at the bottom of 10, which will push it down away from the paragraph. And then inside my paragraph, I'm going to give this a class of text small, reduce it just a bit. Let me see how this looks. Oops, I closed my preview. Close that. Okay, there's a line height, so let me go into my style CSS and I'm going to say for the paragraph, let me have a line height of 1.5. separate them out a bit. Nope, 1.8. separate them out a bit, and actually it's not even working. It's working for this, but it's not working for this. I know what to do. I can just go back into my index.html. Inside my index.html, I can target my paragraph and I'm going to say leading, let's say snag. This should separate it out a bit. No, leading, what's the other class? What's the other class? Tight, it's smaller. Let me say leading medium, is it? So medium, leading large. I've forgotten this class. Let me just go to nerdcave.com/tailwind cheat sheet. That should be the URL, like that, and I'm just going to say line height, and we have leading, let's say leading 24 pixels, leading 3, let's see that. Nope, let's say leading 6, like that. Okay, that looks much better. That looks much better. And let me change this font to medium. Font size, that's small, that's big. Let's just leave it at small for now. Okay, and then let's see what to do next. Next, we need to style these paragraphs, not the paragraphs, but these divs that we have inside here. So I'm going to go into my index.html and I'm going to say for this div, let's see, now this is where the styling actually comes in. Let's see, display flex. That is not what I wanted. I want all of these to be inside divs of their own, so that I can go inside here. Oops, go inside here and give this a class of flex, like that, and I can say items center and justify center, like that. So I just need to grab all of this and just replace it right there, paste it there, do the same for this, and we will have that. And then I can go, I want to style all of these at the same time, so I can just go here and then hold down Alt and click there and click there as well. And then I'm going to say I actually want this div on the top instead, so I'm just going to move up and I'm going to say give this a class name, a class of, let's say margin bottom, let's say 5, separate them out. Okay, in fact let me do margin Y really, so that it actually pushes away from this as well. And then I'm going to say background, I want a background of gray, let's say gray 300. Let me add padding on the Y of 2, like that. And actually that's too dark, let me say gray 200. That is much better. Let me give it a class of rounded, so that there's a border radius round all of it, like that. And then I can go down, right, just keep on clicking down and then go to the paragraph. Oops, that doesn't work. It doesn't work. Okay, let me just reset it. So I'm going to click on paragraph and then click here and there, like that. Give this a class of, let's say margin at the top of 5, not 15.5, which will separate it out from the stars. That's big, let's say 3. And then let's see what else do we change. The text color. Oops, I should not upload that. So the text color for this, I'm actually going to go into this into the what's it called, the section of the class of stars, and then I'm going to target the paragraph in my style CSS. So I'm going to say section, sorry, it has a class of stars, and I want to target the paragraph, and I just want to say the color should be dark, very dark magenta, very dark magenta. Actually not, it's the same style as this, so you can just go here and say for the stars, and I want the paragraph, and it should change it right there. And then I can now go here, actually I can go back to my index.html, and then I can click on all of this. So click on the first one, then hold down Alt, then click on the second one, and then on the third one, and then just say font bold, like that. And then let me say text, let's reduce it to medium. Okay, and then we will be done with this section. Let's say small. Yeah, small is much better. I think I want to increase this font size really, so let me go and do that. I'm going to say increase the font size to medium, and then text MD, is text MD really let me see font size. There is text XL, there is no text MD. Okay, I want text base, which is just 16 pixels, so it's the same as this. So I want, there's no other option. I'm just going to leave it at that. 16 pixels is fine. Let me just increase the margin on the bottom, so I'm going to say margin bottom, let's say 10, like that. Okay, let me see how this looks. That's looking nice, and then now we just need to deal with these grids. Okay, that's not so bad. Right. But I think this will interfere with our tailwind. It might. If it does, then I'm going to explain why it interferes. So let me just deal with this. I'm going to go inside my section with the class of testimonials, and I'm just going to say flex. Oops, not flex. I actually want each of these divs. How do I need to style this? Let me just tell the first one first, and then I can say, so give this a class of flex, like that. And then I'm going to say item center, like that, which will push it down. And then I'm going to say, for actually not, I've just remembered that I don't want the text center on the body because it interferes with all of this, so I'm going to remove it from here, like that, which will reset a few things, but we're going to fix that. So I'm just going to say for this, each one, actually I can just go into the main class and let's say text center, push it to the center, and then I can go inside this section and say text center, like that. And then we can now just continue to style this. So I'm going to say for this, oh, not there, I'm going to say this is the div. So on the image, I want to go inside the image, give this a class of margin on the left, not on the left but on the right, of 10, which will separate it out from these words, like that. And then I want a width, let me first say rounded full, which will make it into a circle, like that. And then let me give it a width of, let's say 20. Let's see how that looks. Let's say 16, let's say 10, let's say 14. I think 14 is much better. Let me reduce this margin to 5, like that. Okay, so we have this, which means that now on this div, not on this div, sorry, but on the paragraph, I can go inside the paragraph, give this a class of margin on the top of 5, which will separate it out just a bit. And then now on the entire div, right, on the entire div, which is this div with the class of card, I can say margin on the bottom, let me say margin on the Y of 10, which will separate it out from these others, like that. Okay, so what I need to do is grab this, paste it inside there, and then I need to grab this on the paragraph, paste it inside here, and then the image, I'm going to grab this on the image and then paste it right there, and then grab this flex, and then paste it inside here. Save that, and it should have the same styles as this. Not exactly, something is wrong. Something is wrong. What is wrong? This is the same div, this is the same div. H3 small. What's wrong? What's wrong? Flex is what's screwing you. This is the image, and then this is the div with the details. This is the image, and then this should be inside a div. I didn't do that, so div, and then now place this inside to flex, and we should have that. Okay. So let me see if I did the same mistake here, and I did. So I'm going to place this inside a div like that. Copy the image class names, grab this inside the image, give that a class, give this a class of, what was it, wait, what, okay, margin on the y of 10. Okay, paste it inside there, and then something else on the paragraph, we need to add this, paste it inside, and then on this we need to say class of flex and items center, like that. And look at that, looking very, very nice. So all we need to do now is add the background image, not the background image, but the background colors, and as well as the text colors. But I've just seen that this the paragraph is a bit large in text, so I'm going to grab this, hold down alt, go here, hold down alt, and go there. Reduce this to text small, like that. Okay, so I'm going to go inside my style CSS in a moment. I just want to grab the div, the section in the class of testimonials, and then the div with the class of card. Okay, so I'm going to go inside my testimonials, so dot testimonials, and then the div with the class of card, and then give this a background color of very dark magenta, like that. And I need to add some padding all around and whatnot, so I can do that by going here. Actually, I can even do it in my style CSS, so there's no need. So I'm going to say padding of 20 pixels all around. Let me give it a border radius of 10 pixels. Right, and then I can grab this, go below this. Let me see how the header looks. It's white, so I can go here and say for the H3s I just want to change the text color to white, like that. And then I can go inside this once again, target the small, and change the text color. What am I doing? The text color, change it to this, the pink, is it, like that, looking very nice. And now we just need to change the text color for the paragraph, so just paste that, target the paragraph, change the color to white. Was it white? It was white. Look at that, and we have this looking very nice, but it has a bit more padding, so let me go and fix that. Let's say padding of 40 pixels. Does that fix it? Nope. Let's say 40 pixels on the top and bottom, and then 20 pixels on the left and right. Let's say 60 on the top and bottom. Nope, that doesn't fix it. But we have this looking very, very nice, very nice. So now all we need to do is just scale it up, right? Okay, and I'm going to start with about 992 pixels, not 992, but 768 pixels. So I'm going to fix that, and I'm going to say at media, min width of 768 pixels. Then I want my what was this section called? The stars. I want the stars to display grid with grid template columns, saying repeat 3 fractional each, like that. Let me add a grid gap of 20 pixels, separate the amount like that. And then I'm going to limit these, so I'm going to say inside my, what was it, what was it, inside my main class, right? So inside my main, go above this, oops, inside my main I want to say I want this to have a max width of 600 pixels and then margin auto so that it centers like that. Looking nice. And then now we just need to deal with this. I'm going to go inside my testimonials like that, say display grid, and then grid template columns. Let's see how repeating 3 one fractional each looks. Oops, looking almost nice. Let's just add a grid gap of 20 pixels as well, and look at that, looking nice. Now we just need to scale it up even further, right? So at about, let's say at media min width, let's say 1024 pixels, and I'm going to say inside my main I want now this to align to the left and then this to come to the right of it, just like in the design. Let's go to the desktop design like this. Okay, so what I can do, how to do that, I'm going to say for this, I'm going to grab this, I'm going to grab this entire section, so starting from there, and I'm going to grab all of it until the main like that, and I'm going to say cut that out, and I'm going to say place this inside a section with a class of showcase like that. Nothing will change yet, but we're going to need to do some things to this. So I need to reset this first of all. I need to reset this, so just paste that in there, and I'm going to say max width of auto, remove that, and it should reset because we have text align set. I'm going to say text align to the left, no, text align to the left. Didn't I have text align set on the main? Text center, let me say for the large screens, then I want text left. Okay, that doesn't do anything, but that's okay. Let me remove this from there, and then I can say for my showcase class, then I want to display grid template columns repeating 2 and 1 fractional each, and we will have this, as you can see. Okay, and then we want to reset this so that they are no longer grids, but instead they go in column form. So I'm going to grab this, and then I'm going to say for the stars, let me say display initial. What does initial do? It does that, so it returns it to the original form. Okay, and then I can say actually not initial but display. Let me remove this gap. I'm going to say display flex, no, not flex. I need to display as inline elements, so inline block. That did work the way I was expecting. Where is this background color? Where is this background color placed? It is placed on the div. Nope, it's placed on the main div. On the main div. Okay. Okay, let me pause this for a second. Let me deal with this. Let me just deal with this. Inside my style, I'm going to say target my main, and on my each one I'm going to say font size, increase this to 46 pixels. Let's see, it doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? Why don't you work? Because in my main H1 I had set this to text for XL, so I need to say for large screens I need the text to increase to 6XL. Oops, save that, and this will happen. Let's say 5XL. That will happen. Let me say leading, set that to 6, increase the line height between this, let's say 10. Or it doesn't for large screens. increase this to, let's say, snug, let's say tight. Okay, and then let's deal with these 3 testimonials. But first of all, let me increase, for large screen, let me increase the padding on the Y to 20. Push it down a bit from there and from there. So now let's deal with this. As you can see in the design, there are like stairs. You can do that very easily. And I'm going to say in my index HTML, let me see how I structured it. This is the div with the class of card. So inside the testimonials, I can target my testimonials, and I'm going to say for the testimonials, I want the div in the first in the first place. So div, and I'm going to say first child, like that. Oops, child with a D, and I'm going to say no, this will cause an error. I need to target the div how do I do this? Oh yeah, actually this should work. Let me just say transform, and I want it to translate on the y-axis by minus 10%. Actually, we didn't need to do this on this. We need to do it on the second and third. So I can just change this to nth child and just say nth child 2, like that, and in it changes to positive 10%, like that, and then do that for the third one, but translate it by positive 20%. So grab this, paste it, change this to 3, change this to 20%, and voila, we have that looking very nice. But now we need to deal with this. So I can go inside my stars, and I'm going to say for my stars, I want to target the div, and I want the nth child, the second one, and then I'm going to say transform, and I'm going to say translate on the x-axis by 10%. I've just realized that instead of using transform translate, you can actually just say margin left, let's say 5%, not so much, and then grab this once again, paste it there, change this to 3, change this to 10%, and we will have that. But then we have a horizontal scroll bar, as you can see, which we do not want. So I need to limit this. How did I even add this margin? And I've just realized I need to separate these images. Yeah, I need to separate those images. How do I target them? I can go inside my stars class, inside my stars, what was it? What's this? Inside my stars class, target the div, or target the individual images. Let me go to the top where I had stars. Right then I'm going to say stars, just target the images and say margin on the right, margin right, let's say 20 pixels. No, let's say 10 pixels. Separate them out just a bit, Okay, I need to figure out why I even added these background colors. Let me grab the 3 of them, just remove them for now. And they're currently even scrolling to the outside still. But what is happening really is that, let me return that, return that, and then we can see what is really happening. What is really happening? I need them to be like this. So what did I do wrong? I need these are even displayed flex. Let me deal with that. So right here, if I say for large screens, let's say flex, this happens. Okay, item center large first of all, and then items center. It should really item center. It doesn't do nothing. Justify center. It does this. And then I can say on the paragraph, let me add a negative margin on the top. Oh, it has a margin top of 3. That's why. Oops, shouldn't have related that. Instead, I'm going to go for large screens and just say margin top, return that to 0. Oops, maybe 1. That happens. So I just need to grab this and paste it here. Is it here? Right, and then paste it there. And then on the paragraphs, right there. Oops, let me just copy it first. Copy this, and then on the paragraphs there and there, do that, which will do this. But then let me remove this display inline block. Where did I have it? The stars, and I want the divs. Not that. Let me remove it. So the display inline block was actually doing something. Okay, interesting, very interesting. Instead, I can go here and say for the body, let me have an overflow of hidden. I'm still not sure why this is happening. Still not sure why this is happening. As in why there's so much width, there's so much space here. Why is that happening? Okay, so what I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab these, grab the 3 of them, remove them from there, which will do this. Okay, and then I am going to place them on the divs and on the paragraphs. Hopefully that won't go wrong. So bg gray 200 on this, it does this. Okay, so if I grab this, copy it before the large, copy it before the margin, and it does this. No, nope, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Let me just place it back there. Let me see. Margin y of 5, padding y of 2. And then it's the same as this. It's the same as this. But on the section, this is the first div, this is the second div, this is the third div. Okay, you know what, I'm just going to leave it at that for now. I can't seem to figure out why this is behaving as it is. Probably it might be something that that I did something on the top somewhere that is affecting it. I'm still not quite sure, but it looks fine as it is. It looks fine as it is, and I hope you learned something new, of course. And you can follow me on Twitter and on Instagram. I'm going to leave the links in the description, and make sure you subscribe to the channel. It really helps out a lot. Leave a like, subscribe, and comment, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video, and welcome back to the challenge as well. Today we're going to be creating a landing page for a fictional VR company called Loop Studios. So you can go to frontendmentor.io/challenges and then just click this card and then click on start challenge. You can read the description if you want. I've already done that. Then you can click on get started and then download the starter file, which will download the files for you. And for me, it's located in my downloads folder. And then I'm just going to extract. Where is extract? Extract here. And then just open this with the Visual Studio Code. and then you'll notice that there are a few things that are already here. There are the design files in the images that we need, and then the gitignore, the index.html, and then the readme and the style guide. So I'm going to be building this with the React. So before we actually get into this, I'm just going to open my terminal, increase the font size, and I'm going to cd into my desktop like that, and I'm just going to say npx create react app, and I'm going to call it loop studios dash landing dash page like that, and then I'm just going to let it run as we look over this in a moment. So the design files, these are all just the images for the active states. What we need to do really first, so for the active state, you can see there's a cursor pointer, and then there's an opacity right there on hover, and then you can see a small border on each of the links. And then for the desktop design, this is how it looks for the desktop preview. So this is how everything looks on the desktop. And then for the mobile design, this is how the mobile design will look. So we have the logo here and a hamburger menu, and then we have the showcase just like that. I think it looks very nice. And then you have the mobile menu, which is just simply this. And then for the images, these are just all the images that we're going to require for this project. As you can see, this is for the grids. This is the showcase image, the interactive, and the grids once again. And then the same way for the mobile. And then we have the favicon right there that we're going to place into our index.html that is generated from create react app in the public folder. And then this is the close icon, the X, this is the Facebook icon, the hamburger icon, the 3 dashes, the Instagram, Pinterest, and Twitter, and this is the logo for Loop Studios. And of course, we're going to also need this gitignore because we're going to copy it into the gitignore that is generated from create react app. And then this is the index.html, our boilerplate, because you don't have to keep on typing this over and over again. And then for the readme, if you need to go through this project, if you need to see the requirements, you can just go through this readme, and somewhere like oh yeah, I've just remembered, we're also going to submit our solution. Once we are done, we're going to deploy it, we're going to submit it. Where's the submit project? Okay, we're going to submit it on the platform Frontend Mentor, just like that. I'm going to show you how. And then we're also going to deploy to GitHub because they're going to need the our source code as well. And then finally we have the style guide, where you have the designs are created for 375 pixels for mobile and 1440 for desktop. And then we have the primary colors, and then we have the fonts right there. And then finally the font awesome icons, but I'm going to use React icons instead because I find them much easier to use. Okay, so I'm just going to let this run, and then once it finishes, we will continue the video. Okay, now that that's finished, we can say cd into loop studios landing page, and then just open Visual Studio Code like that, and then place this to the side by side. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this images folder, and I'm going to copy it and then just paste it inside my public. So paste it, and then the gitignore, I'm going to just copy everything as well, and then paste it at the bottom of this gitignore, at the bottom, and then just change this to line 29, and this to 30, and then this to 36 like that. And then I'm going to grab my index.html, maybe not. I'm going to grab my readme, just grab everything, copy that, and just replace everything in this readme, paste it. And then I'm going to grab the style guide, so I'm going to copy this and then just paste it inside there. And then I think that's all we need, right? The index.html. Okay, let me just do this because it's easier. So I'm going to copy it, and then I'm just going to paste it inside here as well. And then I can close this, I think so. And then I can close this, and then I can open up the images folder, not the images but the design, and then just have this open in another window. Okay, so before we get started, I'm going to open my terminal, and then I'm just going to install React icons. So npm install react dash icons dash save, like that. I was thinking about using Tailwind CSS in this project, but I think I'll be fine using just custom CSS. I don't think it's a big issue, so I'm just going to use custom CSS instead of Tailwind CSS. Okay, so as this runs, we can begin to grab our fonts. Grab this Alata and Josephine Sans. So open this. Okay, grab this font, use the import, grab this, and then just paste it inside my index CSS. So in my source folder, I have index CSS, so just paste it at the top, and then we need the other one, this one. Grab the 300, okay, 300, this one. Use the import once again, grab that, and then just paste it as well. And then we are going to remove everything inside here, and then remove all this, and then I'm going to reset everything. So margin 0, what am I doing? Margin 0, padding 0, and box sizing, set it to border box, like that. And then in my body, I have to figure out actually what these fonts go to. So I'm going to leave this just like that, and then I'm going to delete my app CSS and my app TsbSankara. Maybe actually, let me just delete the app CSS. Okay, and then I'm going to go into my app.js, and then just remove these two, and then remove all of this, and then just return a div saying loop studios, like that. Just save that, close this down, and then let me see what else I need to update. So this should have finished running, and we see React icons is installed. Okay, nice. Okay, so one thing that I need to do is declare the font size for the paragraph right here. So where's my index? My index CSS. I'm just going to say for my paragraphs, I want the font size to be 15 pixels, like that. Oops. And then I'm going to grab all of this and set them into variables. So just copy it, and then say for my root, I'm going to do this white, this is white, right? This is black, this is dark gray, and this is very dark gray, like that. Remember to place your semicolons, and we will have this. Okay, so once we have this, let me look over my index HTML. Let me just see. So in my index HTML, I'm going to look over my images, and I'm going to copy this logo. No, not this logo, but this favicon. I'm going to copy this and then just paste it inside my public. So, and then I'm going to delete this favicon that we have here. So delete this, and then delete these two logos, delete them. And then in my index HTML, I'm going to replace this with favicon. What's it called? Favicon dash 32 by 32 dot png, like that. And then we need to change this theme color. I'm going to do that in a moment. And then we need to change this, and then set this to favicon once again, like that. And then just delete everything from this manifest up to there, right? And then change this description to loop studios, and then just change this to loop studios landing page, like that. And then just remove this comment. Okay, I think that should be it for this file, except the theme color. I'm going to delete that in a moment, and I'm just going to delete this manifest.json file because we don't need it anymore. And then I think we have everything that we need from this file, so that's nice. Okay, so what do we need to do next? We have our desktop, let me just close this. We have our favicon, our public as well, and we have our source folder, and this is missing. That's okay, I can just remove this for now. And then we need to delete this logo actually, because we actually even not using it. This is the React logo that spins at the center. We actually don't need this, so I'm just going to delete it. And then yeah, I think we can spin up our dev server. So I can say npm start like that, and as you can see, our dev server is now running. So I'm just going to close these windows, place this to the side like that, place this on the other side, and then we can begin our development. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is inside my source folder, I'm going to create a new folder called this components like that, and inside my components folder, obviously we need our headers, so I'm going to start with header.js. You can call this whatever you want actually, but I just prefer to call it header.js. And then in my app.js, we need to do a few things. Let me change this into an arrow function maybe. So const app equals to that, like that, into an arrow function, and then at the top, I can say import header from components / header like that. And then we need to render our header. We need to render it, so I'm going to return a fragment and then just say this is called header like that. Save that, and then in my header I'm going to say RAFCE, and then as well return a fragment, and I'm just going to say, let me return an h1 saying header component like that, and this is what we would expect, right? Okay, so the first thing that we need to do is we need to get our logo that we need to display here, as well as the hamburger menu. So in the public folder, remember I imported the images, right? So I'm just going to grab, this is the logo for Loop Studios. I'm going to grab this logo, copy that, then close this down, and then in my source folder I'm going to create a new folder called images, and then just paste this in, which is the logo, and then I can now import it into my header.js, and I'm going to say import logo from images / logo.svg, and then right here I'm going to return a header now, and inside this header I'm going to return a div with a class of logo, and then inside this div with a class of logo I'm going to return an image. The source will be the logo that we've imported, and then for the alt I'm just going to say Loop Studios like that, and then below this I'm going to return a div. I'm going to style this hamburger menu myself, so I'm going to give this a div with a class of menu-btn like that, and then I'm going to create 3 divs, each with a class of bar and bar-1. So this will be the bar-2 and bar-3. So this will be the first dash, second dash, and the third dash like that. And then we need to return our nav bar. So nav, which has another list and list items that are, let me check my image. Here it is. Okay, they are 1, 2, 3, 5 about, careers, events, products. Let me just place this right there. So 5 of them, and I'm going to say I want each of them to be a button, so I'm going to say about careers and events, and then products, and then support. In case you're wondering why I'm using buttons, it's because React has an issue with using anchor tags which don't go anywhere. It always throws a warning. So in fact they recommend using buttons and then styling them as links. So that's what we're going to do right there. Okay, and actually let me just go to the mobile menu. the mobile design like that. You can go to the mobile design, it's much easier. So we have the logo and then the hamburger menu. Okay, so let's save this, see how that looks, and we have that. Okay, let me just check something. So this is a transparent header, so which means we need our header to be positioned absolute, which means the showcase will go below the header and then it will do. Okay, so for the header class, I'm going to give this, for the header element, I'm going to give this a class name of header like that, simple. And then I'm going to go into my index CSS like that, and then just say for my header, I'm going to say, let me place a comment and say for the header, I'm going to say position absolute, position absolute like that. Save that. Nothing happens, but that's okay. And then I'm going to say display flex, align items to the center, and justify content to space between, which will place them like that. Now the reason why this isn't at the end is because technically we have our hamburger menu that we haven't styled right there, and then we have our Loop Studios logo. So I'm going to say we actually need to create this showcase which will help us to better style this header, so I'm going to leave it at that for now. And then I'm going to create my my next component called the showcase. So I'm going to say showcase.js like that, and then just say RFCE, and then in app.js I'm going to import my showcase. So showcase, I hope that imports it like that. It auto imports, that's okay. And then inside my showcase I'm going to return an empty angle brackets, which is a fragment, and then I'm going to say section with the class of showcase, and then a div with the class of overlay like that, and then an h1 saying what? Immersive experiences that deliver, immersive experiences that deliver. Now one thing I've noticed is that all the headers, all the titles have uppercase names. As you can see, this is uppercase, everything here is uppercase. So I'm going to just place a global style in my index CSS, and I'm going to say for my h1, h2, h3, h4, h5 and h6, though we won't use all of them, and I'm going to say text transform uppercase. And then I want to say each of these should have a font family of what we have imported. This is the 300 weight, and it's called, is this correct? Okay, it's correct. So I'm going to say Josephine Sans, and then a fallback of sans serif. And then for the paragraphs, I'm going to say font family, set it to Latta, and then sans serif as well, like that. Okay, looking very nice. So let's save that. Okay, let's save this. Let's see how this looks. We should have that, and now you can see that our header is actually positioned absolute like that. So we need to add the background image for our showcase. So inside the showcase, I'm going to say for my showcase class, I want the background to be URL, and actually we haven't imported this image, so let me do that. The image should be because this is mobile, I'm going to go into my mobile folder, and it should be this one, right? So I'm just going to copy this, and then just place it inside this folder, the images folder. So just paste it like that. Okay, and then I'm going to say this is coming from my images folder, and it's called image hero like that. And then I'm going to set the background repeat to no repeat, and then I'm going to set the background size to cover, and then I'm going to set the background position to center like that. But you'll notice something, it only takes up that much space. So I'm going to set the height to, let me say 700 pixels, move it to the bottom like that. Okay, looking very nice. So what we need to do next is take this text and move it to the center. So for my showcase and for my overlay class, I'm going to say display flex, and then justify wait a minute, justify content is for align them horizontally, so vertically is align items, so align item center, which will move it down. Really, is it not? For my overlay class, overlay, showcase overlay, or am I wrong? Justify content center, am I wrong? Oh, this is correct. I just need to set the height, so height of 700 pixels, which will move it down like that. And then I can now target my H1, so showcase overlay H1. I'm going to say set this color to white, set the font size to, let's see, 46 pixels. Okay, let's set the line height to 1.6, nope, 1.3, 0.2, 0.1. Okay, actually I can even just remove this, there's not much of a difference. Okay, let me just leave it. And then I need to add a border all around it, right? Where's this design? I need to add a border all around it, so I'm going to say on the H1 I'm going to say not on the H1 but on my overlay class, right? I want this to push inwards just a bit, so I'm going to say padding of 0 on the top and bottom, and let's say 20 pixels to the left and right, which will push it inwards. And then for my H1 I'm going to say border of 2 pixels solid and white, like that. And then I'm going to place a padding inside it so that it pushes away from the border, so padding of, let's see, 20 pixels. Okay, looking very nice. Let's reduce this to 1. Okay, 2 is much better. Okay, so now that we have our showcase, we can actually now style our header, because now we can see what we are styling. And just to get started, let me remove these bullets. So I'm going to say for the URLs, I'm going to say list style type to be none, like that, which will remove the bullets. And then for the button, I'm going to go below the P's, and for the button elements, I want the background color to be transparent. I want the font family to be Alata and sans serif. And then let's save that. Let's see how this looks. Remove the border, so border of 0, like that. Let me change the text color to white, like that. And then let's now style our because by default on a mobile screen this won't show, so let me style my hamburger menu first of all. And inside my header, let me just remember which class this was, the menu btn. So inside my header, there's my header, I'm going to say for my header and for my menu dash btn, I'm going to say background color of white, just so I can see where it is. Background color of white, let me say a padding of 20 pixels, and there it is. And then I need this to go to the end. Remember, we positioned it absolute, even though it's space between, it doesn't go to the end. So to fix that, I'm just going to say width of 100%, which will push it to the end like that. And then let me add a padding of, let's say, 10 pixels on the top and bottom and 20 pixels on the left and right, like that. And then I want to target each of the bars inside my menu button class. So I'm going to say for the bar, is it for the bar? For the bar, okay, I'm going to say I want a width. Let me give this a width of 35 pixels and a height of 3 pixels and a background color of white. So I can remove this because we're actually going to see them now, like that. And then I'm going to say margin of 0 on the top and bottom. Okay, sorry, 0 on the top, 0 on the right, and then just say 3 pixels on the bottom, which will separate them out like this. Let's make this 5 pixels. Okay, and then Now we need this to display as none because we don't want to see it on mobile screens. So I'm going to go inside my nav bar, right? So index CSS, and then I'm just going to say for my header, I want to target the nav, and I just want to say display none. Oops, display none. Like, oops, does it not? For the header, for the nav, for the UL, display none. Wait, does it not work? Okay, there you go. It displays none, and as you can see, now we have our logo, and then we have our menu button, and they are looking nice. Now I want this to have a cursor on hover, so I'm just going to say cursor pointer, like that, and we have that. Okay, looking very nice. We're going to deal with this later, so I just want to get the UI first of all. Now that we have our header and showcase, we need to create our next one, which is this interactive section. So I'm just going to call it interactive, right? And you can see we have so many changes to commit. So let me close this. Actually, I need this image first of all, the image for the interactive, which is this one, right? So I'm just going to grab, oops, where is it? I'm going to copy this, and then inside my images folder, I'm just going to paste it like that. And I've just realized this might be an issue on bigger screens. That's okay, I'll deal with it later. So now that we have this interactive image, I can go into my components folder and create a new file called interactive.js, and just say RAFCE, and then just return a fragment and a section. And inside this section, I'm going to return a div first of all with the image that we're going to import, and I'm just going to call it interactive img, and with no alt, and I'm just going to say import interactive img from images, like that, and it's called interactive, what's it called, image interactive, image-interactive.jpg. okay, and then to render it, let me close this, close this. To render it, I'm just going to say interactive, and when I click this, it should auto import it like that. Okay, but I want this to be at the top, so let me render that. And as you can see, we now have our image, but it goes outside of the width, so let me fix that. And I'm just going to say for every image, let me put it below this, for every image, let it take up a max width of 100%, and it fixes that like that. So let's deal with our text. So below this, I'm going to have another div with an h2 saying what does it say? The leader in, oh, I actually have the index.html file right there. Where is it? Right there. So I can copy it, the leader in interactive VR, paste it there, and then below this have a paragraph, and then just grab this, copy it and paste it, and that will be it. We just need to style it. We have that, looking very nice, and then I'm just going to say this should have a class. Let me give this a class name of interactive, so we can target it and style it. Okay, so in my index CSS, I'm going to place another comment and say interactive, and for my interactive class, I'm going to say first of all, let me have a padding. So padding on the top of, let's say 20 pixels. Actually, I have 20 pixels all around, right? So I can just say 20 pixels, which will have it all around, but I want more at the top. So let me say 50 pixels on the top and bottom, and then 20 pixels on the left and right. Okay, and then I can say for my interactive, I want to target my H2. Actually, let me just first text align center for everything here, which will push everything to the center. And then for my H2, I'm going to say padding of 20 pixels on top and bottom, and 0 on the left and right. Let me say 30 pixels on the top and 20 pixels on the bottom. And then for my paragraph, I said the paragraphs have a gray background color, is it not? So let me just set it here and set the color to very dark gray. Let's see that the variable that we had set up, is it very dark gray? Let me say dark gray. Let me say dark gray. How's this looks? Nope, very dark. That's more readable. So very dark gray. Let's just confirm that, and we have this. Okay, now you can see that this has a bit more padding than the general padding on the image on our section. So I'm going to just add a class name on this and just say class name of interactive dash text, like that, and then go back into my index CSS, and then I'm going to say for my interactive dash text, actually now this means this should be inside here as well, because we're targeting the h2 inside the interactive text class. So for my interactive text, let me move this up. I want to say give this a padding of 0 on the top, and then just place a padding of, let's say, 30 pixels on the left and right, which will move it inwards. Let's say 50 pixels, 40. I like 40 because this is technically 365 pixels and this is 500 pixels, so 40 is nice for this. And then let me just add a line height on this, line height of 1.3 to push it just apart a bit, and we have that looking nice. So now we need to deal with this section of our creations, and as you can tell already, we're going to create a data array because we don't want to import 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 images into our file. So I'm going to create a new component called creations.js, like that, and then I'm going to say rafce return a fragment, and then just return an h2 saying our creations, like that. To render it, we just need to say creations, like that, and then import it. So creations, like that, and we can view it, creations, like that, and you can see our creations right there. Okay, so we need to create our data array, and our data array, we have mobile images first, so we'll be targeting this folder. So inside my source folder, I'm going to create a new file called data-mobile.js, and then I'm just going to say const data equals to an array of objects, and then just export default data, and then this will have an ID of 1. It will have an image, right? The image will be coming from my images folder, from my mobile folder, and this first image is called deep earth. Let's see deep earth. Okay, so image dash deep earth dot jpeg. Okay, and then it has a title, and the title for this, we need to have a comma at the end. The title for this is deep earth, like that, and we just need to copy it down 7 more times. So I'm going to grab this and then shift alt and just press down. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, change this to 8. Oops, change this to 8, change this to 7 6 5 oops 4 3 and 2. And then this second image is night arcade. Is it night arcade? Okay, so night dash arcade, night arcade, like that. And then this is, the third one is soccer. So is it soccer? Oops, right, soccer team, soccer team VR. Okay, don't worry about the how the text looks, because it's all uppercase, so we don't really need to change much. And then the fourth one is the grid, so image grid, so grid, and then the grid like that. The fifth image is from above, so image from above, from dash above, and then from up above, oops, above VR. And then the sixth one is Pocket Borealis, okay, Pocket Borealis, and then Pocket Borealis. And then the seventh one is the Curiosity. Where is it? So image dash Curiosity, Curiosity, the Curiosity. And then finally for the eighth one is Fish Eye, so image dash Fish Eye like that, and then make it Fish Eye like that. Okay, and I've just realized that we don't need to do this once again for the desktop. All we need to do is just change this mobile to desktop and it will be targeting because they all have the same name. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab everything and copy it like that, and then immediately create another file inside my source folder, and I'm going to call it data-desktop.js like that, and then paste this in. And then I'm going to grab all of the mobiles, so I'm just going to click on the first one and press Ctrl D, and it will grab everything and just say change this to desktop like that, and we'll have created our desktop array like that. So first of all, we need to go back to our creations, and then we need to create all of this. So we need to import our data array. So import data from, what did he call it, data mobile first of all like that. And then I'm going to say const cards, cards, and set cards equals to react.useState, and we're using our data. This is another way to use the use state if you don't want to import it up above. And then I'm going to say inside here I want to return a section, and then I want to map over my data, so cars.map, and for every individual card, then we just want to destructure it. We have the ID, the image, and the title. This will be coming from card like that. And then set up my return. I want to return an article with the key of ID, right? And then this article will have the image, right? The path for this will be the image. The alt, I'm just going to say creations card like that. And then we're going to have an h3, let me say an h3 saying title. This should be it. Let me place this inside a div. I feel much safer when it's inside a div. And then actually I can leave this because this is already a block element. So let me save that, and then let's take a look. And look at that, we have this looking very nice. Okay, but we need to have our h2. I don't know why I deleted it, so I'm just saying h2 saying our creations like that. And then give this a class name. Actually, let me go here and just say section class name not interactive, this is creations dash mobile like that, so that I can target every element inside here. Okay, and notice that it's changed here and it changed at the end here as well, so remember to change it at the end. So I'm just going to go inside my creations mobile class. So I'm going to say creations dash mobile. I'm going to say creations dash mobile. I want to target the h2 first of all, and I want to say text align center, which will move it to the center. Let me say padding bottom of 20 pixels, which will move it apart from this. Let's say 30 pixels, move it even more apart. And then for the creations mobile class, I want to add a padding so that these move away from from the edge of the browser window. And I'm going to say padding of 0 on the top and bottom and 20 pixels on the left and right. Okay, and then now for my section which has all of this, remember this is a section, sorry, this one, for this section I want to display this as a grid so that I can manipulate this on bigger widths. So I'm going to say for my creations mobile, I want to target the section and just say display grid with template columns, repeating, not repeating, but one fractional each, and then add a grid gap of 20 pixels so that they move apart like that. And then for the H2, actually not for the H2, but for this first div, actually there's only one div inside here, so I can only target it. I can say for my creations mobile, I want to target the div and I want the div to position relative. The reason why I want this to position relative is because I want to position this as absolute inside this div. And actually I'm doing this wrong. I want the article to position relative. Is that correct? Is that correct? That should be correct. So let me change this to article. And then for the H2 I can just say position absolute. And then I'm going to say from the bottom, let me have 20 pixels from the bottom, and nothing happens. Why does nothing happen? Let me change this to the div, and nothing still happens. Creations mobile H2. I'm even targeting oh, this is an H3, it's an H3, so this should be an H3, and we have that. Look at that. So from the bottom, let me just say 0. Okay, so it's not let me remove this padding from there. Okay, so it goes down. So I'm going to say padding of 0 on the top, 0 on the right, and then let me just say 20 pixels on the bottom and 20 pixels on the left. Move it inwards just a bit. Let me change the color to white like that, and then let me change I thought I had textile and center on this. Apparently I did not, or I targeted it wrongly. So textile and center, move it to the center, padding bottom 30 pixels like that. Okay, let me increase the font size for this H3s. For the H3s, let me say font size, let's say 30 pixels. Nope, 24 pixels. 24 pixels is much better. And then let me give them a width of 192 pixels like that. Let me see how this looks. So Deep Earth, Night Arcade, they all have a width. So let's say a width of 180. Nope, 150. So that they go on 2 lines. Okay, let me remove this text line center from here, and we have that. Look at that. Let me just increase the line height. So line height, set that to 1.3, so that they separate out just a bit, and look at that, we're already done with this. So let me just add a padding on the bottom. Actually, you know what, for the H2s, I want the H2s to be just a bit bigger than this. I want them to be just a bit bigger. So let me go back to the top, and let me just say below this, let me target the H2s, just say the font size. How large is an H2? Is it 30 pixels? Yeah, 30 pixels is fine. It's bigger already. So let me go into my creation. For my creations mobile, right there, I'm going to say padding of 50 pixels on the bottom, so that we have some margin right there where we can now add, oh, we have a button. I missed the button, so we need a button first of all. So inside my creations.js, I'm going to go let me go outside of this section, and then I can create a div and just say for the button, let me say the text says what, see all, like that. Give this a class name of btn, and it should render, right? You can see it. Oh, here it is. Here it is. So let's style it. So inside my creations mobile, I want to target my btn, and first of all, wait a minute, let me give this a class name of btn-container, because I want the button to be text align center. So I'm going to say btn-container and just say text align center, move it like that, and then let me say padding of 30 pixels on the top and bottom and 0 on the left and right, and we have that. And then now I can target my actual button, so btn, like that, and I'm going to say, let me give this a border of 2 pixels, solid and black, like that. Let me give it a padding of, let's say, 10 pixels on the top and bottom and 30 pixels on the left and right, like that. Let me change the text color to black, once again. Let me say text transform uppercase. Let me say what else do you need to do, cursor pointer, and then we need the hover state for this, right? So for my hover state, I'm going to say I want the background color to be black, and then I want the text color to be white. And then let's have a transition here. So transition the background color by 0.2 seconds. Look at that, looking very sharp, very nice. And then finally we need to make our footer. So we need our footer component, of course. Where is it? Inside my components folder, I'm going to create a new file called footer.js, right? And then I'm going to say irfce, return a fragment, and then return a footer element with a class of footer, and then return let me return a div, right? Return a div, because this on bigger screens, let me see how this looks on bigger screens. Look how it looks on bigger screens. So technically I want this to be one element and then this to be the other element. So what I can do is I'm going to say return a div, and we need the what's it called, the logo. So I'm going to import the logo. So import logo, just like we did in the header. So import logo from go up one, from images /logo -.svg. So we need to have this logo. So image, the source is coming from the logo. Okay, and then once we have this, I want a UL, right, with LIs how many? Actually, let me just copy this from the header. Where's my header? From my header component, just going to grab this, copy that, and then in my footer, just come and paste that. But then I want this to be inside a div, so that when I display flex, it also displays as a flex item. So this is one element containing 2 block elements, okay? And then outside of this, I'm going to have a div, and this is where React icon comes in. So I'm going to have a UL with LIs, how many? 4 of them. And we're going to get this from GR Facebook. So this is a React icon that we're going to import. The second one is FA Twitter. The third one is FA Pinterest. And the final one is FA Instagram. Like that. And we need to import them, of course. So I'm going to say import GR Facebook from React icons /gr, and then import FA Twitter, and then FA Pinterest, and then FA Instagram from react dash icon slash font awesome, like that. And then now inside this div, but below this UL, and have another div with a copyright symbol, so ampersand copy, and then say 2021 Loop Studios, all rights reserved, like that. And that should be our footer. We need to display it, so I'm just going to go below this saying footer, and it should auto import it for me, but I want it. Okay, there you go, looking very nice. So let's see how this looks. Reload it, fade to compile. Oops, in my footer there's a capital P. There you go, and we will have that like that. So let's begin to style it. So inside my index CSS, let's say comments in footer. I'm going to target my footer, give this a background color. Oops, background color of black once again, like that, so we can actually see now what we are styling. Let me give this the text color of white, so that we can actually we can see all the elements. Okay, let me add a padding on the top of 50 pixels as well as on the bottom. Push it down just a bit, and then just say text align center. Push it to the center like that, and then let me target this UL. So for this UL, let me close this. So for this UL, I'm going to give this a special class name of social, so that I can target it individually, because this is displayed as a flex item, as flex box really. So I'm going to say for the footer, first let me target this div. Let me target this div with a class of logo, class name logo, like that, which contains this div and this UL. Oops, save this. So I'm going to say for the footer, I want to target the logo, and I want the div inside here. So I'm going to say for the div, let me just say margin bottom of 20 pixels. Oops, of 20 pixels. It doesn't move. Why doesn't it move? Really? That's okay. I can target the image and just say margin bottom of 20. Let me say display block, reload it, display. Oh my goodness, you know what, I don't want to deal with this, so let me just give this a class name, and I'm going to grab this and just paste it inside there. So this should move it down like that. And then for my footer, for the, once again, let me say for the ULs, let me just target all the ULs like that. And I'm going to say margin bottom of 20 pixels, which will push this down as well. Let's say 30. Let's see how 30 looks. 30 looks fine. And then for the footer, ULs and the LIs, I want a margin bottom. I want a margin bottom of 20 pixels, so that these separate out, and I know it will affect this as well. So we have that. And then now I can target my footer, and I can target the social class. And then for the LIs, I'm just going to say margin bottom of 0, which will do that. And then I can say for the footer, for the social class, I just want to display flex on them. This will happen, and then I'm going to say align item center and just for content center, and push them like that. And then I want a margin right of 20 pixels, which then push them apart. Let me increase the font size to 30 pixels. Nope, let's say 24 pixels, like that. And would you look at that, we have our footer. One thing we still need to do though is this hasn't taken up the text the font family I mean. So I can go back to my footer and then target this class and just give this a class name of copyright like that, and then target it footer.copyright, give this font family of Alata and sans serif, and we have that. Change the text color to dark gray like that. Font size, reduce it to, let's say, 15 pixels like that. Looking very nice, very nice. So now all we need to do is just scale it up, right? So to scale it up, where do we start? I'm going to start with the showcase, right? And I'm going to scale it up starting from about 1024 pixels. So I'm going to add, oops, what did I do? Let me see. I'm going to say for a media with a mean width of 1024 pixels, then I want the showcase. Okay, I have just remembered something. We need to import the image. Okay, so since we need to import the image, we need to separate them out because they have the same name even though this is for mobile. Okay. So inside my images folder, I'm going to grab these two. I'm going to cut them. So I'm going to cut them, and then I'm going to create a new folder here called this mobile, and then just paste them in like that. And we need to update our imports, and then inside this images folder, I'm going to create a new folder called desktop, and then I'm going to import the hero image as well as the interactive image. So I'm going to say for the interactive and the hero image, copy these and then paste them inside this folder. So paste them like that. Okay, and then we need to go back to our showcase and update our path. So this is coming from mobile / like that, and then actually I just need to copy this, just grab this, paste it there, change this to desktop, and then remove this, and that should work. I thought I'd complete this. Interactive, where's our interactive? Our interactive, this is coming from mobile as well, like that. This should fix it. Reload that, and there you go. So we still have everything that is correct, looking very nice. Okay, so let's just scale it up now. Okay, and you can see now that we added this media query, once it reaches 1024 pixels, then it substitutes the hero image for our new desktop image, as you can see, looking very nice. So what we just need to do now is increase the font size for this and then limit its width. So I'm going to say for my showcase, for my overlay class, I want to target the H1, and I'm going to say give this a width of 500 pixels. Let's see how that looks. Let's say 800, not 8500, 800, and then let's see 700. Let me increase the font size. So I'm going to say font size, increase this to 64 pixels, and then let me add margin on the top of 30 pixels so that it just pushes down just a bit. Let's say 100, pushes it down just a bit. Okay, like that. And then now we need to deal with this. Okay, so for this I'm going to do something very cheesy, and I'm going to say I'm going to add a media query for where once 1024 pixels is reached, then we're going to substitute the component that is displayed. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another component. Close this. I'm going to create another component called creations desktop.js, like that, and it will basically have almost the same style as this. So I'm just going to grab all of this and then paste it inside here, and then just change this to creations desktop, and then change this to creations desktop as well, And now remember, this is now coming from data from data desktop that we created a few moments ago. And once I save this, something will be a bit different that we'll need to fix. So this will now come to the top, as you can see in our image. Where is it? Right here. Now the button comes from the bottom to the top, as you can see, and I don't want to use absolute positioning because it really messes up with the responsiveness. So I'm going to grab this, move it right there, and then I'm going to place all of this inside a div with a class of title, like that, so that we can display flex on this and then justify content to be space between, which will move them to the side, as you would expect. And then I'm going to say, what else do I need to change? These remain the same, so let me save that, and then let me go into my app.js. Let me import it. So I'm going to import it right below this, and I'm going to say creations desktop, like that. Copy this down, change this to creations desktop, like that. And once I save it, it's going to interfere with our, with everything really, as you can see. So we just need to style it up a bit. Okay, so in my creations.js, remember this has a class of creations mobile, and in my creations desktop, I'm going to change this to creations desktop, like that. And then once I save this, I'm going to go into my index CSS, and I'm going to add a media query above this, and I'm going to say at media min width of 992 pixels. Then I want the creations mobile to display none, like that. And then I want the creations desktop to display block, like that. The reason for this is because we're going to display it as none at the top, so that in the beginning it's actually displaying as none on a mobile screen. So I'm going to go above here and then just change this to none, like that, and this should fix it. So we have our desktop right there, and we have, as you can see, we no longer have our element. We just need to style this now. Oh wait, where's my button? My button is missing. My button is missing. Oops. Creation desktop. This is my button. See all. Why isn't it showing? Oh, that's okay. So let me go into my creations desktop. So inside my media query, right there. So creations desktop, like that. I want to target the class of title. The div with the class of title, just say display flex. Where's my button? Oh, here's my button. Okay, there is my button. So I'm just going to copy the styles that I had on the button for starting from here up to here. Copy that and then just paste them inside this media query, and then just change this and this, change this to desktop. Right, that should do it, like that. And then I can say remove the padding. Where's the padding that I had right there? Remove this padding so that it goes back to the top. And then right here I'm going to say align item center and justify content to space between, which will push it to the end, like that. And then let me add a padding of 0 at the top and bottom, and 20 pixels on the left and right, which will move them inwards. And then now we just need to display these as a grid, right? So I'm going to say, let me see, this is the section. I want this section to display as grid. So I'm going to say inside my creations desktop, I want the section, and actually this shouldn't be here, this is below the btn. So I'm going to grab this, copy it below this, and I'm just going to say display grid with template columns, repeat 4 and 1 fractional each. And we have that. Look at that. Wait, what's wrong? What is wrong? Something is wrong. What style did I apply? This is the button. Creations desktop, article, the article. Why is the article for this? Data get the article, only position relative. Okay, so let me say padding of 0 and 50 pixels on the left and right. Push it inwards, but I don't want that. Instead, I want this 902 pixels. So I'm going to say, actually, you know what, I'm going to say I should have done this inside 1024 pixels. So I'm just going to grab all of this, so just cut it, remove it from here, and then I'm going to paste it below this, and it should have the same effect like that. And then I'm just going to say what do I want to say? For the section, let me remove this padding first of all. Okay, and then instead let me say max width, max width of 1000 pixels, and just say margin of auto, which will push it like that. And then we can now add a grid gap of, let's say, 20 pixels, separate them out. Okay, this is 1024 pixels, so I need to add another media query, and let's say media of, let's say 1280 pixels. Min width of 1280 pixels. And then I'm just going to say grab this, actually paste that in, change this to 1100, and we only need that one actually, like that, which will increase it just a bit. Which means, because I want this to all line up, I need this to push inwards and this to push inwards as well, and then I'm going to need these to push inwards as well. Okay. So let's do this. First of all, we actually need to do this. I don't know why I missed this, so I'm just going to say it's the same styling as them that we had above. So inside this article, I want to grab all this, copy this, and just paste it below this. Should it be below? Position relative. This is creations desktop. This is desktop as well. Let's see that. Pushes it up like that and looking very nice. So that's fine. And then let's add a padding on the top and bottom for this. So I'm going to say padding on the top of the section desktop. Where is it? Let me say padding of 50 pixels on the top and bottom. Okay, so now let's deal with this for the header. So this, where is it? For the title, I'm going to grab this. So once I grab the title, this is still inside the same media query. Okay, so I'm going to say give this max width of 1000 pixels, was it? And just let's see how that looks, and then just say margin of auto. Margin of auto, like that, which will push it inwards, so which means I can remove the padding. Where's this padding coming from? It's coming from, you can see it for my title. There's no padding. Let's see, padding 0. Okay, let's see, padding 0 on the top and padding 30 pixels on the left and right. Oops, no, the opposite. 30 pixels on the top and 0 on the left and right, which will push it down. So this needs to, oh, I know why, I understand why. So I'm going to grab this and then just change this on this media query, like that. Change this to max width 1100 pixels. and now it's going to go end to end like that. And now we need the hover state for this. So on hover, this has a cursor pointer and it has some opacity on it, so we need to target the what's it called, is it the div or the articles? Let me see. We need to target the article, so I have it right here, and I can just go below this and say for the hover state I want the opacity to be 0.7 like that, and then cursor pointer like that. And then we need to do this, the same thing, we need to do this for the creations mobile. So let's say creations mobile for the article, that was it right there. So I'm going to say creations mobile, the article, just paste it in, and now even if you go to mobile screens, as you can see, we now, oops, I want the hover like that, looking very nice. Okay, so we need a few more things before we are done, and we need first of all to fix this footer. So I'm going to say for media, I'm going to start displaying flex on the footer at about 768 pixels. So I'm going to say media min width of 7, oops, what am I writing, min width of 768 pixels. I want to target the footer, oops, the footer, and I just want to say text align initial, is initial a value, like that. And then I want to say for the footer, for the social, I want to display as initial as well. Let me see, initial, so that it resets everything like that. And then let me have a padding, of it was 50 pixels on the top and bottom, and let's just say 50 pixels all around. Push it inwards, and then display flex. So we have that, display flex, and then align items to the center. Should I? Let's see, align item center, oops, flex, align item center, and then justify content to space between, push it end to end like that, and then target this, now this UL, right? And I actually don't want this align item center because I want this to be at the top like that. So let's see, let's deal with this. So where was that? For the ULs, I can just target the footer ULs. So I can say for the footer ULs, I want to display flex like that. Okay, looking very nice. And then I can say for the footer ULs and the LIs, I want a margin of 0 on the top and bottom and 20 pixels on the left and right. And then let me increase the font size. Increase this to 18 pixels. Or does that not work? Let me target the actual button. So I'm going to say for the footer ULLI and the button, I want the font size to increase to 18 pixels. So with that we have that. And then let me say, instead of this, let me say 0 and 0, so that there's no margin right there beginning it. So we still have this, right? And then now I can deal with this footer. So I can say for the footer social, let me say display flex. So we have that already and looking nice. And actually that's how the footer looks. So one more thing I just want to change is on hover, I want this to be a cursor for the button. So I'm going to go into my global style for my button, and I'm just going to say cursor pointer like that, and we have that looking very nice, very nice. So now all we need to do is limit it for about 1000 pixels. So where was it? So I'm just going to go below this. I'm going to say for the footer, let me have a max width of 1100 pixels, and then margin of auto like that. Oops, that's not what I wanted. That is not what I wanted. So I'm going to remove this. Actually, instead of removing that, I can instead say grab all of this, grab everything inside the footer and place it inside another div with a class of footer dash inner. That messes up the styling. I was expecting that. Okay, so let me remove this, and instead say let me have a padding of 50 pixels on the top and bottom, and let's say 100 pixels, 150 pixels on the left and right, which will move it inwards. And then just grab this, paste it below this, change this to 200 pixels, which will move it even more inwards. Let's say 250, like that. Okay, so what do we need to do? We just need this now. Okay, and one thing I've noticed is that I'm actually going to change this image, you know what, for the interactive. So we are done with the creations. So for the interactive, instead of using the mobile image, I'm going to use the desktop image, which is just a bit bigger, but technically it doesn't have much of a difference. As you can see, there's not really much of a difference. And then I'm going to say for my interactive, at about 902 pixels. Where was that? I deleted that, the media query for that, so I'm going to create it. Maybe, should I? Let me see, at media with a min width of 902 pixels. I'm going to say I want to target my interactive class, and I just want to say, I want to say display grid, display grid template columns, repeat 2 and 1 fractional each, like that. And then I want to target this grid, this div with a class of interactive text. It was interactive text, like that. And then I want to say position absolute, like that. And then I want to say set this to a width of 800 pixels, like that. Set it to the right by 100 pixels, like that. Set it to the bottom by minus 20 pixels. Oops, let me see, bottom minus 10%. Really? Oh, I know why. It's because this has to be position relative. Yeah, there you go. That's why I don't like absolute positioning. It can trick you very, very easily. So let me say bottom minus 10 pixels, 10%, nope. Let me say minus 20 pixels, minus 10. Okay, you know what? Let me say bottom. Let me just say bottom 0, like that. And then let me give this a background color of white, like that, so you can see that it is kind of overlaying on this. So I'm going to increase this right to 150, like that, and increase this bottom, let's say bottom 30 pixels, so it moves upwards. Let's say 50 pixels, moves even more upwards, and then lets me have a padding of 50 pixels all around, like that. And look at that, we have our overlay, and we just need to separate it out a bit from this, right? So we can do that, and I'm going to say for the creations, for my creations desktop, I'm going to say let me have a margin on the top, so margin top of 50 pixels, like that, so that it separates it out just a bit. And then I'm going to say for this class of interactive, let's see if I can say a max width. Let me see what happens. Max width of 900 pixels. Nothing happens. Let's say margin of auto. Nothing happens. Okay, that's fine. That's really fine. All I need to do now, let's see, just to make sure that nothing breaks. Making sure that nothing breaks, and this is not what I wanted, so I'm going to grab this, remove this media query again, and then just paste it below this. Let's say 100. Let's say 50. Okay, you know what, let's say 0, and then reduce this to 600. Okay, yeah, that looks better. Yep, that looks better. We just need to change these two for the interactive text on, what was it, on 1280. So I'm going to say for the interactive text, grab these two, change this back to 800, change this back to, what was it, 100 pixels, was it? Yeah, there you go, there you go, looking very nice. And then one thing that I want to do is actually set these widths to, the widths of the images to 100% so that they don't do this, you know. For this, what class is this? Okay, so let me see if I can go inside this div that is holding these images and say text align center. Let me see if that will work. Or instead of that, let me try something first. This is for the mobile, so it's creations mobile. Did I display it as grid? Right here. Let me see if I can say place items to the center. Yeah, there you go, place item center. That looks much better, looks much better. Okay, so I think the only thing that we're remaining with would be the header, our button right there. So let's deal with our button. And where was our button? It was right here. And right here I'm just going to start and I'm going to say for my menu button, for the header .menu btn, when it has a class of rotate, then I want to target each of the individual bars. Remember, you give them unique values, and I want bar 1 to transform and rotate. I want it to rotate 40 degrees. Oops. And then let me just copy this, paste it 2 more times. I want bar 2 to disappear, so opacity of 0. And then I want bar 3 to rotate minus 40 degrees. And then I just want all of this to transition, so transition by 0.4 seconds. Okay. And then let me see, let me try adding, let me close this and this, and we are done with the reactjs. Let me try opening this header and then just adding a class of, wait, what? A class of rotate here, and we have that. So let's style it even more. I want this to move margin top, a negative margin of, let's say 10 pixels, let's say 16 pixels, let's say 15. Okay, 16 is much better, like that. And then once we do that, then we need to style our header, so our navbar, I mean. So when this has a class name of open, I want to style it up a bit. So I'm going to say for my header, where did I have the navbar? I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to say let's save that. Let's see how this looks. It's right there. Okay, it's right there. Let me place this. Okay, so I need this to position absolute, right, first of all, and I need it top 0, right 0, bottom 0, and left 0, with the background color of black. This will ensure that it takes up the whole screen. Let's look at that, and we have that. And then let me say mean height of 100 viewport heights, like that, looking very sharp. And then let me just say for the navbar, for the header, for the navbar, I want to target the UL, and let me say padding on the top. Let's say padding on the top of 100 pixels, that it moves down. Let me target this and target the LIs and I'm going to say text transform. Actually that won't work. I want the buttons, and I want to say text transform to uppercase like that. Let me increase the font size to 46 pixels. Let's say 36 pixels. And then I can target each of the individual list items like that, and I'm going to say margin bottom of 20 pixels, separate them out, and then just add some padding here on the left. So padding left, let's say padding left of 20 pixels. Move them inwards just a bit, and then once that happens, actually that's all the styling that we need for this. Okay, I'm going to say we actually need to have another list item here, and this list item would be the image which has the logo right there. Let me remove this from here. Let me place a div and then the image. Let me see what will happen. Yeah, I want it at the top like that, so I can say this, give this a class name of nav-logo, nav-logo like that, and then I can target it. So I'm going to go inside the header nav. So for the header, the nav, and I want the nav-logo, and add a padding of let's see 20 pixels all around like that. Actually that looks nice, Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to target our navbar, right? We need to target our navbar. Remove this class name of open because we want to add it dynamically. And I'm going to say that I actually want this to display none first of all. Actually, instead of display none, I'm going to say height of 0 and overflow of hidden. That should still work, doesn't it? What? Are you serious? Are you serious? Display none. Okay, display none, it's fine. It's fine. And then we need to remove this class of rotate from here so that we have that to begin with. Okay, so what we need to do now is we need to for this menu button, where's the menu btn? Right here. We need to grab the menu button, and then we need to grab the navbar as well. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to say for this I want an on-click event for this. So on click, I want to place my inline function, and I'm going to call it show nav like that, and I'm going to create it. I'm going to say const show nav like that, my arrow function, and I'm going to grab the buttons. So menu btn equals to document dot query selector, and it has a class of menu dash btn, right? Menu dash btn, and then I want to grab the navbar. So copy this and just say const navbar, change this to an element of nav like that, and then I just want to say menu btn dot add event listener. We're listening for the click event. Do it like that, and then I'm going to say I want the navbar to have a class list. So class list dot toggle, and we're toggling the class of open on the navbar, and then I want the menu button as well to have a toggle. So we are toggling the class of rotate like that, and I hope this works. And we still can't see the navbar. Why? The navbar class of open. Oh, you know what? It's because I don't have it right there. I don't have the class of open. So I'm going to say for the navbar, for the header, for the nav, once it has the class of open, then I want to display block like that, and we have that. I'm still not sure. I've still not been able to figure out why we need a double click here. I did a project similar to this. If you saw the video, I'm still not sure why we need a double click. If you know why, please leave a comment in the comment section, of course. And then now we just need to display our navbar on bigger screens, so at about 992 pixels. Once we change this to a different showcase, let me see where we did that. It was at 1024 pixels. So I'm going to say right here for the header, I want to target the menu btn, and I want this to display none like that. And then I want the header and I want the navbar to display block like that, and we need to style it up. Let me push this to the side, and then once I push it to the side, I'm going to say background color transparent like that. And then we need this nav logo to not display. So inside the header for the nav, and I want to target the .nav dash logo, I want to say display none, so that there are no conflicting logos right there. And then what do we need to do? I need to target these buttons and reset their styles. So let me just grab them from the top right here. Actually, even this one, right? Let me go back. Where was I? This is the showcase. Where am I? 1024 pixels. Okay, right there. And then change this back to 15 pixels. Change this to capitalize. Change this to margin bottom of 0 and margin right of 20 pixels. Let's save that, and we have this. So inside the header now, let me go above this. So inside the header, we now need to say display flex. Is that it? It's already displayed flex, right? Isn't it? Let me see. For the header, it's already on display flex, so I just need to change the flex direction. So let's go back right there, and I say flex direction, change it to row. Is it not? Really? Is this working? Okay, it's working. Okay. Let me see. What is happening? Okay, so let me just do this instead. Inside the UL, I'm going to say header nav UL. Let me say display flex. So that happens. Let me see if I can say top 0. I don't know whether this is positioned absolute. It's not. Let's say position absolute, and it's not. Let me remove the padding of 0, and then let's say what was it? Justify content to space between. Right, let me remove this first of all. But why doesn't it work on this? On the header, let's see, justify content to space between. Nothing happens. Why doesn't anything happen? Why doesn't anything happen? If I have to say right of 0, will it go to the right? It goes extremely to the right. Really? Okay, it goes a right of 0. Okay, so let me do this. We have this, so let me say top of 10 pixels. Push it down so that it's the same height as this. Okay, let me target the button so that I can increase the font size. Let me say 18 pixels instead, so that we have that, it's more visible. And then actually, you know what, let me say for the header, let me add a padding on the header, a padding of, let's say 20 pixels and 30 pixels on the left and right. This moves this down, but this is positioned absolute, so it's not affected. But instead we can say that for this, for the top, where's the top, we have 10 pixels, let's say 20 pixels on the top, and at the right, let's say 30 pixels. Move it down so that it's the same line as this. Okay, and then I just want to increase. Okay, this is fine, actually this is fine as it is, really. So the button is here, the creation is there, and we have the leader in interactive VR, and we have this. Okay, looking good. I think actually that's the end of this. Is it? Let's look at the design. Let's see how this looks. Oh, you know what, these are the same age as well as this, so we need to fix that. The footer had a padding of 250 pixels, if I remember correct, at 1280. So on the header at about 1280 pixels. Let's see right here. I'm going to say for the header, then I just want, I want padding on the left to be 200 pixels. Was it 200 or 250? I can't remember. Let me just confirm the footer. I think it's already at the bottom. So set this to 250 pixels for the header, move it inwards just a bit, and then for the header, for the nav UL, I'm going to say on the right by 250 pixels. Push it inwards like that, and then we need to push this inwards and push this inwards. So this is the interactive component. Where is it? Interactive. Like that. I need a padding of 0 on the top and bottom and 250 pixels on the left and right. Push it inwards like that. Actually on the top and bottom, let's say 50 pixels. Separate it out just a bit from this, and then we have that. Look at that, looking very nice. Now they're all on the edge and they look uniform, and it's amazing. Oh, we still need to push this inwards, so we need the, what's it called, we need the showcase, we need the overlay, and we need the H1 and say margin on the left to 250 pixels. And let's say dashboard like that, and we need to commit this to GitHub, right? We need to commit this to GitHub first of all. So let me stop my server. Set cards. We need to first fix these errors. This is in creation.js, so in creations.js, close this, close this, and then in creations.js, we just need to go above this line and say ESLint disable next line like that, and then just copy this and go inside creations desktop, and above this just paste that in, and we should have no errors in our console, and it's looking nice. So I'm going to now stop my server like that, and then I'm just going to say git add all, which will add everything, and you can check everything by saying git status. You can see it's all green, and say git commit, and just say loop studios landing page like that. And then now we need to create our repositories, so head over to GitHub, create a new repository, say loop studios landing page, and then just create repository like that. And once it creates the repository, just copy this and say git remote add origin, and then just paste it in, and then say git push dash u origin main, which will push everything to the newly created GitHub repository. So just give it a moment. Almost done. Let's see if I refresh this. It's almost done, and then we actually need to head over to Netlify so that we can deploy this. So let me just say netlify.com like that, log in. So as it logs in, this should be complete. Oops. Though this should be fine if I reload it. Really? I have to do this again. Git push. And then once this logs in, I'm really stressing out my computer right now. I just need to go to solutions. Where is it? My profile first of all. Like that. And which, oops. Oh, these are the ones I've committed. I've submitted, not committed. I need to actually, where is my solutions, my challenges, right there, and view challenge hub. And I think from here is where you can submit our solution. So submit solution, but we haven't technically deployed it. So new site from Git has this reloaded. What? This is still what's happening? What is happening? Everything should be fine. Everything should be fine. And there you go. Okay, now we can reload this, and it should have everything right there. Okay, so you can select GitHub, and I already created a Loop Studios repository for this. Loop Studios. So I have two repositories for Loop Studios. I'm going to delete one. So Loop Studios. Let's see what it returns. And this is the newly created one that we want to deploy. So npm run build, and everything looks fine. But what's happening? Okay, I think I just need to let this load just a bit more. Can close this. Really, I would like to submit a solution from GitHub. Just call this Loop Studios like that, and then deploy site, which will build our site. It will build it. I want to change this to change site name to Loop Studios. Loop Studios like that. Save. I hope no one has this name. Of course, Loop Studios React, or let me say Loop Studios TsbSankara. I know no one has thought of that. Okay, so once it deploys, this will be the URL. So I can go back to this, and you can see it's still building. So I can say submit solution. The repository is https github.com/loop studios landing dash page. That should be it. We can confirm it, and there you go. Okay, so I'm going to say Loop Studios landing page in reactjs. And I know we did a lot of CSS. But I hope that's good practice, you know. It's good practice. Instead of always using a framework, you should have, more than one way to do something at least. And then live site URL, so we need to wait for this to finish. You can reload it, and this has completely deployed. Oops, I need to go to the site right there, and you can see our thumbnail, and this is our website, looking very nice, looking amazing. Okay, so once we have that, we can just copy this URL, can close that, and then we can just paste it right there, and then we submit solution. And then do not refresh the page, of course. We just wait for it to finish, and then we receive our front-end mentor points, looking very nice, very dashing right there. Completed view solution, and I would like to share this, so I'm just going to open Twitter, just grab all of this, open Twitter, and just post it right away like that, and then just tweet it, and there you go. And we have successfully completed this challenge, and I hope you really enjoyed it as much as I did, because it was a real challenge to get this layout correctly. So if you enjoyed the video, if you liked the video, please leave a like and subscribe, and comment down below anything that you think I can improve on, and I will see you in the next video, and don't forget to subscribe. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the channel. And today we're going to be live streaming another front-end mentor challenge, and I do realize that I haven't yet completed this, but that's okay. Today I want to do something very simple, and I'm going to be doing this challenge, the testimonials grid section. So if you're in the chat, you can type !project, and it will give you the details of the challenge. Now you can head over to frontendmentor.io/challenges, and then you can just scroll down as I have, and then you can find the testimonials grid section. And then all you have to do is click the challenge right there, click on start challenge, which will it should download the starter files for you. And yes, I've already completed this, in case you're wondering. Download the starter files. Really? What's happening? Okay, there you go. So once it downloads the starter files, then you can head over to whatever place it was downloaded in and just extract it. Extract the zip file, and then where is it? I don't know why it does this. And then you can just open this up with Visual Studio Code or whatever text editor you prefer, really. Now, before I begin, I just want to mention that I'm going to be doing this using vanilla HTML, CSS, and maybe, no, there's no need for JavaScript in this project. So I'm going to do it using vanilla HTML and CSS. And the reason why is because I had thought of doing it in React, but that seemed a bit overkill, considering it's not really a big project. And the challenge for this project actually is the grid section, which is CSS. So we don't really need React. And one thing that I would like to mention is, excuse me. One thing I do want to mention is that I usually give updates of live streams and projects that are going to be uploaded to YouTube and projects coming up on Twitter and on YouTube in my discussion section in my channel. So you can follow me on Twitter, and you can as well subscribe to my channel on YouTube so that you don't miss anything. Currently, YouTube has flagged my channel as made for kids, and I don't really understand why. I've tried to inquire from them, but I get no reply. And I've tried other solutions that they recommend in their support page, but none of them really work. So at this point, I'm really I don't really have a choice except just to continue and hope that it changes in the future. But other than that, I just like to say that please like and subscribe if you're watching this on YouTube, of course. And then let's begin with our challenge for today. Okay, so this is what we get when you open this up with Visual Studio Code. We get the design files, we get the images, and we get the gitignore and the index.html, which is our most important file. And then we're going to create our style CSS, which will house our styling. So right away, let's begin. And I would just like to perform a bit of cleanup where I'm going to remove this comment. I'm going to remove this comment as well, reduce the size of the HTML. Oops. And then I am going to that's it. Let me change this challenge here. The name here, the title, I'm going to say testimonials grid section, like that. And then I'm going to create a style CSS file immediately. So right below this, I'm going to say link this to style.css. Remember, I have not created it. So let me head over and create it just right there. I'm going to say style.css. And then I'm going to grab these two and then remove this. And then I'm going to paste this inside my style CSS, add some spacing. And then we can finally begin working on our grid section. Now this really isn't hard, and you know what, I don't really need this attribution. If you're doing this challenge on Frontend Mentor and you would like to submit it, then please include this with an href to your Git repository or to your website, whichever you prefer. But since I've already done this, I don't really need to do this once again, so I'm just going to remove it. And then I'm going to remove this as well, because that's the styling for the attribution section. Excuse me. And right away, I'm going to say, let me check my design files. Design for the mobile first. I'm not using any libraries for this. I'm going to be using vanilla CSS. So we have this section. So let me see, I have the image and this. I want this to be inside. I want this to be inside a flex box, so that I can display this as flex and this as flex. And then I have a title here, and then I have the description. Okay, that's easy enough. Let me just place all of this inside a div with the class of container. Grab this, go to the bottom and paste it right there. And then I'm going to create this first div with the class of cards, like that. And then inside this div with the class of cards, I'm going to create another div, and this div is going to house my image. So let me give it a class of image. I would just like to create this first grid first of all, so that I can, picture what the others are going to look like. And then inside this div with the class of image, I'm going to say, how do I say this? Let me create another div and add the image here, and the source for this is going to be /images, and it's called Daniel, like that. And then below this, I'm going to add another div with an h2. Wait. Should I say? Let me say an h4 that says Daniel Clifford. So basically his name. Cut this out, paste it here, and then below this, add a paragraph saying this. Cut this out, paste it here. Rather than a paragraph, let me say small tag, which is an inline element. I hope it doesn't give me issues though, because this is block. And then outside this div with the class of image, and inside this div with the class of cards, let me add an h4. Let me add an h4 here that says this. To copy paste everything. So let me see if I can comment it, and then it should be fine. I think so. I really hope so. And then let me open this up with the live server so that I can see what we get on the screen. And we should get this. Okay, now let me go inside my CSS and let me reset everything, and I'm going to say margin 0, padding 0, and box sizing, set this to border box, like that. And then I'm going to say, what's this first class? The class with the class of cards, the div with the class of cards. And I'm going to say, inside this div with the class of cards, I want to target the div with the class of image, like that. Excuse me. And then inside this div with the class of image, I'm going to say display flex, like that, and it should display flex on the image as well as these two. And then I'm going to say align item center, like that. And then right inside this same class, I'm going to copy it down and target the image. And I'm going to say that for the image, I want the border radius to be 50%, which will make the image rounded like that. And then I'm going to say margin right for the image should be 10 pixels so that it pushes away from this just a bit. Okay, that's looking nice, And what else can we do? I can go inside the cards class. Let me just confirm this. The cards class is everything inside this. Okay, that's correct. So let me go inside the cards class at the top here. Oops, I'm going to target the cards class, and I'm going to say padding should be, let me say 20 pixels all around. Push that inwards, and then I'm going to go inside the container class. Remember, the container houses everything. Okay, so I'm going to say inside the container class, I'm going to give this container, let me give it a background color of red first of all, so that I can see how this displays. Now see that I don't want the padding to be, I want some padding from this margin so that this pushes inwards. So let me grab this and just push it up like that. And let me change this to margin like that. And then inside here, let me say padding of 20 pixels. We should now push this inwards, and let me say border radius of, let's say 10 pixels, which will make this rounded. Oops, nope, that's the wrong class. I should go inside, wait, what am I doing? It's okay. Oops. Go inside here, give this a background color of purple. Give that a background color of purple, and then remove this background color of red, and then you'll notice that now this has a border radius. So this is working correctly. And then let me go inside this second, let me target this H4. This is the bad idea. Let me change this to H3s so that they don't conflict with this, okay? So that I can go inside the H4. So I'm inside the grids, inside the cards class, and I'm targeting the H4, okay? So I'm going to say inside the cards class, I want to target the H4 and say that margin on the bottom should be 20 pixels, which will push away from this paragraph. Looking nice. And then actually, you know what, let me say margin on the top and bottom to be, let me say 10 pixels on the top, 0 on the left and right, and then 20 pixels on the bottom, which will cause it to push away from this image as well. So let me save that. And you notice we have a bit of spacing. Let me increase the font size. Let me say font size 24 pixels. Actually, it's okay. Yeah, that's correct. The font size 24 pixels. Reduce this to 22, or rather 20. Isn't 20 an H4 size? Sorry, okay, it's not. Okay, so we have an H4 of 20 pixels font size. Let me go inside the cards and let me target the paragraph. And this paragraph is going to have a font size of, let's say, a font size of what? Let's say 16. Though, wait, the normal is already 16. What am I doing? Yeah, the normal is already 16. Let me change this to 17. Just make it just a bit bigger so that we have this. And then, let's see, what else do I do? Let me change this text color to white. So I'm going to go inside this cards class. Let me change the color to white. Now this is going to conflict a bit once we do the other grids, because the other cards have a background color of white, some of them, if you check in the mobile design such as this. But I'm going to show you how we're going to deal with that in a moment. Okay, and I don't have this image, so let me add this image, right? Let me add this image. Wait. Yeah, that's okay. Let me add that image, and that image, it should be inside this cards class. So let me just place it inside here. Place an image here coming from /images, and it should be called quotation like that. So let me save that, and this should be right there. Okay, now notice how this is positioned absolute within this card. So what I want to do is I want to give this card I want to position this card as relative so that I can position this image as absolute within this card and it doesn't affect all the other cards. So inside here, I'm going to say here relative, like that. Oops, no, what am I doing? I'm so used to tailoring CSS, that's not a good idea. Okay, so let me go inside the cards class, and let me say for the cards class, actually it's already up here. I'm going to say position relative, like that. And then for this image, I'm going to give this image a class. I'm going to give this image a class of quotes, like that, so that I can target it. And then right below this, I'm going to say for the cards, I want to target the quotes class, like that, and say position absolute within it, which will take it out of the normal flow of this card. So let me save that and notice that. And then I'm going to say position it to the right by 0, like that. Actually not by 0, but we have 20 pixels on the right, so let me say position to the right by 20 pixels, like that. And then let me see how this design is. It's on the top by 0, so I'm going to say let position it to the top by 0, like that. And let me see if I can say z index of -1 to push it behind everything. No, that doesn't work. And the reason why it doesn't work is because this has a background color, so it's going behind the background color, which I don't want. Okay, let me add some wait. Let me add what's it called, margin on the h4. So let me go back to my h4 here, remove these 10 pixels right there, and add, let me say 20 pixels on the top and bottom and 0 on the left and right. Add some margin just so that this pushes down just a bit. Let me reduce the size of this the quotes, and I'm going to say let this have a width of 50 pixels. That's too small. Yep, 150, too big. 100, 90. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Let's say 90 pixels. 90 pixels should be fine. That's big enough. Okay, so now that we have this, we already have the structure for all our cards. So all I have to do is just grab this cards class, which ends all the way here, and then just paste, copy and paste each of these in. So I'm going to say, just grab all of this, the cards class, just copy it, and then below this, paste this in. And then what I'm going to do is just substitute everything. So for the name here, grab the name and remove the name here. And remember, this doesn't have a quotes image, so let me remove this. Yeah, that should be fine. So there's also verified graduate. The team, grab this, paste it inside this h4, and then this is their quote, paste it inside here, like that. Okay, and then all you have to do is just repeat the same thing for the rest of the cards. So copy this down, paste it here, cut this out, paste it here. There's a lot of copying and pasting, but that's okay. That's already verified graduate. This is the h4, this is their quote and their quote, and then just grab this once again, copy, paste it down, and we need to do it 2 more times. So this is Patrick Adams, paste it inside there. It's already verified. Okay, this is the h4, cut it out, paste it inside here, get their quote, paste it inside here, and then do it 1 final time. So copy this and paste it down, grab this, and it should be here. And then this is already verified. Reduce these spaces, grab the h4, cut it out and paste it inside here, grab the quote right there and then remove this and then just paste it inside there. Okay, so let me save this now. Once I save this, then all of them are going to have a purple background color, and we're going to fix that in a moment. So would you look at that? That's looking amazing. Okay, so what I want to do is let me see, I had a container class housing everything, right? Now inside this container class, I want to display it as a grid, so I'm going to say display grid, and then grid template columns to repeat. Actually, you know what, I can say one fractional here, and then I'm going to say for the grid gap, let it be 10 pixels, which will now push it away from one another, too small. 20 pixels, 20 pixels is fine. Okay, and inside these cards, remember the cards have a box shadow, a very slight box shadow, I think, very slight box shadow. So I'm going to say here box shadow, box dash shadow, and I'm going to say how does box shadow go? It goes the hof, the vof, and the bof, and then RGBA 0.5. Let me reduce this to 0.3. A very slight box shadow. And if you're wondering what hof, vof, and bof are, that's just how you know, that's just how I'm remembering the syntax for the box shadow. Okay. And actually, you know what? If you go down here and say box shadow, then you should get some. Oops. You should get something like. Really, it's not coming to me. You know what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And comment this, and then now we need to start dealing with the colors for each of these. So in our mobile design, you can see the first one has this bluish background color. So I'm going to go into my style guide right there, and the first one is going to be moderate violet. I think is this violet. Where's my image? Mobile design, open this up. Okay, so this is violet. That should be it. So inside my style guide, I'm going to copy this, and then inside my index.html, I'm going to go into my first cards class, and I'm going to add here a class of violet like that. I'm going to save that, and then I'm going to go back into style CSS, and then I'm going to say remove this background color for each one of them. Excuse me. And I'm going to say that for the cards class and the one the cards class with the class of violet as well, I want the background color to be this. Paste that in, and it should change. Would you look at that? And then I'm going to go inside the second one, which has slight gray, I think. Dark grayish blue should be it. Cut this out. Actually, you know what? I shouldn't have cut them out really. Just copy them so that this file remains intact. And then I'm going to go inside my index.html, and I'm going to go inside the second cards class. And here I'm going to say grayish dash blue. Save that. And then right below this, I'm going to say cards dot grayish dash blue, like that. And I'm going to say the background color should be this. And look at that, looking very nice. And then for the third one is basically white, so that's okay. And then for the fourth one should now be this very dark blue, dark blackish blue. I'm going to go inside the index.html. This one is the white color, so I'm going to go inside here. I'm going to say blackish dash blue, like that. And then right inside here, I'm going to target it, say cards.blackish dash blue. I'm going to change the background color to this, and look at that. And then finally, we have what's the final one? The final one is also white. Okay, so let me go inside my index.html and give this a class of white, and then the final one as well, the final one here, I'll give this a class of white so that I can go inside my index HTML, and I'm going to say that for the cards class and the ones with the class of white, then I want the text color so that I can change the text color, and I'm going to change it to, this should be fine, the same as this blackish blue, I think. Too dark, I think. Let me copy this, paste it inside here. Yeah, I think this is much better. Very slight, and looking, yeah, you know, looking nice. And I've just remembered that I didn't change the images. Let me do that in index HTML. This should not say Daniel, this should say Kira. This should say Patrick. This should say Jeanette. This should say Jonathan. Oops, Jonathan. And this is Daniel. So let me save that, and the images should now change. Look at that, looking very nice. Okay. Now, obviously, once you're done with this, then we're already done with the mobile version, because there's nothing really that we need to do. Nothing else we really need to do. But what I want to do is just scale it up a bit, and I'm going to go back into my style CSS, and I'm going to go right where I displayed my container as a grid, and I'm going to add a media query at the bottom, right? And I'm going to say media for a min width of 640 pixels. Then I want the container to have grid template columns repeating twice and one fractional each. So right about, oh wait, there you go. There shouldn't be any space right there because it's technically a function. So that we have this. Now I'm just going to leave it at this because on bigger screens is where the challenge will come, where for the desktop preview, notice how we want to display our grid. So this is how we want to display our grid on big screens, right? And what I'm going to do is right away, right at about, actually, I'm just going to do the big screens next because there's no point in really continuously scaling it up. And I'm going to say that this is a grid of 1, 2, 3, and 4. Is it? 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let's do that. Go back inside my style CSS, and I'm going to say for, actually, let me just copy this down, and I'm going to say that for 1280 pixels, then I want this to repeat as 4 fractional columns so that we have this. Okay, now this is where the challenge is going to begin, because we want this to span these 2 columns, right? So I'm going to go inside my container. I'm going to target the cards class and the cards class with the class of violet, and I'm going to say grid column should wait, what's the syntax? Should start from 1 to 3. There you go. Okay, so that we are saying that for the card with the class of violet, then we want its grid to start from the first grid all the way to the third grid. So it's counting as 1 and then 2 and then 3, so that we have this. And then this is this should be fine as it is. Let me just check this. We don't need mobile design. We are on the desktop now, so this is fine. And then finally, this is the last. Remember that this is the last grid, right? So what we want to do is target the last grid, and I'm going to go inside my index HTML and go all the way to the last grid, which has Kira, and I'm going to say, let me just give this a class of last. Yeah, last should be fine. And then I'm going to go inside my style CSS, and I'm going to say that for the cards class and the one that has the class of last, then I should say the grid row should be it should start from the third one to the fifth one. Let's see that. Oops. Let me say here grid column should be the third one. Is that the syntax? Oh, this is hard. I don't want this to happen. I want this to start from the first one. There you go, the first one, and this should say 4. Okay, so it starts from the first one all the way. This should say 4 as well, I think. 4 should be fine. Are we okay? let's say 3. Wait, is this even changing? Oh, okay, it is changing. So this should say 3, so that's okay. Let me see how this is structured. So more padding is added here, and then the line height is increased so that it goes all the way to the bottom. So we are going to do that in a moment. No worries. And then finally, we want to target this so that it spans from this second one to the fourth one. So this is 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Okay, so we are going to say this has a class. What does Patrick Adams class? It's blackish blue. So I'm going to say that right above this, I'm going to say for the cards class, and I'm targeting blackish blue, then I want the grid column to start from the second one to the fourth one. And it should do that. Look at that, looking very nice, looking nice. Okay, and then finally, the last thing that I want to do is I want to go inside my container, and at 1280 pixels, then I want to add a max width. So a max width of 1100 pixels, 1100, so that this pushes inwards and it go to the left. And then we want to position it to the center. So I'm going to say margin of auto, which should now center it like that. And then I want to add a margin on the top as well. So right inside here, I'm going to say margin on the top of 50 pixels, and actually on the top and bottom, so that's fine. Pushes it down just a bit. Okay, and this looks a bit tight squeeze, so let me say 1200. Okay, so that's looking nice, and already this is already positioned as well as it could be, really. Now all what's remaining, I didn't change the font. So inside style guide, you'll find that we have a font, and the background color does have a color as well, right? It has a color of, the body has a background color. What am I saying? It has a color of, is it light gray or light grayish blue? Let me go inside the body. Inside here, we're just going to test it. So right inside above the container, I'm going to say for the body, the background color should be this. And there we go. That's the correct background color. Wait. That would mean that I need to target this because these are taking up the background color of the body. So I'm going to say right inside the cards dot white, inside here, I'm going to say the background color should be white as well. There you go. So that it doesn't take up the background color of the body. And then what else do we need to do? Let me just confirm this. This is positioned properly, as you can see, because it's positioned absolute within this relative class. Okay, so all you need to do is just change the font. So we need to get this font Barlow semiconductor 500 and 600. So let's see that. So we need to get the 500 and the 600. Copy this import, paste it inside our style CSS at the top, and then say the body should have a font family of Barlow semi-condensed and a fallback of sans serif. And there we go. So we have our font, and this shouldn't have a 700 font weight. So let me target the paragraphs, and I'm going to say the font weight should be 500. Really? That doesn't change anything. Let me target the H1s, H2, H3, H4, H5, and H6. I know that I haven't used all of them really, but that's okay. There doesn't even seem to be a difference. Let me just add a line height on the paragraph because these are too close to one another. So I'm going to say for the paragraph, I'm going to add a line height of 1.6. Push it away from, that's too big. 5.4. 0.4 should be fine. 0.4 should be fine. and all of this is displaying properly. That looks nice. Okay, so I think that will be it really for our grid section, because that's all we have to do. Now, I'm not going to submit this to Frontend Mentor because I've already done this project before, so I don't really need to submit it again because that's kind of cheating and you don't really get any points, by the way. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to end the stream basically because that's all I wanted to do for today. Now, I do realize that I didn't do the crowdfunding. I didn't finish the crowdfunding um, challenge that I began yesterday, but that's okay because I'm going to finish it probably tomorrow or the next day or the next. But don't worry, I'm going to continue it on stream and then I'm going to upload it to YouTube as well if in case you missed the stream. So that would be it, guys. Thank you for following. Thank you for catching up with the stream. And once again, if you're on YouTube, I apologize because my bell currently doesn't work because apparently my channel is made for kids according to YouTube, and I don't really understand why. So as I work to fix that, then I ask that you subscribe to the channel so that you keep on getting the newest uploads in your subscription feed. And then you can follow me on Twitter as well, so that you can get updates on when I'm going live or when a new video is coming out. And if you head over to my YouTube as well, on my channel, there's a discussion tab. I usually post updates there as well in case you missed it, because I don't have access to community posts once again, because my channel apparently is made for kids. So thank you for watching. Thank you guys for following the stream, and I will see you in the next stream. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the channel. And before we begin, I want to give you a challenge. And the challenge is this: leave a comment down below of how you found my channel. I'm really curious and I want to find out. And also, if you enjoyed the video, leave a like and subscribe. It really helps me as well. So today we're going to be doing the interactive pricing component challenge from Frontend Mentor. So you can head over to frontendmentor.io/challenges, and it's actually at the top. It's the second row. So this is the challenge we're going to be doing, and you can just click this, and you can click on the Start Challenge button, and you can click on Get Started, and you can download the starter file. Now you can see that this is my second attempt. I've just submitted the completed solution, my solution right now. And if you head over to my GitHub, the repository is called Interactive Pricing Component. So again, the URL is https://sancthomas/interactive-pricing-component. Now I'm going to leave this tab open because I want to have access to this slider.css file, and the slider.css files contains our toggle which we're going to create. It contains our toggle, and it contains our range input, which is basically the slider, which is the challenge for this project. So I just want to leave this open so that I can just be able to copy directly from it and then just paste it in the project. Okay, so to begin, if you've downloaded the starter files, you should find them in your download path, which is basically around, for me, it's in the downloads. And then once you extract it, you can just open this with whatever text editor that you prefer to use. And mine is Visual Studio Code, which will open up right here. So let's go through this folder structure a bit. We have the design files, which contains the active states. As you can see right there, you have the desktop design, we have the desktop preview, and finally the mobile design, which for now is going to be our most important because we're going to be building this mobile first. Okay, and probably I might decide to use Tailwind CSS, but I'm not quite sure yet. Probably this is a simple enough project. I can just use vanilla CSS. And we have our images, and we have the BG pattern SVG, and let me show you what that is. If you look, oops, wrong zoom. If you look in this project, there's a very slight background color, like a pale blue and a white. So this pattern behind this, the white box right here, that's the BG pattern. And then we have our favicon. Of course, we have the icon check, which is this icon, the green tick, and then we have the icon slider, which are these inside our slider, and then we have the pattern circles, which are on our heading. So that's basically it for this folder structure. And then you have the git ignore. We have our index.html, which is our most important file. We have the readme, and you can go through this if you've never done any channels from Frontend Mentor before. And then finally, we have our style guide, which contains all our colors. It contains the device with that these designs were made using. And then we have our body. Our font size is going to be 15 pixels by default. And then we have the font family that we're going to use, which is called Manrope. So I just want this to save, and then right away, I'm going to create a style.css file. And remember, this is inside the root. It's in the root of this folder where I've created the style CSS. And then I'm going to go into my my index.html, and I'm going to grab this. I'm going to cut this out, and I'm going to paste it inside here. Remember, this attribution is for this section down below, which is basically like the footer of this project. Now remember that if you have a website, or if you have a portfolio, if you have a GitHub account, you can link it inside here. And I'm just going to pass in my website, and then enter your name here. So enter my name, and then just basically that's it for this attribution section. And then once I do that, then I should remember to link my style sheet at the top. So link href into style CSS like that, which is now targeting our style sheet. Now I don't want to save this file yet because I have format on save, and what would happen is basically this, which I don't want to happen. So I'm not going to save it for now. I'm just going to structure everything out, and then once we finish structuring, then I'm going to save it. And I'm also going to remove this comment and remove this comment. And let me go over to fonts.good.com and grab this font. Okay, it's called Manrope. We are grabbing the 600 and 800 fonts. I can close this window. I switched to light theme a bit because I was doing some testing using Tailwind CSS. Okay, so we are grabbing the 600 and we are grabbing the 800, was it? Okay, and then I recently learned that it's not a good idea to use the import, so I'm going to use the link tag instead. So I'm going to copy this, and then inside my index.html below my style sheet, notice that this is below my style sheet, and this is deliberate because HTML evaluates everything from top to bottom. So I want our style sheet to be evaluated first, and then this to be evaluated after our style sheet. Okay, so once you do that, then I'm just going to go above this, and I'm going to say for the body, I'm going to have a font dash family of Manrope and a fallback of sans serif like that. So save this, and then let's begin structuring our data. Okay, so actually let me just open this up in not videos. Where was it? It was in downloads, and it's this one right here. I want to open this design. Okay, on this window, so that I have it to my side as I'm styling it. And actually let me close this window as well, and now I can open this up. Okay, so let's see what we have as that still opens. So we have a simple H1, we have the circle, so let's create that. Now let me remove this. Okay, so I'm going to say right under my body, I'm going to create a div with a class of container. I'm using Emmet, that's why I'm able to do this. Instead of writing it all out, I can just do dot Thomas, and it will create a div with a class of Thomas. So that's easy enough. If you want an ID, you can say ID hashtag. Okay, so inside this div with a class of container, I want this to wrap over everything. Do I? No, I don't want it to wrap over everything. Actually, you know what, let me remove this actually, and let me return a header with a class of header. And inside this header, I'm going to return an H1 that says this simple traffic, and then below this, I'm going to return a paragraph that says this. Move this down. Okay, so that we have that. Fantastic. And then inside this header, I want to add our circles icon, so I'm going to add it at the top, and this will be coming from images /pattern circles like that. and I'm going to give this image a class of header. Let me say header dash circles. That should be fine. Dash circles should be fine. And then now for all of this, I want this to be inside a div with a class of container, like that. So I'm going to grab these lines like that, move that upwards. And then for this, I'm going to say this should be inside a div with a class of title, like that. And this is going to be an h4 or h5, let me say h4, sync page views, and these page views are 100k, should be. Let me see, where's my design? 100k page views, okay. And then what else? Let's say after the page views we have our input. So let me create that. So I'm going to say input with the type of range, like that, with the name of range, with the ID of range, like that. And then below this, we're going to create our toggle. So I'm going to just say toggle here. We're going to grab this from the repository so that I don't have to do it all again. It took me quite a while, so I don't want to repeat it. And then I'm going to say, I am going to explain it, so don't worry. Below this is going to be our toggle, correct. And then below this, I'm going to create a UL with 3 list items, like that. The first one is going to say this. The second one is going to say this, and then finally the third one is going to say email reports, like that. If you're wondering how I'm moving this up and down, I'm just holding down the Alt key and pressing the up down buttons on my keyboard. Okay, and then this is finally going to be a button. So I'm going to say button. I'm going to give it a class of btn, and then the text is just going to say that. Okay, so once I save this, then we should see something on the screen. Let's see. Oops, I have to open this up with live server, of course, forgetting the most important part. And we have this, and our input with the type of range works nicely. Okay, so that's looking nice. I'm going to place this to the side because we're styling it mobile first. And then I've just remembered that I need to add my image, which is the pale blue background. So I'm going to say, I'm going to create a div here. Div, give this a class of bg-pattern, like that. And then I'm going to create an image with a class of bg pattern-img, like that. The source for this is going to be images/bg pattern. And the alt, I'm not going to give this an alt attribute, okay? I'm just going to leave it empty, that's what I mean. Because if this image fails to load, then I don't want any text to be shown on the screen, okay? Because it provides some really bad user experience. So once I save that, then you notice that our background image appears like that. So everything is looking nice, or at least a semblance of nice. So let's begin our styling. And actually, before I begin our styling, let me just bring in my toggle. So I'm going to go into my repository. And once again, the link is github.com/sanktomas/interactive pricing component. And I'm going to go inside my index HTML. And I'm going to grab my toggle, which is where is the toggle? This is the toggle. So just grab this div, copy that, and I'm going to paste it inside here. Actually, I can just remove this, paste it inside here and save that. And then I'm going to go into my slider CSS, sorry, so slider.css, and I'm going to grab everything inside here. So everything inside here, it's quite a lot. Copy this, and then inside my style CSS, I'm going to paste it. Let me paste it here. So that's quite a lot, and I'm going to go through this in a moment. So, but once I save that and I open this to the side, where is my browser? Now that we're done with this repository, I think I can close it. And as you can see, now we have our toggle. Okay, we have our toggle and we have our slider. So that's looking nice. That's looking nice. And in case you're wondering why this is behaving like this, probably this is a very good practical example as to why we add the global style. Let me show you what I mean. Usually what you see happening is that we had a star here and we say margin 0 and padding 0 and then box sizing border box. So once I save this, notice that this will reset and it will now go back to normal. So let me save that and look at that. That's because there are some HTML elements that come with default margin and padding. So you usually want to reset everything first before you begin adding your own padding. Otherwise, everything starts going outside of the box, which is it can become really annoying, especially if you don't know why it's happening. So let me add a few global styles here, and I'm going to say for the image, I want the max width to be 100%. You notice that we have a horizontal scroll bar inside here. That's because this image is too big for this window. So I want to reduce it by saying it has to take up 100% of the window it is in. So once I save this, then this should disappear, and look at that, the image is shrunk or shrunken just a bit. And then let me say disable the ULs. Let me remove this padding here and show you what I mean. We have bullets on our unordered list, as you can see. So I want to say for the ULs, I just want to say list style type to be none, which will remove them. And of course, as you can see, once again, the ULs have a default padding of 30 pixels on the left and right, or on the left, I think so. So we have to add this so that it doesn't misbehave once again. And on the body, I'm just going to say text align center by default, which will bring everything to the center, as you can see, looking nice, looking nice. And finally, let's begin. Actually, I want to deal with this button first because it's the easiest, actually. So I'm going to target the button by saying for the BTN class, I want to give this a background color of, let me go into my style guide MD, and I'm going to get what's the color? What's the color? Is it this one? We're just going to do some trial and error. Grab this and paste it inside here. Let's see. That's the color correct. And I'm going to say that I want a border radius of 30 pixels all around. Let me add some padding of 10 pixels on the top and bottom and 20 pixels on the left and right. Let me change the text color to white. And remember that buttons are inputs. They don't take up the default font family. So you have to specify it. I don't know whether you can see it. So I'm going to say font family. Set this to inherit, which basically means that it's going to inherit whatever the font family on the body is or on the parent element is. So I'm going to save that, and we have that. It doesn't inherit, so let me just specify that. I'm going to say manrope and say sans serif, like that. And then I'm going to say remove the border. I'm going to say 2 pixels and solid and the same dark blue color or navy blue, whatever that color is, so that we have that. And I'm going to say cursor pointer, right, so that we have a cursor pointer on hover. Okay, and then once we do this, let me add a hover effect. So I'm going to grab this, copy it down right there, and I'm going to say that for the hover state, then I want the background color to be transparent, like that. And then I want the text color, because I don't want the text color to be white on hover. Let me save this and show you what I mean. Look at that, because we can't read it. So for the text color, I'm just going to set it to the navy blue color. So HSL and do this, so that we are going to have this. And then let me add a transition. So I'm going to say transition all the properties by 0.4 seconds. Let's do that. And look at that, it's looking nice. Finally, let me just add a box shadow. So I'm going to say box shadow of 0 on the horizontal and 5 pixels on the vertical, and let's say 10 pixels on the blur. We're not going to add a spread, so I'm going to say HSL and just do the same color here. And what I like about this HSL is because I can add an alpha value here without having to specify an alpha value here. I don't know whether that makes sense. You can see we have a very slight box shadow. Let me just add the alpha here. Nothing really changes, it's basically the same thing. If I change this to 0.9, it should be more visible, but it doesn't really matter. So we are done with our button. That's basically it. That's what we're going to have for our button. Now let me deal with this image and this image as well. So what we want to happen is we want our paragraph to be, not our paragraph, but our heading and our paragraph as well, of course, to be positioned above these two images. So we need this image to go above this image, and then we need to bring these above the two images. So that's easy to do. We can just say use CSS positioning. So position relative and position absolute. So I'm going to go into the parent element And the parent element for this is what is it? The parent element for this is the header. For our circles image is the header, and then the parent element for our BG pattern, which is this pale blue, is our body. So let me save this. I can go and target the BG pattern. So right below this, I'm going to say dot BG dash pattern, and I'm going to say position absolute, like that. And you'll notice that everything goes up, right? Now we want our circles, because our circles are now appearing behind this. So let me just say give this a z index of, let me say -10, which will go even further behind than the circles, and then the circles will appear. So save that. As you can see, the z index is basically it defines the closeness to which you are to elements when you view them on a browser. So a negative value pushes them further away, and a positive value brings them closer. So if I were to specify this to 1, for example, then I should expect that our circles disappear, because the background pattern would now have would now be closer to us in terms of viewing it than the circles. So let me save this and watch what happens. But because we want our circles to appear, I'm just going to say -10, and this -10 is important because for a reason I'm going to explain. The same reason basically, but you're going to see in practical examples when we reach there. Okay, so once we do this, then I want these circles to position absolute as well, but with relative to the header. So I'm going to target the header here, and I'm going to say dot header, and I'm going to say position relative. Remember, if you want to position elements absolute within other elements, then the parent elements should have a position of relative, position property of relative. Now, if you're wondering why I didn't do the same for this, is because the body is always positioned relative, and this, the BG pattern, is relative to the body. Okay, so let me save that. And then once I position the header as relative, then I want to go into the header, and I want to target the header circles. Remember, we added this class. So I'm going to say dot header dash circles, like that. And I'm going to say position absolute as well, like that. And notice what happens now. Everything goes it goes above our circles. Now notice that this circles image is positioned a bit to the right, and that's we can reset that a bit. We can say let's position it to be the left by 50%. Okay, and then we can say transform and translate on the x-axis by -50%, which should now center it back like that. And then because I want this, I want the image to go behind our text, I'm going to add a z index of -1, no longer -10, but -1. And notice what happens. Now it goes behind our text. Okay, so that's looking nice. And of course, remember that I said this was very specific. The reason is because if I give this z index of -1, watch what happens. Oh, that's okay. That's not what I expected. But just to be on the safe side, let me place it back to -10. What I expected to happen was that I expected our circles image to go behind the background image once again, but that didn't happen, so that's okay. That's okay. So now let's begin styling our header, and I'm going to say for the header I want a padding. Let me say padding of 50 pixels on the top and bottom, and let's say 20 pixels on the left and right, like that. And then once again, you see that our header is basically these two items, the heading and the paragraph, as well as our background image. And notice how this also moves down. I just want to move it up a bit, and I can go back inside here and say on the top, let it be on the top by, let's say, 60 pixels. That's too much. That's too much because our padding is 50 pixels. Actually, let me increase this to 100, not 1,000, 100. Excuse me. 100 looks doable. Let me reduce the padding bottom, and I'm going to reduce this to 50 pixels so that this moves upward just a bit. Okay, and then I'm going to increase this to 60 pixels so that it should move right around there. Okay, that's looking nice. Let's look at our design, and you can see that it's rhyming with our design. Now, let me target this background image because I want to increase its height just a bit. It's a little small. So inside the BG pattern, I can say BG dash pattern, and it's called BG pattern img dash img. I think that's the class that I gave it, BG pattern dash img, like that. Or you might as well do this. You can just target the BG pattern and say the image inside, because it only has one image. It's the only element inside the class of BG pattern. And then you can say, let me increase the height to, let's say, 400 pixels. Okay, 400 is a bit much. Let's reduce it to 300. 300, almost nice. Let me see. Yep, let me open my tab here. 300 is almost nice. I think that should be fine. 300 pixels, okay. And then once we do that, what do we want to do next? We want to change the background color of this H1. So let me go inside my header. So inside the header, I want to target the H1, set this color to the very dark blue. So HSL, this one, like that. And then let me see. This paragraph and this text and this all have the same color, right? They all have the same text color. So let me see if I can specify it on the body. Where is it? On the body here, I'm going to grab the color and let me grab it from the style guide. And I'm going to say the color should be the text, the grayish blue. So this one right here. Grab this, copy it, and paste it inside here. And there we go. So we have our color right there. And then now if you want to change the color of any element, then you can just target the element individually instead of having to specify it in our CSS as a group, as a global variable. Okay. And I've just noticed that I didn't add our tick icons here, our check marks. So let me do that. Inside our list items, there should be an image here. And this image should be coming from /images/icon check, like that. So I'm going to copy this. Actually, I'm going to copy this, paste it here and here, like so. And it should appear. So looking very nice, looking nice. And remember, images are inline elements. That's why this doesn't break. Okay. So let's continue styling it. Let's go into our container. And I've just noticed that this paragraph is above this paragraph instead of being on the same line. So let me restructure our HTML, and I'm going to go and grab this text inside here, cut it out, and then add another paragraph and just paste that in, and this should happen. So that's looking better. Now let's go inside our container, which is, remember, it houses everything from 100K page views all the way to the bottom on our button. So I'm going to target the container, and inside here I'm going to say for the dot container, I'm going to say the background color should be white, the BG color should be white, like that. And then I'm going to say add some padding of 20 pixels all around. And then to move it away from the edges, I'm going to add a margin, and I'm going to say the margin should be, let me add a margin on the top of, let's say, actually there's no need for the margin top. This is quite enough. So I'm going to say 0 on the top, and I'm going to say 50 pixels on the left and right. And actually let me do 20 pixels on the left and right, and then let me do 50 pixels on the bottom, like that. So that this moves inwards just a bit. Let me increase this to 30, like that. Let me add a border radius, and I will say border radius should be 10 pixels. And then let me add a box shadow, and I'm just going to copy whatever box shadow I had on the button. Where was my button? Grab this, copy that, and then inside my container I'm just going to paste this, but I'm going to change the color, and this color is going to be 0, 0, and 0, like that. 0%, 0%, like that. Okay, so that's what we want, but reduce this to about 0.1, 0.2, 0. Let's increase the blur radius. Let me increase this to 20. Let me increase this, the vertical, let me say 8 pixels. Okay, so that we have that, it's a bit more visible and it's looking nice. Okay, so inside this container, what do I need to do? Let me increase the padding on the top and bottom for each, and I'm going to increase this to 30, and then just reduce 30. This should be 30, and then it should be 20 pixels on the left and right. Okay, I think that's looking better. And remember, we have already applied our styling for this, so that's why this looks like this. And just to show you where this is coming from, if you check for the class of the class of name, we have a span, and that's where this is coming in. Okay, I'm going to go through that in a moment if I do remember. But what we need to do is target this h4. So I'm going to say for the container, I remember I gave it a class of title, and I want to target the h4, and I'm going to say text transform to uppercase like that. Okay, let's reduce the font size, and I'm going to say font size 15 pixels. Let's say 14 pixels. Okay, yeah, 14 should be nice. 14 should be fine. And I placed this on the wrong area. Oh, I didn't even place it inside an element. Let me cut that out. And then below this input, I'm going to add a paragraph with the class of price like that, and just paste this in. Actually, yeah, this should be correct. And this, I remember the price was $16. Let me just confirm. Yeah, so $16. And this $16 is styled differently from the /month. So I'm going to grab this and place it inside a span so that I can target it differently and just style it differently. The span is also an inline element. Okay. So once we do that, let's see the container. Let me target the span next because this is already done. And I'm going to say inside my style CSS, go below this, target the container, and target the paragraph with the class of price, right? Let's do that first, and I'm going to say font size, font dash size should be, let's say 30 pixels. And then let's set the text color to our very dark navy blue. So this right here. Okay, and then now let's target the span. Oh, wait a minute. The span was what? This was the span. Okay, so let me change this up. Let me grab this and place the span inside the /month, just like that. Nothing should change really. But when we target the container here, we target the class of the excuse me, we target the paragraph with the class of price and the span. Then I want to reduce this font size to, let's say 16 or rather 15. And then once I reduce it to 15 pixels, then I want to change the text color back to the gray on the body, like that. It's looking nice. That's looking actually nice. And then let me go above this and say display flex, because I want this to be centered. Remember, it's centered on the design. It's centered. What's this centering called? Horizontal centering. It's centered horizontally. So I'm going to say align item center. Really, align item center like that, and then bring it back to the center by saying justify content to the center like that. Now notice that we need to add some spacing between this /month and the price, but I can't go to this span and say, let me see if I can say margin right. Is it margin right? No, margin left of 10 pixels. Okay, so we can do that. Another way you can do that is using the is in HTML by saying ampersand and saying NBSP and then a semicolon, sorry, which inserts a non-breakable line space. That's what it is, right? A character entity representing a space. So that's basically what it is. But we are able to add it using margin in CSS, so you don't need to do that. But it's nice to know in case you come across it in someone else's code. And then notice that we have already done the styling for our toggle, so we don't need to do that. All we need to do now is target our UL. So I'm going to say for the container, I'm going to target the UL, and I'm going to say actually, let me add a margin bottom of 30 pixels to push it away from this button. So save that, and I'm going to target the LIs So I'm going to say container ULLI, and I'm going to say margin of, let's say, 5 pixels on the top and bottom and 0 on the left and right. Space them out just a bit. So would you look at that? So this is basically done for our mobile design. And let me reduce this font size. Inside the H1, I'm going to say font dash size, reduce this to 24 pixels. Too small, 30 pixels. 28. That should be better. And then once we do this, let me go over now the code that we have for the input range, right? Okay, let's start with the toggle actually. So this is the our toggle that we added in our HTML. Where is it? This is our toggle. So deal with the class of toggle. We have a label that says monthly billing with a class of name. So that's basically what this is. And then we have the an input with the type of checkbox. That's basically what is styled to look like this. So the input with the type of checkbox is styled to look like this. And then we have another label for the which has a div with a class of ball, which is this ball that moves to the left and right. And then we have another label with the class of name saying yearly billing. And then we have a span saying minus 25%, which is our discount. Okay, so let me go over our CSS, and we're going to say we are displaying flex on the toggle, right? Displaying flex on toggle so that this it becomes a flex item, so that you can justify content at the center, so that you can center it like this. And then we're adding some margin on the top and bottom, so that's basically this and this. And then we have a checkbox which is saying display none because we don't want it to appear. If I were to remove this, then notice what happens. So we are checking that if the checkbox is checked, then move it to the right, and if it is not checked, then move it to the left. So if I were to remove this, notice what happens, even though I'm clicking the checkbox. So we don't want this to happen, right? That's why we say display none here, but I'm going to leave this in just for a moment. And I'm going to say we have a class of label, so I just position relative. We are adding a background color of this, which is basically the background color for this. Notice that, see that? So that's our background color for our toggle. We're also displaying flex on this. We're adding some default stylings, margin, padding, and the cursor pointer for each of this. And then we are saying that when the label is active, that's basically when I click it. Notice that it means that when I click it, then I want this color to appear. So that's why we have this active pseudo class. And then we have the class of name, which is basically our labels, the two labels, the yearly billing and the monthly billing. And then this span inside the name is our discount that is shown here in the red color. And then we have the ball, so we're just basically styling the ball. As you can see, we are positioning it absolute within the position relative. Where was it? Within the label, which is position relative, the parent element. And then we're saying we have wanted 2 pixels from the top and then 2 pixels from the left. So that's this tiny space that you can see. And then we're saying the border radius should be 50 pixels. That's why it is rounded. And then we're saying the width should be 22 pixels and the height should be 22 pixels. And then we're saying that transform it by 0.5% in linear form. That means to the left and right, as you can see. So that's looking nice. And then we are saying that when it is checked, that's why I didn't comment this out once again. We are checking that when the checkbox is checked, then we add this style into it. So that's basically what controls this moving to the left and right. Okay. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to say display none on this once again, so that it disappears. And then now for the input with the type of range, we're just saying that we want it to, we don't want the default input type range to appear, because we want to add some default stylings of ourselves. As you can see, we're saying the width of 100%. And this is important because of what? Because Firefox needs a width to work with. Okay, and then we're just adding that for the focus, then it should not give us an outline. We are adding some cross-browser compatibility, so that's basically what all of this is. And then we are styling it, as you can see. The emoji, I think it's for Mozilla or something. The WebKit, I know it's for Safari browsers, basically Apple. And then everything else inside here. Sorry. What I can advise you is, if you want to know how all of this works, then just go ahead and comment everything out. Just comment everything out and then begin uncommenting it slowly by slowly, so that you see what happens. That's a good way to do it in case you don't understand anything. So that's basically it, because we're adding some cross-browser compatibility, which is basically the same styles over and over again, which I don't want to go over. So that's that. And now all we need to do is scale it up for bigger screens. As you can see, we don't want it to appear like this. So right away, I'm going to start adding my media queries. I'm going to go to the button and I'm going to say add media. So we're going to use the media rule to add our media queries, and I'm going to say for a minimum width, mean dash width, a minimum width of 716 pixels, which is basically for tablets. Then remember that we added a fixed height to this. So on tablets and above, then I want to remove the fixed height. So I'm going to say that for the BG pattern, and remember it was in the image, then I want to say the height should go back to auto like that, and min width of 1440 pixels. Oops. Then I want to say that I want to target the BG pattern, and I want to target the image, and I'm going to say the width of the image should be 1600 pixels. So let's save that. Let's see, and it goes all the way to the end now. So that's looking nice. Next, I want to target our container, which is basically this white rectangle that we have currently. And for a min width of 716 pixels, once again, I'm going to say that for the container, I'm going to say the max width for this should be, let's say 500 pixels. Reduce it just a bit. Okay, and then once we reduce it, then I want to position it to the center, take it back to the center, and I'm going to say, what was I going to say? I'm going to say margin of auto, which will break a bit, because remember, did we add margin here? I don't think so. Let me see. Yes, we did add some margin. Let me just confirm what margin we had on the container. We had a margin of 50 pixels at the bottom. So let me add that. I'm going to say 0 auto and 50 pixels like that. Okay. And then what else do we need to do? We need to display this and this as a flex item, so that this goes to the left and the button goes to the right. Let me just confirm that is indeed the design. Make this bigger, as you can see. So this goes to the left and the button goes to the right. Let me do that. We need to restructure our HTML a bit. Now we want to say that this UL and the button should be inside a div. Let me give this div a class of list like that. So let me save that. And then below this, I'm just going to say that for the container, I want to target the list class, and I want to say display flex. And I want to say, let me save this so that you can see what's happening. See what happens right there. Okay, so and I'm going to say align item center, and then justify content to the not center but space between, so that they go end to end like that. And then remember that on the UL we have some margin of 30 pixels. That's why this looks, it's not perfectly centered. So let me correct that, and I'm going to say that for the container UL, then I want margin bottom to be 0. Okay, so that we have that. That's looking better. And then I want the UL to text align left, so that it now goes to the left. The list items, so I'm going to say text align left. Nope, not last, but text align left like that, looking very nice. And then the final thing that we need to do is we want to grab this and move it here, but we're not going to grab this. Instead, we're going to display none on this when you get to bigger screens, and then we're also going to display block for the other element that we're going to place here. So basically what I mean is I'm going to go inside here, inside my HTML, and I'm going to grab this paragraph, the class of price. So I'm going to copy this, and then inside my title, I'm going to paste it in. Okay, so that we're going to have 2 of them. Notice that we have 2 of them. And then what I need to do is just play around with some media queries and some styling. So that I'm going to say where I had the class of title, right below this, I'm going to say that for the container, for the title, I want to target the price like that. So basically what I'm saying is I'm targeting this one without targeting the one below it. Where is it? Without targeting this. So that's basically what I'm saying. And I'm going to say that for this, then I'm going to say display none like that. And notice that it disappears. Okay, it disappears because I'm thinking about this being built mobile first. And then I'm going to say that for about 768 pixels for our media query right here, and I'm going to say that for the container, for the title, and I want to target the class of price, I'm going to say display block, so that when you get to widths greater than 768 pixels, then it should appear like that. And then I'm going to say that when we get to 768 pixels, then I want this one to disappear. And I can do that easily by just saying for the container, I want to target the class of price like that, and I'm going to say display none, and it should disappear like that. So basically now the second one disappears and the first one appears. And then when you get to smaller screens, the opposite happens. See that? That's looking nice. That's how you just play around with HTML. And then inside here, I want to target the container title class, container.title like that. And I'm going to display this as a flex box. So I'm going to say display flex like that. Notice what happens, and I'm going to say align item center. And then justify content to space between, so that they go end to end once again, so that we have that. Would you look at that? That's looking amazing. It's looking very nice, very nice. And as you can see, it scales down and it scales up, very responsive. And now what are we remaining with? Let me just add a bit more padding on this, on the container. So I'm going to say that for the container inside here, I'm going to say add a padding of 50 pixels all around. Okay. And then I'm going to say margin on the top, add a margin on the top of 20 pixels. Let's say 30. And then let me target this H1 and increase its size, so that I'm going to say, where was the H1? Was it, I've forgotten where it was, inside the header, right? So inside the header, I want to target the H1, increase this font size to, let's say, 36 pixels, make it very big. Okay, that's looking amazing. Now, what the final thing that I want to do is I want to add a final media query for around, let me say, media min width of 1280 pixels, which is large screens basically. And I'm going to say for the container, just increase the max width a bit. So I'm going to say max width, increase this to 700 pixels. That's ugly. Let's say 600. 600 is much better looking, so that we have this, so that it's not so small on small screens, and yet it's not so big on big screens. So yeah, I think that's basically going to be it. Now, one thing that you've noticed is that I've not added the what's it called, the images on the slider. Let me show you what I mean. There's two images on the slider. I've not added them because I found it very hard to toggle it so that it moves along with the mouse clicks. So I decided to leave it out. And then I also didn't do this. I'm not quite sure how that, like, the spacing is done. If you have, basically what I'm saying is, if you know how to do it, then leave a comment down below, or raise an issue in the GitHub repository. Okay, so that's basically going to be it for this project. And once again, remember to like and subscribe, and I will see you in the next video. But before I go, I've just remembered, my YouTube channel is currently flagged as made for kids, so I don't have access to the notification bell, which I'm sure most of you have noticed. And I also don't have access to what's it called, to community posts. So what I usually do is I usually give updates on my Twitter and in my discussion tab on my channel. So be sure to follow me on Twitter as well if you want to get updates of when I'll be going live and when the new videos are going to be released. So thank you guys for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Okay, so today we are going to be doing another Frontend Mentor challenge, and if you head over to frontendmentor.io/challenges, you can filter out, you can sort everything out just so that it's easier to find everything. And I'm going to sort it by the hardest first and sort it by the free tier. And we are going to be building, where are you? We are going to be building this landing page called Ensure Landing Page. Now, I really like this challenge because it involves quite a bit of CSS positioning, which I really like because it gives a challenge in terms of laying out a website, and I really love it because it was quite a challenge to me as well. So you can go as well and click the image, click the card, and then you can start challenge, and then just download the starter files for you. And you can see this is my second attempt, which I'm not really going to submit. And then you can head over to whatever the path for your download is, and then just say extract here. And then after extracting, then I'm going to open this up with Visual Studio Code, and then I can close this. Okay, and then I'm going to place this to the side like that. Now we can begin working on actually you can begin just going through everything that we have. We have the design files, which are just the active states, the desktop design, we have the desktop preview, we have the mobile design, and we have the mobile navigation design, which is this. I think it looks really nice. And then for the images, we have quite a few images. As you can see, we have the intro desktop, which is this image, and the intro mobile, which is our the hero images for our mobile and desktop respectively. And then we have a favicon, which is basically the front end meant of favicon. And then the rest of these are just SVGs. And then we have a gitignore file, we have an index.html, which has basically everything, our HTML structure. And then we have our readme, and then our style guide, which is probably our second most important file because it contains all the colors and all the fonts and everything relevant to our project, such as the fonts, which we are going to grab right away. So I'm going to grab this font, I'm going to just copy this inside here, and then what's it called, serif display, the weight of 400. So grab this font, and then this second one is called Carla. Oops, what did I do? That is not what I wanted to do. Let me just search for serif display. Is it serif display? Okay, so we want the 400 font. Yeah, we already have it. And then we want the Carla font as well, and we want the 400 and 700. So we need to grab the regular 400, and then we need to grab the bold 700. Then just get over to this, grab the import, and then just copy this, and then we can close this. Now if you go back into our project structure, I'm going to create a style CSS file, so style.css like that, and then just paste this in. And then I'm going to say that for the body, I want the font family to be Carla and a fallback of sans serif, right? And I lost my train of thought. Okay, yeah, I've got it back. So and then I want my headings also, my h1, h2, h3, h4, h5, and h6 to all have a font family of DM serif display and a fallback of sans serif as well, just like that. So once I save this, then everything should work fine, except that it won't because I haven't linked this in my index.html, so I just need to link my style sheet. So link this inside my HTML as style.css like that. Okay, now I don't want to save this file, and the reason is because I have format on save. Now I don't want to format because it is going to mess me up quite a bit in terms of everything. And what I mean is, if I save this, then this happens, which it just becomes a nightmare in terms of copying and pasting and in terms of just structuring everything for your HTML. Okay, so what I'm going to do instead is, what do I need to do? Let me remove this style first of all because I don't really need it. Now remember that if you're doing this project for the first time, then you probably want to have this attribution in your style sheet and in your HTML as well, because it links to this in terms of who made the project and where the project came from. So it's really nice to have, but because I've already done it, then I'm just going to remove it and remove this style as well. And then obviously, because I'm too lazy to think of my own class names, then I'm going to be using Tailwind CSS. So I'm going to head over to cdnjs.com, and please, that is not to say that using a framework means you're lazy to think of class names. The internet these days, man. Okay, so let me search for Tailwind CSS and just grab the link tag right there and then just paste it below this. And I'm pasting it deliberately below my style sheet because I want this to be evaluated first before our Tailwind CSS can be evaluated, because as you know, HTML is evaluated from top to bottom. And then once we do this, then I've just remembered that I want to grab Font Awesome as well, which will deal with our icons. So just search for Font Awesome once again, copy this link tag and then paste it right inside there. Okay, so everything seems to be moving fine. I can close this page and let me have my design open in another tab. So I'm going to grab this image and let me grab the, where's my design? I want my design for the mobile design, of course, because as you know, I'm going to be building it mobile first. So I want this to be open right there. Okay, so this looks nice. This looks nice. Quite a bit of work to do, but we'll get there. So let's begin by creating our header. I'm going to go inside my HTML and I'm going to create an HTML5 element called header, like that. And this header is going to have my logo. So I'm going to create a div inside here and add an image here, which should go inside images / should be logo, right? Logo.svg. And for the alt, in case the image doesn't exist, then I'm just going to say ensure logo. And then inside here, I'm going to create a div with a class of i.fas.fa-bars. And actually, I don't think this is a good idea. Okay, and then I'm going to comment this out for now because this is part of our navbar, which we are going to toggle using this. And I'm going to show you how we're going to do that in JavaScript. It's not really hard. And then the next section we're going to create is our showcase, which is basically this image as well as this section right there, looking nice. So I'm going to say create this section. I'm going to call this showcase, place a comment, and I'm going to say section with a class of showcase. And inside here, I'm going to have a div, and this div is going to have an h1 that says humanizing your insurance, like that. And below this h1, we're going to have a paragraph, right? Is that correct? Let me just confirm this. Right, a paragraph that says all this. So I'm going to grab these 3 lines, just move it up. And then below this paragraph, I think there is a button that says view plans, correct? So I'm going to create a button here that says view plans, like that. Okay, and then now outside of this div, but still within the showcase, I'm going to add another div. And wait a minute, the image comes first, isn't it? Yeah, the image comes first. So actually, let me move this div upwards right about there, and then place my image here, and the image should be called intro mobile, like that. Well, at least for now. When we scale it up to bigger screens, then we're going to have to change the image name. And then what do we do next? Once we have done that, I keep switching screens. Okay, so once we've done that, then as you can see, we have, this should be an image. It should be called something like illustration. Let me just confirm this. What is it? Pattern intro, right? Mobile. Yeah, it should be called one of these. So we're going to incorporate those as well. Okay, so let me place another comment below this. Call this section -2. Just give it section 2. And I'm going to call this section with a class of grid-items, like that. And inside grid items, then I'm going to be returning an h2 here with some kind of underline at the top. Okay, so let me just place a comment here and say underline so that I remember. And then I'm going to return an h2 that says we are different, like that. And then once we return we're different, then this is going to be a grid of 1, 2, and 3 items. Okay, so below this, I'm going to create a div with a class of cards. If you have used Bootstrap, this is a common occurrence. And inside this div with a class of cards, I'm going to create another div with a class of card. Actually, wait a minute, what am I doing? I'm using Tailwind CSS. Okay, but for now, let me just place this so that I know what I'm styling. Okay, so this is going to move up to here, and I'm going to place this inside an H3. So an H3 that says snappy processes, and then a paragraph below this H3 that says this, like that. And then I remember that this should have an image, right? Snappy process. So let's see, is there an image called snappy process right there, icon snappy process? So this will be coming from /images, and it's called snappy process, like that. And all we need to do now is just duplicate this single div. We just need to duplicate this single div around 3 more times. So 1 2 3, oops, not 3 more times but 2 more times. And then we just need to copy and paste. So I'm going to grab this, cut this out, paste it inside here. Wait, I did something wrong. Copy this and then paste it inside here. And then we need to paste this paragraph, cut it out and just paste it inside here. And remember, the reason for all this is because our main focus is going to be in the CSS, not in the HTML. So I'm going to grab this again and I'm going to paste it inside here, grab this paragraph and paste it inside here. Correct. Now we just need to change up the images. So this should say something like affordable prices. Where is it? Snappy process, affordable prices, right there. So affordable prices, and this should say people first, right there. Okay, move these extra spaces, and then let's look at the next section. So the next section is this that says find out more about how we work. Okay, so I'm going to say a section inside here, and inside this section I'm going to return a div with an H3 that says find out more about how we work, like that. And then below this I'm going to have a button that I think is similar to what we're going to have in our showcase. Let me just confirm that. Right, this button. So we're only going to duplicate this button, basically just changing the text. So this button is going to say how we work. Move this up like that. And then once we say how we work, then let me place a comment here and say remember to add images. And the images that I mean is this image, basically this image. It's not so hard to add, but it can be a bit tricky if you've never dealt with CSS positioning. And then finally we have our footer. Okay, so below this section I'm going to create an HTML footer, HTML5 footer element. So I'm going to say footer, just like that. And inside this footer I'm going to return a let me see how this is structured. I have the logo, and then I have a UL with a class of social. So let me say a div inside here, and then this div is going to have an H3 once again that says wait a minute, not an H3 but an image, sorry. And this image is going to be coming from /images, and it's called logo because it's the Ensure logo. And then below this div I'm going to create a UL, and this UL is going to have how many LIs? Let me see, 1 2 3 4 for the social images, so times 4. And this is going to say i.fab. Remember we imported font awesome, so fa-facebook, is that correct? Facebook, Twitter, Pinterest and Instagram. fa-twitter, and this will going to be i.fab and fa-pinterest. And finally this is going to say i.fab.fa-instagram, like that. And if you're wondering why these classes, please go and look at the Font Awesome documentation, and you'll get more about these icons, how to add icons. And then finally let me move this footer downwards all the way to here, so that I can say that this is going to be an H3. This is an H3 as well, and these are list items inside. Okay, let's look at that. Yep, that is correct. Therefore, what I'm going to do, I want to be able to style this logo with these social icons differently. So I'm going to place them inside an individual div. I'm going to grab this, move it up just a bit, and then I'm going to create another div now. Remember that this is a single div and this is another div. So if I say display flex on it, it won't affect these items inside, and that is what I want. And inside this div, I'm going to turn an h3 that says our company. Grab this, move it up, and then an unordered list with how many list items? 4 times 4. And I'm not going to place them inside hrefs because they don't really go anywhere. And you know what? Let me just place them href for the sake of being accurate to the design. So I'm going to say a href that goes to hashtag, so it goes nowhere. And then the text for this is going to say how we work, like that. I'm going to grab this and just copy it 3 more times and then remove this, like that. This should say why ensure. This says view plans, and finally this says reviews. And we're just going to duplicate this for the rest of the sections because it's basically going to be the same thing. Let's see. Yep, it's basically the same thing. So what I'm going to do is, because I've done this, I'm just going to grab this div all the way up to there. I'm going to copy it and paste it how many more times? 1, 2, and 3. So 1, 2, 3. And finally, I'm going to grab this one. I'm going to start from the bottom, grab these others, paste it inside here, grab careers, cut it out, paste it inside here, and finally press, paste it inside here, and finally this, paste it here, and then remove this final link, remove this extra white space, and I'm going to grab this. I'm just basically grabbing it from the bottom up, and I'm going to paste it inside here, grab this, paste it here, grab this, paste it here, and then remove this top one. And then we need to grab the contact and replace the h3 that we have right there. We need to grab this, replace this top h3 here, and then we grab the FAQ that says FAQ right there, terms of use, and we paste it inside there, privacy policy, and we paste it inside here, and finally cookies, and paste it inside here. Okay, so now that we have done all that, I can remove this extra white space. Okay, and finally I can save this. So once I save it, because I have prettier code formatter on, then it will format my code for me. Just cleans it up a bit to a point where it's more manageable. And would you look at that? So we have all this, and it's looking nice. It is looking nice. So I'm going to close this. Let me just let me just close this, place this to the side, and then I'm going to open this up with the live server so that you can see the hot reloading as we do it. And I'm going to close this tab, and this is currently what we have. Look at that. Easy peasy. Okay. Remove this. Now let's see. What do we need to do? Obviously, we need to start our styling, and because we're using Tailwind CSS, I'm just going to say class equals to flex on the header, like that, and I'm going to say items center and justify between, like that, and I'm going to add a padding on the Y of, let's say, 5, and actually padding all around of 5 should be nice, just like that. And this logo is fine as it is. It's big enough that it's visible, but it's not so big enough that it's intruding into your other space, you know. Okay. Now I'm going to leave this our navigation menu for the last thing, probably the last thing that we do. And you know what, instead of using a font or some icon here, we have an image that is supplied to us called hamburger menu or hamburger.svg, like that, and it should be better. Yeah, it should be better because that is basically what is supplied to us in the design. So we have the same icon that we have here. Okay, that's looking nice. Okay, so let's begin styling our showcase area, and I'm going to go inside this showcase, and I'm going to give this image, actually I'm going to go inside this image, give this image a class of width dash full. We should now take up the entire width like that. Oops, take up the entire width like that. Okay, so inside the index, back inside my index HTML, then I have this div that I placed that wraps our h1 as well as our paragraph and our button. So inside this div, I'm going to give this div a class of what should I call it? Showcase dash inner. And the reason why is because I want to target this showcase inner in my CSS so that I can give it the default background color of, was it very dark violet, I think. So let me go inside my CSS, and I'm going to say that for my showcase dash inner, I want the background color to be, and I'm going to just grab it from my style guide, copy this and paste it inside here. That should be the class. Let me save it. Nope, that is not the color. It should be dark violet. Paste it inside here. Let me try this color, copy this and paste it inside here. Nope, that's not it. That is not it. Dark grayish violet, copy this, paste it inside here. Nope, this should be it. This should be it. Okay, so now let me go back into my h1, and I'm going to say give this a class of text white. So let me continue to style this out. Where was I? I was dealing with the h1. So let me increase the size of this h1, and I'm going to say increase this to text 4XL. Let's say 5XL. Really? Okay, 5XL should be fine. And let's say text dash center. What's happening? Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Okay, let me go inside this paragraph, give this a class name of text dash white. I keep saying class name because I'm used to React, but I really mean class. So please don't let that confuse you. Let me also say text center. Let me add a margin on the top of 5 to push away from our header, right? And then a margin bottom of 10 so that it pushes away from the button that we have. And then let me add a default padding all over the showcase so that we have a bit more space, you know, on the top and bottom. So I'm going to say padding on the Y of 20 and padding on the X of 5 so that each of these moves inwards and upwards. Okay, let's continue. Let's see. Where was I? Oops, this is not what I wanted. This is not what I wanted. I added the padding on the wrong place. On the wrong place. Let that reset just a bit. I want the padding on this section, the dark section. Now I want to add the padding on this div right here. I want to add the padding on this div, so I'm going to say padding on the Y of 20 and padding on the X of 5, so that we are going to have this, add some more insurance. Okay, and for this button, I'm going to say for this button, give this a class of, let me see how this is styled. So it's white, it's capitalized, and it has a white border. Okay, so I'm going to say border dash 2 and border dash white. Let's save that. And I'm going to say padding on the Y of 2, padding on the X of 4. Okay, and I should say, actually, let me say padding on the X of 6. Let's save that. And I'm going to say uppercase so that it's capitalized. Uppercase. And then finally text white. Text white. Okay, that's looking nice. But one thing that you'll notice is that if I try and say text center here, nothing really happens because the button doesn't respond to this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a div below this and then grab the button and paste it inside here. And then I'm going to give this div a class name of text center. Text dash center. Like that, we should now move it to the center. So it's looking nice. Now, what we need to do next is actually add our images, these two images. It might be just a bit tricky to add, but it's not really a hard issue. Now, let's add our images. Let us add our images. So at the top left, we have one image on the top left, which is basically this illustration. And then on the bottom right, we have another illustration that goes down below all of this. Okay, so that shouldn't be hard. That shouldn't be hard. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, let me just check where this div ends. So within this div, remember please, this is important that we are within this div. And within this div, I'm going to add an image tag, and this image is going to be coming from my images, and it's called mobile intro left. This one, the BG pattern intro left mobile SVG. Like that. Once I save that, it should appear right there, looking nice. Okay. And actually what I want to do is I want this at the top, because it's going to be much easier to show what happens. So inside this div, just below my H1, I'm going to paste this in, and it should bring it right there. Okay. And then at the bottom, still within this div, make sure that you're still within this div. I'm going to add another image, and it's coming from my images, and it should be BG intro right mobile. Let me save that. And we have that. Okay. So once we have this, then I want these images to be positioned absolute within our section. So that's easy enough to do, but I want to the first thing that I want to do is go inside my main div, my parent div. That is why it was important that this image are within this particular div. So inside this div, I'm going to give this div a class of relative, right, from Tailwind CSS. And then I'm going to go inside this image, and inside this image, I'm going to give this a class of absolute. So once I position this absolute, you'll notice that it should wait, that's the wrong image. I should be inside this image. Give this a class of absolute, right? And you'll notice that now it no longer takes up any space within this section. And I want to do the same thing for my other image, which is basically this. And I'm going to go to the bottom on this image, just paste this in, and you'll notice that this happens. Would you look at that? So we are almost there, but not really. So I'm going to go back into my top image, and inside my top image, I'm going to say give this a class of top-0, which should place it to the top. Why does it keep doing that? It's annoying. Okay, so top-0, and then I'm going to say left-0 as well, like that. So it's positioned exactly as it should be. Let's just confirm that right there. Okay, and then we want to do the same to this, but in the opposite, in terms of I want it positioned to the bottom and to the right. So I'm going to go inside this image, and I'm going to say to the right, position to the right of 0, and to the bottom of 0. But this might be an issue because I don't think Tailwind allows negative bottoms. I mean negative margins in terms of position absolute. Yep, and I knew it. So let me see, does it allow a negative margin bottom? Oh, it does. Okay, nice. So let's say -50. Negative -50. Nope, that's too much. Let's say 40. 40 should be fine. Let's see how much this is. Yep, 40 should be fine, so that we have this finally. Now notice that it's looking nice. Actually, it's looking nice. So let's move on to the next section, which is our section 2, where we need to get this aligned to the center. Let's see how this looks. So it's aligned to the center. We have the title here. We have some kind of underline above this. This shouldn't be hard to create. And basically a flexbox or a grid, depending on what you would want to use. Okay, so inside section 2, I'm going to say have this padding on the top, actually padding on the top. Let's say padding on the top of 56, just so that it moves further down than this image. Let me see. Let me see, where are you? Almost, let's say 44. Move it up just a bit, and then above this, I'm going to now create my underline. So I'm going to create a div with a class of bg dash gray dash, let's say 500, with a class of height 1 and with a width of 44. Too big, let's say 32. And then another class of mx dash auto, which should now center it, and we should see this on the screen. Now, the reason why I'm using height 1 is because this is the least height that we can use. I can't use height 0, otherwise, it doesn't display anything on the screen. So height 1 is the least that I can use. So that's why we're going to just work with this. And then this h2, I'm going to give this a class of text center, and then increase the font size. So text, let's say 3xl, if I can just type it. Okay. Let's say margin on the top of 5 pushed away from this underline. Let's see. Okay. Is it worth it to create this in CSS? Let me just do it in CSS instead. Let me create a class of underline here. Oops. And I'm going to say background color, set this color to F1, a light gray. And then we're going to say for the width, let's use a width of 56 pixels. And for the height, let's say a height of 2 pixels, should be fine. And margin, let's say margin of auto so that it centers. Save that. Let's see. Where was I? I was going to add, I'm going to remove this and add a div with a class of underline like that. And we should see this very faint. It's too faint. You can see it. Let me increase this to around there. Okay, let me increase this width to 100 pixels. Let's say 150. 150 should be fine. Reduce this to 1 pixel. Okay, so we have 1 pixel right there, very faint but still visible. Let me increase the font size for this, where I'm going to say increase this to 4xl. Wait, what did I have here? I had a 5xl. Yeah, 5xl is still bigger, so we have 4xl right there. And then now inside this div with the class of cars, remember this is the parent div. So I'm going to say for this div, let's say display flex, which should break a bit, and I'm going to say flex column for flex direction column, and I'm going to say align item center, so item center, and then justify center, which should now place everything to the center, but it doesn't. If I have this here and I would say, if I say text center on this, the image I think won't be affected though. Okay, and for the image we can just do the same thing that we did basically on the button right here, where I can go inside the image class here and I can say display block and mx auto, we should now push it to the center like that. Okay, so let me copy this and just paste it inside my image inside here, and the image as well inside here. Paste that in, and of course we need to add text center on our card, so text dash center, and then inside here, that's this first one, inside here say text dash center like that. Okay, looking nice, looking nice. You know what, I'm beginning to think I'm doing quite a lot of work, because if I want to add margin on this, then I would have to have margin on each of the divs. Okay, so instead of using a flex box here, let me use grid instead. So I'm going to say grid and grid columns 1 by default and a grid gap of 5, which will just separate this out just a bit. Let's say 10. Separate them out even further. And then let me go inside this div with a class of card. Let me select all of them. Let me see. Select that one, and I'm going to say that each div should have a max width of, let me say, max width of, what does 96 do? Oops, 96 is too small, or let's say width 96. But I don't really like using all these widths. So instead of using widths, let me say padding on the X should be 32. 32 is too big, too big, too big. Let's say 20. This should look fun. Let me just see how this looks on a mobile screen on iPhone 5. That should be fine. So let's see. This is still too much space. So let me say with 10. Padding on the X of 10, sorry. And this should be fine. That should be fine. Place this back to the side and it should be fine. Let's see what we need to do next. I need to add a padding on the bottom of this and add a margin below this header. Let me do that margin first. So below this, I'm going to say margin on the bottom of 10. Push it away from that, like so. And then let me add padding on the bottom here of 20. Push it away from this next section, which we are going to do next. Okay, so let's do this section next. Where is our section? Remember to add images. Okay, so for this section, I'm going to say give this a class name. Not class name, that's weird. So give this a class of what did my showcase class have? What did my showcase class have? Is it just a class of showcase? Showcase inner. Okay, so showcase inner. So I'm going to give this a class of showcase inner, just to reuse the classes so that it has the same background color as our showcase right there. And then I'm going to say padding on the Y of 20, so padding on the top and bottom, and then padding on the X of nope, not padding on the X. Okay, let me go inside this div and give this div a class of padding on the X of 5, like that. And then I can just say text center for everything, text center, like that. And remember that this button is basically the same as the one we had in our showcase. So I can go back to my showcase, and where's my button? Right here. I can just copy this and I can go back here and just paste this in like that, so that you don't have to keep on styling the same thing over and over again. Okay, and then let me go inside this h3, give this a class of text white. Text white. Let me see how this is styled. Okay, and I've just realized I need to add a bit more margin between this right here on the cards, and then change the text color of the paragraph. Okay, but I was checking how this is being styled. Okay, so I actually need to have this padding X here so that this would move inwards. Oops, instead of padding, let's have margin so that it moves inwards like that. Okay, let's see. Increase this font size. This font size, say text for Excel. Okay, let's have padding on the X on the heading 5. Push it inwards just a bit of 10. Push it inwards just a bit, margin bottom of 5. We are almost there. Not quite yet, but we are almost there. We just need to add this background image now. Wait a minute. Is this the same? Or did I confuse the images? No, I did not. Okay, we are good to go. So right below this div, not below this div, but within this div below the button, I'm going to add an image here. The source for this would be ./images, and it should be called how we work for mobile right there. And this should happen. And I'm going to go back inside this div, give this a class of relative, so that I can position this image absolute within this div. So I'm going to say for this image, I'm going to give this a class of absolute like that, and place it to the top by 0, right, and to the right by 0 as well. Okay, now the reason why this doesn't go to the top 0 is because remember we have a padding on the main class. So I'm going to remove this padding from here. Let's see. If I remove this padding from here, and add it here instead. Let's see how this looks. And we are almost there. I just need to add, actually, let me just reduce this, the width of this image. So I'm going to go inside here and say the width of this image should be 32. How small is that? Too small. Let's say 44. Too big. Let's say 40. Should be the right size. And there we go. So that it's contained within this section right there. Okay, so that's looking nice. That's looking nice. And now we just need to deal with our footer and we will be done with the mobile design. Okay. That shouldn't be too hard. Let me go inside the footer, give this footer a class of, let's say padding on the Y of 20. And let's say text center. Let's see how that looks. So that we have this and this and this and this, okay? And this is an image, so I'm going to go inside this image, give this a class of block and mx auto so that it centers like that. Okay, I'm going to go inside this ul, which is basically our social icons, give this a class of flex like that, and then items dash center, and then justify dash center, place it back to the center, and then margin on the y of 5. No, let's say margin on the top of 5. Actually, let's say, wait, let me just confirm how this looks. Okay, so let's say margin y should be fine. Margin y should be fine. Y of 5, okay. And then inside these individual list items, I'm going to give this a class of mx, so margin on the x-axis of 3. Separate them out just a bit like that. And then I'm going to say text dash gray dash 500, make them just a bit lighter. Let's say 600 or 700. Let's say 600. And then let's increase the font size, so I'm going to say text XL. 2XL. 2XL should be fine. Okay, so once we do that, then I want to add a border on the bottom of this UL. So how do we do that? I'm going to go inside this UL right at the end, and I'm going to say border bottom, so border dash B, and border, let's say border gray dash let's say 600, so that we have that. And then I'm going to say padding on the X of 5, which should now push this inwards. Oops, was it margin? Wait a minute. Okay, margin works. So margin on the X of 5 pushes it inwards just a bit. Okay, and then let me add some padding on the bottom so that it pushes away from this border bottom. So I'm going to say padding bottom of 5, pushes it away just a bit from this border, so it's looking nice. The footer has a background color, so let's add a background color on the footer. So I'm going to go back into my main footer class, and I'm going to say bg dash gray dash, let's say 500. Nope, that's not a good idea. Let's say 100. Not too visible. 200. 200 should be fine. Let me just reduce this padding top to be 20 so that I can add, not to be 10, so that I can add a margin on the top of, let's say 20, so that it pushes away from this section. Let me save that. Pushes away just a bit from this section, and then I can add padding on the bottom of 20, like so. Okay. So what next? We target our H3s. Okay. And you know what I'm realizing is that it might be easier to target all these H3s in my CSS instead of having to add to place the same classes over and over again. So what I'm going to do is just go inside my footer. Wait a minute. Did I give this footer class? Nope, but it's the only footer element on the whole web page, so it's okay. So I can say footer, and I want to target the H3s, and I'm going to say margin on the top and bottom, let's say of 10 pixels, and 0 on the left and right. Let's see how that works. too small. Let's say 20. 20 pixels should be fine. And I'm going to say text transform, and I'm going to transform this to uppercase like so. Okay, and then I want to target the ULs. Let me see, how did I structure this? I have the ULs and the LIs and then the A's. Okay, so I'm going to say that for the footer I want to target the ULs, the LIs and the anchors, so that I can say text transform uppercase. Actually, just copy this, paste it there, and this should now be all uppercase, but they're not. Why are you not? Why are you not? Because this should be inside divs. Let's see that. Oops. Wait a minute. Well, that's embarrassing. That is really embarrassing. Let me try something. Here's how we work inside here. I'm going to give this a class of uppercase. That should work. You know, that's really annoying. So let me just copy this down, and I'm going to grab this and 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 this, and finally these three, and just paste that in. That's kind of an awkward way to do it, but you know, sometimes the awkward way just has to fly. And increase the margin here of 1, space this out just a bit, or rather of 2. Wait, what? Oh, okay, these are block elements, the inline elements, sorry. Let's reduce this to 1, just like that, just like that. Okay, so let's see. The next thing that we need to do actually is our footer image. Remember, our footer has an image, which is basically this. Shouldn't be too hard to add in. So let's go back into our footer. Let's say, where's our footer? Right here. And place a comment and say this is the footer. And inside this footer, I'm going to add an image that's coming from images / BG footer mobile, like that. And we should be able to see it. And the reason why I don't see it is because this has the same background color as the image. So there is our image. So let me just increase this BG to gray dash 100. Okay, that's visible enough. And then let me go inside this image, give this a class of, let's say, width dash 4. Take up the entire width. Okay, that's not a good idea. Let's see. Oh, so that's how it is. Okay, that's fine. So width dash full, and then let me say absolute. And once I save this, then this should break just a bit. Let me go back inside my footer and say this should be positioned relative, right? And then from here, you can say position to the top by 0, just like that. And then now I can go inside this div and give this div a class of padding top of 44. We should massively push it downwards. Oops, that's the wrong div. Oh, this should say padding top, not padding y. Of 44, let's say of 36. 36 should be fine. Okay, so that we have that for our footer. And as you can see, this is already complete for the mobile design. And oh, let me add some margin between this. Let me go back into this section. Where was it? Right here on this H3, and then on this H3, and then on this H3. I'm going to give each of these a class of margin Y of 5. Separate it out just a bit, make it more readable and looking nice. Looking very nice. Okay, so what do we know next? We can go and begin to scale this up just a bit. Should be fine. I say that, but I'm not really sure. Okay, so obviously the easiest one to scale up would be this section. So I'm going to start with that section right away, and that section should be where is it? Come on, right here where I had my grid. And I'm going to say that for medium screens, then I want the grid columns to be 2, and it should happen like that. And then I'm going to say that for large screens, I want the grid columns to be 3. Let's see that, so that we have that. And now I can switch over into my desktop design so that we see what's happening. Okay, we have quite a bit more work to do. These are now text aligned to the left instead of the center. The image is also aligned to the left. And this is a different background image. And the footer is also rearranged just a bit. That's not hard to do, really. Okay, so let's see how this works. Let me go into my index HTML, and I can go inside this div with a padding x of 10. I can select this next one, and this next one. And then I can say that for large screens, then I want the text to go back to the left. And this happens. And then I can go inside these images. So I can select this image with MX Auto, select that one, and select the third one. And I can say that for large screens, then I want the margin left to be 0, which should now, okay, yeah, there you go. We should now place it back to the left so that we have this. And of course, now we want to move this back to the left, and we want to move this underline to the left as well. So let's see, where was my H3? Oh, it was an H2. I can go inside here and say that for large screens, I want the text to be left instead of center. Move it right there, of course, and add a padding. Right, let me add a padding here, padding on the x of, what was it? Was it 10? Did I add a padding on the x of 10 for each of these? Where is it? Padding of 10. Okay, so that we have that, and then we just need to move this to the left as well. But that produces kind of an issue because I have this margin auto right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this, which will break our application just a bit, but it helps us also because it introduces an easier styling. And I'm going to say, where's my index HTML? For my underline, I'm going to say that for large screens, then the margin X should be 10, which does this. But then for smaller screens, I want it positioned back to the center. So I'm going to say MX of auto here, which should position back to the center. And would you look at that? So for large screens, it goes to the left, and for smaller screens, it goes back to the center. So that's looking nice. That's looking nice. Okay. What's happening here? What is happening here? Let me inspect this. Let me see what's happening. Let me see what's happening. It has quite a lot of padding. Let me remove the padding. Let me remove the padding. Where was it? The padding X of 10. So let me select this class. Okay, oops, wait. Let me start by selecting this. Select the next one, and then the next one where I can say for large screens, once again, I want the padding on the X to be 0. Right, which should just, you know, CSS can be quite annoying sometimes, you know. Okay, so once I do that, then I want to add padding on the main div for each of these cards. So let me go back to my main div, which is currently this, and I'm going to say that for large screens, I want the padding on the X to be 10, which should move this inwards and this inwards as well. And there we go. There we go. And of course, I'm going to limit this just a bit, limit the screen just a bit so that this doesn't go all the way to the end, because it's a bit hard to read because of the span of the width of the device. Okay. Okay. Let's do this section next. I'm trying to do the easier sections first, that, you know, my brain power is reserved for harder things. So let me go to my desktop design. Let me see how this looks. Okay, so we just need to change the background image. This is going to be quite a hassle. Okay, so let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. I'm going to create another section which is going to be hidden by default, but it will only show when the device width is greater than 1024 pixels, which is basically this large media query that we're adding. So let's do that, and we're going to do that for this section, right? So let's see, where are you? We have, this is the section, right? Okay, so I'm going to say create another section, and I'm going to say wait a minute, how we work for desktop, and I'm going to say this is going to have a section with a class of showcase inner, showcase dash inner, and the reason for showcase dash inner is because I want this background image by default, and I'm going to say add an image here. The image will be coming from / images, and it should be this image for the desktop. So how we work for desktop, and then below this I'm going to have a div, and this div is going to have, what did I have here, an h3. Okay, it's going to have an h3 that says find out more about how it works. So just copy this, paste it inside there, and then below this h3 I'm going to have a button that says how we work. So that says view plans. Wait, is it view plans or how we work? It should say how we work, like that. And this button also says how we work. Okay, and as you can see, it breaks a bit, but that's okay. I'm going to give this a class of hidden by default, like that, so that it disappears from our web page. Okay. So now what we need to do is at 1024 pixels, then we need to display this as hidden, so display none basically, and then we need to display the other section as block. Okay, so let me do that. So I'm going to say for large screens, then I want display block, and then inside here I'm going to say that for large screens I want hidden, so display none, so that they should now switch out, so that we have this, and look at that. So this is working correctly. And now obviously I want to do the same thing where I want to position this image absolute within this section. So I'm going to go inside here, and I'm going to say actually give this a class of relative first of all, if I forget, relative, like that, and then give this image a class of absolute, and to the right by 0, and to the top 0 not O, and to the top by 0, so that we have that. Okay, and then let me add a padding on this section. So I'm going to say that for large screens I want padding on the Y to be, let's say 32, so that we have this. Reduce this to 28, just a bit, let's say 24, just a bit. 28 should be fine. Oops, 28 should be fine. 28 should be fine. Okay, and then let's deal with our title right there. So I'm going to go inside my body, this h3, give this a class of text dash white, and font dash not really font bold, because it only has one weight, so text white, and then I'm going to increase the text to 5XL. Let me limit it. Let me say width should be 96, so basically around 384 pixels. Nope, too small. Let's say 2/3, which is what, 66%. Still too big. Let's say a half, like that. Let's say for this div I'm going to say give this a class of padding on the X of 10, push it inwards just a bit. Okay, and then this button I want positioned to this side, right? So I'm going to say flex here, like that, and I'm going to say items dash center, and then justify between. We should now place it somewhere there. Okay, and then this button is basically the same as this, so I'm just going to copy these classes, and I'm just going to paste it inside here. like that. And would you look at that, it's looking amazing. We already have this. And what else do we need to do? What else do we need to do? We need to deal with our footer, right? Okay. I'm still not happy with this. I need to add some margin on the X. So let me go here. And for last one, I'm going to say margin on the X of, let's say, 10. Should be nice. Okay. But then remember that I'm still going to limit all of these. I'm still going to limit all of them just a bit. And actually, let me just do that. I'm going to say that for extra large screens, I want the margin on the X to be 32. Push this inwards even further. Too small, let's say 40. Push it inwards even further. And then let me just copy this. And I'm going to go back into this section, not this one, but this top section. Inside here, I'm going to paste this in, push this inwards, right, correct. We have not yet dealt with our showcase, so we're just going to leave that hanging just a bit. And then let's deal with our footer. Okay, now for the footer, what do we need to do? Where did I display flex? I did not display the footer as flex, or did I? I did not. That's fine. I just text align center. And I'm going to say that for the footer, for small screens, then I'm going to say I want a grid. And then for small screens, I'm going to say grid columns to be 2, right? And let's say once again for small screens, let's say the grid gap should be 10. Let's see how this looks. We have this, no, not what I wanted. Actually, this still works because this has a massive margin on the top, a padding on the top, sorry. So I'm going to say that for small screens, then the padding top should be 0, which will reset it just at the top. Okay. Still not what I wanted. Still not what I wanted. So let me remove this all the way to here. Cut this out. And then let me check this div. So this div, all of these don't have, they don't have a parent div. They don't have a parent div. So I'm going to call, let me see what to do. What to do is I'm going to add another div. The structure though. Let me add another div here. Then let me paste this in before I forget it. And I'm going to grab this. And let me check where this ends. Nope. This ends here. This ends here. This ends here. So below this. Okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and grab this once again and give this class here. Let's see how this looks. Nope. Nope. They're interfering with my brain. But before I do that, let me see if I can do one more thing. One more thing that I should have started with really is this header, this icon really, sorry. So I can go back inside my header, right? And I'm going to give here a nav, I'm going to create a nav bar with ULs and LIs. How many LIs are you? 1, 2, 3, 4. Each of these having anchor tags, but they're going nowhere. Oops. And this says view plans. This one says account. This one says blog. And finally, this one says how we work. Like that. So I can remove this. And of course, as you can see, this messes up just a bit, but that's fine. I can then go inside this nav, give this a class of, let me say absolute. Take it out of the normal flow, and I'm going to say, what am I going to say? Actually, how is this styled? Let me just see. Mobile nav design. Okay. Let's see how this works. I'm going to say top 0, top 0. Actually, okay, let me just continue. Top 0, right dash 0, bottom dash 0, and left dash 0. And then let me say BG, let's say grade dash 900. Let's save that. Let's see how this looks. And this happens. Okay, so everything is working correctly. And then let me go inside these anchor tags. Each of these going to give this a class of text dash white, right? Okay. And then how is this styled? Capitalized and text center. Okay, so I'm going to say uppercase, not capitalized really, but uppercase. And let me say margin on the Y of what, 3 should be fine. Oops, wrong class. List item, list item, list item, list item. Give this a class of margin Y dash 3, like that. And then I can say text center on this should be fine. Text center, right? And then for this, I want to style this in terms of similar to a button. So I'm just going to copy these tiles that I have on this button, copy this, and then I can just paste them inside here. Remove this class and remove this double quote, so that we have that, but I don't want this to be block. And actually, what am I doing? I just want to have a width of, let's say, width of 40. There you go. That's almost looking nice. That is almost looking nice. But then I want it to the top by 10. Just push it down a bit. Let's say 20. No, 20 is too much. Let's say 16. 16. Okay. So that when you click this, then this should start appearing from here. Let me see how this is. So that we have this. And of course, I'm going to change this background image. No worries. And then we need to add this navbar image. So let's see. Right below this, I'm going to add another list item, and this is going to contain my image, which is coming from /images, and it's called should be called what, mobile nav. There you go. And we should be able to see it right there, where I'm going to give this a class of absolute. But remember that this is also absolute, so I need to have this as relative, because it's the parent class. Wait a minute, did I do that correctly? Did I do that correctly? I want relative here, relative, and I need to remove this absolute from here and add it here. So class equals to absolute, like that. I hate this. Grab all of this, paste it inside here, like that. And this should, seriously? Are you serious? Okay, you know what? Let me just reset this just a bit. Where was it? Okay, so relative is here. Let me see how this looks. It messes up just a bit. So this is relative. The header is relative. Okay. And I want this to be positioned absolute. Let me say edge screen, which should now take up 100 viewport heights. Okay. And then I am going to say that for this image, where is my image? For this image absolute, I'm going to say position to the right by 0 and to the bottom by 0. We should now place it. Oops. Wait. Where did I mess up? Where is the image? Where are you? Where? Oh, or is it behind? Is it behind this? Is it behind that? Let me say the index of 10, so that I can see where it is. And it's here. That is not what I wanted. I wanted to the bottom by, let's say, 10. Move it up. Let's say bottom. Actually, no, let me just say top first of all, so that I can see whether it's appearing or not. So it goes to the top. Let me say this should have a class of wait, right here I'm going to say width dash full. Okay, and then I need to move it down. So let me say to the top by 32. Let's say to the top by 44, by 72. 78 is the next class. Nope, 76. Nope, then it should be 80. Not so good. Okay, this is really tiring. This is really tiring. Let me say bottom of 32. Let me say bottom of 44 or 56 or 60 should be fine. I'm just going to leave it at 60 for now. Just going to leave it at 60 so that finally I can go ahead and create our toggle. So let's see, how do we want to create our toggle? We want to excuse me. For our toggle, what we want to do is, let me give this image, or rather let me give this div a class, not a class really, but an ID of menu-btn, so that I can target it in a JavaScript. And then let me also give this a class of cursor dash pointer, so that it has a cursor pointer on hover. Okay, and then what do we need to do? We need to grab our navbar, which is basically all of this that I've just told, and then we need to grab our image. So let's see, let me give this navbar an ID of ID equals to navbar, like that. And then let me link our why this? What is this closing, or is it the div that I removed? Okay, so below this, right below my closing body tag, I'm going to link my style sheet, not my style sheet, but my script, my JavaScript, and I'm going to call it app.js, like that. And then I'm going to create it. So I'm going to create app.js, and I'm going to grab my navbar. So I'm going to say const navbar equals to document.getElement by ID, and the ID that I just gave it is called navbar. And then I'm going to say what I want to grab my menu button, so I'm going to say menu btn equals to document.getElement by, oops, well, there goes my computer. Okay, by ID, and the ID that I just gave it is menu-btn, like that. And I want to add an event listener on the menu button, so I'm going to say menu btn.add event listener, and I'm listening for the click event. And I want to toggle this, and I want to target the navbar, and I'm going to say navbar.classList.toggle, and I will go to toggle the class of open, which we haven't created actually. So let me go back into my index HTML, and I'm going to say wait. Let me go back into my index HTML, and I'm going to say I want all of this to be hidden by default, right? And then I can go inside my style sheet, and right above this I'm going to say that for the navbar, when it has the class of open, then I want to say display block, and this should work. So let's see how this is. Oops, where is it? Where's my index HTML? And there is no class of navbar that I'm targeting, and that's the reason why. So let me save that, and let's toggle that, and there we go. So we have our toggle working correctly. Now I'm going to do Hello everyone, I know it's been a while, about 2 weeks now. I was creating a little side project that I'm going to show you in the course of this video. So today we're going to be doing a front-end mentor challenge which they have just published around an hour ago. And it's called a 3-column preview card component. So you can head over to frontendmentor.io/challenges and just click this card. And then you can click on start challenge. And remember that you always have to be logged in order to access these challenges. So you can say get started. And you can see this is my first attempt. And we're just going to say download starter like so, which will download it for me. And I'm going to head over into my downloads folder. So I'm going to go over into downloads and I'm going to extract this right here, extract it, and then I'm going to open this up with Visual Studio Code like that. And there we have it. So we have this open up in Visual Studio Code. If you head over to udemy.com and search for TsbSankara like that, then you'll find a course. And yes, this is what I've been working on for the past 2 weeks, and it's 6 hours total with 44 lectures. And the course is called Learn Modern Web Development from Scratch, HTML and CSS. So I've been working on this course and I finally published it yesterday, and it got approved by Udemy around an hour and 20 minutes ago. So if you're new to Udemy and you need to create an account to sign up, then you'll get a discount of 35% off on the purchase for the next 5 hours, actually for the next 6 hours. And if you click on this, then you can say add to cart, or you can say buy now. And if you really enjoy this course, please remember to leave a review. It will really help me greatly. And another alternative, if you want to access this course, is that you can head over to my website, tsbsankara.co.ke, and remember all these links are going to be down in the description, so don't bother to try and remember all of them. You can just check them out in the description. And you can see that on my website I've also placed a very colorful looking flag inside here which says new course announcement, and you can get it now. So by clicking this link, you can go to the course directly, or you can head over to the courses tab right here, and then you can just say course link once again, which will take you to the course. And just like that, then you'll be able to get the course for $12 currently if you're a new subscriber to Udemy, or for $19, which is the current price. Before I continue this video, I just want to remind you that if you enjoy the content, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps me greatly and it shows your support for the channel. So let's head over back into Visual Studio Code and let's take a look at all of this. So this is what we're going to be building. This is the desktop design. We have 3 columns, which should be relatively easy using CSS Flexbox. And then we have the mobile design where they just stack on top of each other. So that's looking nice. And then we have the icons for the luxury, for the sedans, as well as for the SUVs. So right away inside my index.html, what I want to do is let me just place this to the side and place this to the right as well. And then I'm going to link a style sheet that I'm going to create inside here. So I'm going to link style.css. And then what I want to do is create the actual style sheet. So I'm going to create a file called style.css. Right. Okay. And then actually let me grab this. Let me move this into my style sheet. Let me place it inside here. Let me remove this, and then let me go to the bottom and change this href into my actual website. Let's co.ke like that, and then change this to my name. Please remember that this is your name. Don't place my name inside here. This is for you when you're going to be building it. Okay, so from these are basically the 3 divs that we want to have. So what I want to do is I want to grab all of this. I want to grab this and just say div with the class of container and then paste this in. And then once I do that, then I want to grab this and place it inside a div with the class of card like so. Paste this in, and then grab this and place it inside a div with the class of card like so, and then grab this once again and say div with the class of card like so, and then push this down. And I'm going to say I'm going to grab this and I'm going to hold down control and grab this. Wait, that doesn't work. Oops, that's okay. I can just say place my cursor here and then hold down the alt key and then click right here, and then I'm just going to say control shift and to the left, which will select all this, and I'm going to cut them out and I'm going to place them inside h3s like so. So these are going to be our titles. And then for this, I'm going to cut this out, right? Place it inside a paragraph like that, and then grab this, cut it out and place it inside another paragraph, and then grab this and paste it inside another paragraph, so that we're going to have this as our boilerplate. And I'm going to save this, and then I'm going to open this up with live server like so, so that we have this on our screen. And then let me just say we need to have our icons at the top. So I'm going to go back into my index.html. I'm going to add an image here. This will become from /images, and it's called sedans, like that. Then I'm just going to copy this and paste it inside here. Change this to SUVs, like so. And then I'm going to paste it inside here as well, and then change this to luxury, like so, so that when I save this, then this should appear on the screen. That's looking fantastic. So let me just see what we have in our style guide markdown file, so that we can grab the fonts that we need actually. So this is called TsbSankara, and this is called Big Shoulders Display. This is font 400. So let me just click this link and open it up like that. And then I'm going to copy this because I'll need to search for it as well. So this is the only font weight that is here. So let's go back to Google Fonts, like that, and then just search for this. We grab this and we need the 700 font. There's the 700, this one right here. And then I'm going to grab the link tag, copy this, and then inside my index.html right at the top, I'm going to place this inside here like so. Okay, so this should reset our font just a bit, but we need to specify it. So I'm going to go above my attribution right here, and I'm going to say that for the body, this should have a font family of, it's called TsbSankara, should be it, with a fallback of sans serif, right? And then probably for the H3s that we have inside here, then the font family is going to be Big Shoulders Display. I think that was the name, Big Shoulders Display, with a fallback of sans serif once again. And then at the top, before I save this file, I'm going to place my asterisk, and I'm going to reset everything. So I'm going to say margin 0, padding 0, and box sizing, set it to border box, like that, and so that we have this, and that's already looking nice, correct? Now I noticed that the H3s are all capital, so let me just do that inside here once. So I'm going to say text transform, and I'm going to say uppercase, like so, which will make them uppercase. Okay, and then I'm going to say probably font size, set this to around 24 pixels to make it just a bit bigger. Let me see how this looks. Okay, that's almost the size. Let me see what the mobile version has. Okay, that's not bad, that's not bad. And let me increase this to, let's see how 30 pixels will look. Okay, this is still manageable. And then what I want to do is we need to add our buttons. So right below this paragraph, I'm going to place my cursor here, and then I'm going to hold down the Alt key, and I'm going to click right here and then here, and I'm going to create a button with a class of btn like that, that says learn more. So I'm going to say learn more, like so. And let me see what the button font is. The button has a font family the same as the paragraph, so let's specify that inside here. And I'm going to say probably inside here should be fine, button, because I don't think we're going to be adding any more styles to our body, so specifying this inside here should be fine as well, so that we have this on the button. Okay, looking nice. And then what I want to do is, I noticed that these buttons all have different text color for each one of them. So for example, this is red, orange, this is whatever this color is, and then this one as well. So let me just see, let's go back to our style guide markdown file right there, and let's see. So the body, the paragraphs all have a font family of 15 pixels. Let's specify that so that we don't have to keep on messing around with this. I'm going to say font size. Oh, I said font family, I meant font size, sorry. So font size of 15 pixels, like so. And then let's see what else that needs to be changed. Transparent right, this is for paragraphs. And then we say very light gray, the background, the headings, the buttons. We have bright orange. So this is for the first div. So what I want to do is I want to give this first div another class called bright-orange. And then the second one, I'm going to say dark cyan. So this is called dark-cyan. And then this is called very dark cyan, like so. So that we're going to be targeting them differently in our CSS, and then we're just going to be changing the colors for each one of them. So let's see how this is. Let me just copy all of this, copy this, and then inside my CSS, I'm going to create some variables, and I'm going to say root, just paste this in, change this to 2 hyphens, sorry, like so, and then change this to a small letter, change this to 2 slashes, dark cyan, like so. and do this as well, very dark, and then we remember to place our semicolons, so that we're going to have this, and this is a double. Okay, just so that we don't need to keep on jumping back and forth into our markdown files. So I'm going to copy this, I'm going to save this, and then let's target our div with a class of cards. Our div with a class of bright dash orange, like that. And I'm going to say background color for this should be var equals to bright orange, like so. That when I save this, then this should change color, correct? And then let's target our div called dark dash cyan, and then change the background color to dark cyan, like so. And then let's target our div called very dark cyan, and then let's change the background color to very dark cyan, like so. And then right inside here, I just want to go inside here once again, and I'm going to say change the text color to white, so that we have this. And let's see how this looks in our design. Looking nice. Actually, I want the desktop, I want the mobile design first, so that we have this. Okay, looking almost amazing. Okay, and then let's go back into our style CSS and let's begin styling this further. So I want to target each of the divs that has a class of card, and I'm just going to say add a padding of probably around 30 pixels all around, like so. And then let me target the container, and I'm going to say for the container I want the padding to be 20 pixels all round, so that it moves inwards. So the padding of 20 pixels on the container is this space that we have right here, and then that padding of 30 pixels of the card is what moves each of this text inwards. We need to have a border radius on the top left and top right of this orange card, and then on the bottom left and the bottom right of this very dark one. So what I'm going to do is right inside here, I'm just going to say border radius, and I'm going to say around 10 pixels on the top left, 10 pixels on the top right, and then 0 on the bottom right and 0 on the bottom left, so that this happens. Notice that. And then inside this last div called very dark cyan, I'm going to do the opposite. So I'm just going to copy this inside here, and then I'm going to remove these two zeros from the end. I'm going to place them to the beginning. So this means border radius of 0 on the top left, 0 on the top right, and then 10 pixels on the bottom right and 10 pixels on the bottom left, so that when I save this, then this happens. Looking nice, looking nice. And then let's target the h3s. Actually, let's go inside our card class, target the images first of all, and I'm going to say margin bottom for the images should be around 30 pixels. Move it away, that's too much, let's say 20 pixels. Move it away from this title just a bit, and then let's go inside the card class, target the h3 once again. I'm going to say margin dash bottom, set this to 20 pixels, and this is margin, like so. So the margin here is more than the margin here. So let's set this, let me set this to 10 pixels. Let's see how this looks. That's too small. So let's set this to 25, so that the margin here is greater than the margin here as well. And then let's target the paragraph. So I'm going to say card paragraph, like so. And I'm going to say margin dash bottom, set this to 30 pixels. And then once I set this to 30 pixels, let me just go back to our design a bit, and let's style out our buttons now. So we give the buttons a class of btn for each one of them, right? So let me go back into my style.css, and right at the top, or rather below this paragraph, I'm going to target our button, and I'm going to say background color should be white. And then we're not going to set the text color inside here, but we're going to be targeting for each of the divs, because the text color for the button changes with whatever div that we're viewing, right? For example, this is the text color for this is orange, this is dark cyan, and this is very dark cyan. So let's see how we're going to do this. We're going to say background color is white, right? We're going to remove the border, so I'm going to say border. Actually, not remove the border, but I'm going to place a border of 2 pixels solid and white. And then I'm going to say border radius for each one of these should be 30 pixels, 30 not 300. And then let's add a padding of 10 pixels all around. And let's say 10 pixels on the top and bottom and 20 pixels on the left and right, so that we have that. Okay, looking fantastic. And let's just say cursor pointer. And then for the btn hover, actually let me see what we have for the active states for this, so it becomes transparent when you hover over them. So I'm going to say for the btn, and I want to target the hover state, then I want the background color, so I'm going to say background color, set this to transparent, And let's say the text color should be white. Text color should be white. Let me see if this is indeed white. Let's go inside here. Let's see. So the text color, when you hover over each one of them, becomes white. Okay, so that's easy enough to do. That when we have this, let me just add a transition because I don't want it to pop in immediately like that. So I'm going to say transition, and I want to transition all the properties by 0.4 seconds, and then we just say is in out. So save this and look at that. That's much smoother, looking very nice. And then for the paragraphs, let me just increase the line height. Let me see how this looks. Yep, let me increase the line height for these paragraphs. They look too squeezed in, so I'm just going to go inside here and I'm going to say line height. Set this to about 1.8. Let's see how this looks. Too big, let's say 1.6. That's much better. And then finally, what we need to do is now just change the text color for the buttons for each of these divs. So I'm going to go inside the bright orange div, right? So I'm going to copy this down and I'm going to target the btn inside this bright orange divs, and I'm going to change the text color to bright orange like that. Look at how the color changes. And then when we hover over this, then okay, I've just noticed something. Now this is something to do with CSS specificity. I'm just going to leave this in for a moment so that I can explain it better when we finish. And then I'm going to go inside the dark cyan class, and I'm going to target the btn, and I'm going to say the text color for this should be dark cyan, so that this changes. And then do the same for the very dark cyan. So dot very dark cyan, target the btn, and I'm going to change the color to very dark cyan, like so. Okay, now with CSS specificity, the lower you are in your style sheet, then the more specificity that you have. Notice that even though we have set the btn hover state here, and we have set the text color to white, when we go immediately right below this, then we have another btn declaration where we change the text color once again to bright orange. Now that affects CSS specificity, meaning that this now has higher specificity than this, and therefore these styles will be applied. So in order to fix that, I can just grab this and place it to the bottom of this and just say that, and notice how it will just now work automatically, looking amazing. Okay, now all we need to do is just scale it up for bigger screens, and we're going to scale it up. We're going to add a few media queries, probably just one maybe. And let me just go to the bottom of this, and I'm going to say at media, and I'm going to say for a min width of, let's say, 992 pixels. Then let me space this out. I want to target the container first of all. And for the container, what I want to do to the container is I want to place it perfectly to the center using flexbox. So I'm going to say display, and I'm going to say flex, align item center, justify content center, and then set the minimum height for each one of this, for the container, sorry, to 100 viewport height, so that it goes completely to the center. And would you look at that? That's looking amazing. And probably I don't want align item center. Let me see how this looks if I remove align item center. Okay, we need it. So let's say align item center. What I want to do is go inside the card class, probably specify as an absolute height for each one of these. And let me just limit the container actually, and I'm going to say max width for this should be, let's say, 900 pixels, so that they move inwards like so. And then reset it back to the center by saying margin of auto, like so. And just as we do that, then we notice that we don't need to set this to a fixed height. Okay, so then once we do this, then what I want to do is target these divs. And actually, let me just add a media query where I'm going to increase this max width. So I'm going to say at media, and I'm going to say for a min width of 1280 pixels, 8, not 9. Okay, and I'm going to target the container once again, and I'm going to say increase this max width to, let's say, 1200 pixels, so that it just grows a bit bigger, probably let's say 1100. And then I want to target this div with the class of bright orange and remove this border radius from the top right and add it to the top left. And then I want to target this div and remove this from the bottom left and add it to the top right. Okay, so what I mean is, right inside here, when we display this as flex, then I want to target the bright orange div, and reset this border radius. And I'm going to say border radius of 10 pixels on the top left. So the bright orange div is this one. So on the top left, we want 10 pixels, and then we want 0 on the top right, and then 0 on the bottom right, and 10 pixels on the top left. And then we do the opposite for the very dark cyan div, where we're going to say border radius, and set this to 0 on the top left, then 10 pixels on the top right, which is this right here, and then we say 10 pixels on the bottom right, and then 0 on the bottom left. So that, look at this div looking amazing. And then the final thing that we need to do before we can submit this is just probably add a bit more margin to this button. So let me just figure out where I added that button. Where's the button? Okay, I added margin on the paragraph. So what I want to do is grab this, and then right inside here, I'm just going to increase this margin to around 50 pixels so that the button moves down just a bit more. And look at that, we have this looking amazing. And then once we do that, then what we can do is, let's see what else we need to change. Probably this, we can increase the padding on the left and right for this, that the cards are just a bit bigger. Let me see how this looks. Let me go back into our card class, and right where we now display this as a flex, I'm going to target the card class right inside here, and I'm going to say the padding, let's increase the padding to probably 50 pixels all around. Rather than increase the padding to 50 pixels all around, let me remove this media query, and this would look like this. Okay, and then if this looks like this, then what we can do is we can just remove this media query altogether, and then we can say that set the height for this to around, let's say 300 pixels. Too small, let's say 500 pixels looks like this. Let's say 450 pixels, which would look like this, but I don't really like this because, as you can see now, the button starts behaving terribly. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. Let's reduce this padding instead to 30 pixels. Sorry, let's increase it to 40 pixels. 40 pixels would look like this. This really isn't bad. It's not really that bad of a look. Okay. What we can do though, what we can do is probably the margin here is a bit more for the paragraph. So let's target our paragraph here. Let's say margin bottom to 80 pixels. Push away even further, and then let's reduce this to 45. Let's see how this would look for 45 pixels, and this is looking manageable. This is actually looking even closer to the design. Let me just check this out one more time, and yep, I think we are done with this. So what I want to do now is actually just submit this project, right? So I'm going to close this down, and then I'm going to create a Git repository. So I'm going to go into github.com, and I'm going to create a new repository, and this repository is going to be called 3-column, what is the name of the project? Preview card component, like so. And then I'm going to create this repository. So this link is also going to be in the description if in case you want to look through the code. And then I'm going to copy this link that is provided to us, and I'm just going to say git init. First of all, we need to initialize an empty git repository, like so that this will now become untracked git commits. And then I'm going to say git add all, and I'm going to say git commit -m, and I'm going to say preview card component complete, like so, which will now add everything to my git to the staging area, sorry, so that we can say git status, and we can see that everything is on branch master, nothing to commit. Okay, never mind about that. So I'm going to say git, first of all, you need to change this branch. Actually, let's do this last. I'm going to say git remote add origin, and I'm just going to paste in that link that I copied. And then I'm going to say change this branch from the master to the main branch. So I'm going to say git branch -M main, like so, which will change to the main branch. I'm going to say git push upstream, so -U, and I'm going to say origin, push it to the main branch, like so. And this will push it to my git repository, so that when I open this, I can just reload this, and you'll notice that it is now committed. And then the next thing that I want to do, I want to leave this page open. So the next thing I'm going to do is open Netlify, because this is where I want to deploy this finished component. And once I open Netlify, I'm going to say new site from Git, and I'm going to select GitHub because that's where I committed my code, and I'm going to search for three column, just like that. Select this, and it's loading, and I don't have a published directory. Remember, I don't have a published directory, but what Netlify will do is that it will just take the index.html file, and then it will commit everything from the index.html file. So I can just say deploy site, like so, and then I can change this site name, to probably something like TSP Designs preview card component, like so, and I'm going to save this, and this should now be up on the internet. And just like that, we have this. Now what I want to do to submit this is I want this to copy this link, and then I'm going to go right inside here, and I'm going to say submit solution, and the live site URL is what I copied, and then the repository URL, that's why I needed this to be open. I'm going to paste it inside here, and I'm going to say mobile fast 3-column preview component, like so, using vanilla CSS, just like that. And I'm going to say submit solution, and we're going to get the points. So let's this finish, and there we go. So we have successfully completed this project. We have submitted it, and let's see where I can get solutions, and we will have this, as you can see, submitted just now, and it's looking amazing. So that will be it for this video. If you have not subscribed, please remember to subscribe. If you enjoyed the content, it really helps out a lot, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello everyone. So I had planned to do a live stream where I would launch this ebook officially, but I had a predicament. First of all, Google Chrome crashed, and then my network disconnected, and then my computer crashed. So I couldn't really do all that. So what I decided to do is I'm recording myself after the fact, and then I'm going to upload it to YouTube, and I'm going to point out all the relevant links that you will need. So first of all, if you head over to gumroad.com/TsbSankara, I'm going to leave all these links in the description, so there's no need to remember all of them. They're going to be at the top of the description so that you can easily find them. This is my ebook. It's currently at $5.99. So once you click this, and you can just say buy now, or rather add to cart, and it will take you to a checkout form where you can do all that good stuff, right? So this is the checkout form that you'll get, and then you can just say checkout and then enter the relevant details, and then once you pay this, then it will be delivered to you in your email, the email that you're going to enter here in PDF form. And then after the launch, I wanted to do a front-end mentor challenge, which I'm actually going to do in this video. So I'm going to do it in this video, and I also wanted to give out a coupon code for my Udemy course. So if you head over to udemy.com and then search for TsbSankara, then you'll find the course that I created on Udemy. This is the course right here. It's called Learn Modern Web Development from Scratch, HTML and CSS. Now, if you click this, the coupon code that you can enter inside here so that you get 50% discount is, you can just say apply coupon right here. The coupon code is TsbSankara. So basically my social media name, right? So I'm going to say apply, and then it should apply like that, and you'll find that the cost is now 50% off at $9.99. So I really appreciate if you buy this course using the coupon code. It really helps me out. It really helps me out. So I advise you to do that as well. So I'm going to close this, and I'm going to close this as well. Another way that you can get my book is by going to my website, tsbsankara.co.ke/books, or you can just go to the actual website and then going to the books tab, which will give you this, or you can just scroll down and you will find this. And once you say buy here, then it will open up a Gumroad form for you right inside the website, and you can just say buy this, and it will open for you a checkout form, and everything looks wonderful. So once we do this, then what I want to do is now open up Frontend Mentor, and the challenge that we're going to be doing today is called Hurdle Landing Page with Single Introductory Section. So it's a very easy challenge, and I chose this challenge because it's actually very easy, and I wanted it just to just lengthen the live stream a bit, you know, because it's been a while since I've done a live stream. So you can head over to frontendmentor.io/challenges and just scroll to the bottom, because this is the third challenge from the bottom, and then you can just say view challenge. I'm going to say start challenge, and then say get started, and then you can say download starter. Now I'm not going to download this starter because I already have it, I already downloaded it. So once you download this, it is going to your downloads folder, and if I go into my downloads folder, then you'll find that this is the file that it downloads for me, and then this is the extracted one. Okay, so this is the extracted one. So I'm just going to open this up with the Visual Studio Code like so. And now one thing that I forgot to mention is that we're going to be building this homepage using Next.js, because Next.js is really, really nice. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my terminal because I want to use Next.js, and I'm going to say in my terminal, I'm going to navigate into the desktop, and then in the desktop, let me open this wider, and I'm going to say npx create next app, now no longer React app. I'm going to say create next app, and I'm going to call it Hurdle like that. Yes, I'm going to say code Hurdle like that, which will open up the Hurdle folder in Visual Studio Code. So I'm going to close this, and this is our folder. Now the first thing that I want to do is, because I don't want to keep on switching all of this, what I want to do is just grab this and this and this and this, and then these two files except the git ignore. So I'm going to copy this, and then right inside here, I'm just going to paste them in, right? So I'm going to paste them in, and then notice how this is a copy readme of this. So I'm going to delete this one. I'm going to delete this one so that the readme that we have inside here is actually the one from Frontend Mentor, and I'm going to rename this to just readme like that. Okay. So once I do that, then what I want to do is go inside this git ignore and just copy everything, and then go inside my Next.js git ignore, and at the bottom, I'm going to paste this in, and then I'm going to change this to line 40, and then change this to line 46, and change this to 47. Okay, now if you follow the live stream, you'll notice that we did a couple of these steps and we moved forward, but you know, because everything crashed and you know, I wasn't actually recording. So what I want to do is I'm just going what I'm doing in this video is that I'm just starting all over again so that we can be on the same page. So I can close this down now that we are done with it. And then the difference with Next.js from React is that instead of saying npm start in order to start our development server, then we are going to say npm run dev, which is the command next dev, which will start our dev server for us. So I'm going to open up my terminal like so, my integrated terminal, and I'm going to say npm run dev. But remember, all of this is going to run on localhost 3000, as you can see. So I'm going to open this up, and it is open on localhost 3000. So I'm going to place this to the right so that I can place my code editor to the left. Looking wonderful. And let's just begin a bit of cleanup. And actually, before I do the cleanup, let's grab this images folder, just copy this and paste them inside the public folder, because the public folder is where all our images are going to live. And you can see welcome to Next.js, so our app is running. And then I'm going to delete this images folder from the top, and then right away let me go inside my index.js. Where is it? Inside pages, I have an index.js file, and then what I want to do inside this index.js is that I want to change this favicon first of all, so that it uses the favicon from Frontend Mentor. So I'm going to go inside here and change it to favicon dash 32 by 32.png, and remember that this should be coming from the /images folder. So /images like that, because we placed it inside public and then inside images, so that when I save this, then it should work like so. So that, as you can see now, it says we are using the favicon from Frontend Mentor. And then let me just close this side, and yeah, I can close this as well. We don't need that. And then for the title, let me just change the title and just say Hurdle landing page with single introductory section like so, which will not change the title of our application to whatever it is that we have inside there. So that's a bit of a difference with Next.js, where we place everything that is in the head of our application. We are going to place it inside this head component, which is coming from next/head, and as you can see, looking very nice. And then what I want to do now is just clear everything below this main, clear everything all the way to the footer. So I'm going to remove all that so that it's going to have a blank page. Now in this blank page, what I want to do first of all is I'm going to create a components folder inside here. I'm going to create a components folder, and inside this folder I'm going to create a logo.js, which is, as you can tell, it's going to house our logo. So I'm going to say RAFCE, like so, and then return a fragment. And then inside here I'm going to turn a div, and this div is going to have an image, and the image, the source for this is going to be /logo, /images/logo.svg, because it's inside the public folder and it's inside the images folder. So that when I save this and then I go into my index.js, and then right below the head I'm going to render my logo like that, and as you can see, it gives me the option to auto import it, so that it's going to be auto imported at the top. And once I save this and that reloads, then we should see something on the screen, but nothing happens. Let me just confirm this. Let's check what's wrong. Let's see. Our logo isn't appearing. Our logo isn't appearing. Let me see. Let me go back to logo.js. Let me return an h1 below this. An h1 that says something. And our h1 is here. Okay, so the reason for this is because the reason it's appearing here is because there are some styles that have been applied inside here, so that when I remove this, then it should go to the top like so. And as you can see, it's not completely at the top because this, our image, which is coming from the logo, is taking up this space, so that if I try to select it, as you can see, our image is now working. Okay, so let me just go into my styles, folder, and into my home.module.css, and then let me just remove everything inside here. Actually, let me just remove everything, save that, which will reset this a bit, or it should at least. It doesn't. Let me go into my globals.css, and then let me grab this from here and then place them below this, move this to the top like so, which will now reset everything, looking amazing. Okay, so we're going to play around with the fonts a bit, and actually let me show you how we're going to do that. In our standard markdown file, we have the Poppins font that we need to get from Google Fonts, and then the Open Sans font as well. So let's grab the Poppins font first of all. Weights 400 and 600. Let's open this up on a bigger screen. Okay, and we're saying we want the 400 and the 600, so the regular 400 and then the regular 600 semi-bold, and then this is just going to live there. And then I'm going to go back to the Google Fonts, and we're looking for a font called Open Sans, like so. Grab this, and we want the 400 font, so the regular 400, grab that, which will be pasted inside here. So we're grabbing the Open Sans as well as the Poppins font. So I'm just going to grab this link tag like so. And remember how we place this inside our head component, which contains all the metadata for our website. So I'm just going to place this above like that, and actually let me move this up. And then the reason why we have this error is because we don't have a / here, and that should fix it, but it doesn't. Wait a minute, did I copy this wrongly? Let me see. Did I copy that wrongly? Paste it inside here, and there should be this link tag should be there, and there we go. Really? Paste that there as well. So we were missing a / here as well. So that once I save this, I can go to my CSS folder, into my global CSS, and then I want to change this font family for the body. So the body is going to be using a font family of Open Sans with a fallback of sans serif, and then the paragraph. Wait, how is it structured? Let me go into the designs. Let me check the desktop design. Let's see. So this is the Poppins font for the header. Okay, and then the Open Sans is the paragraph only. So the header and the button have the Poppins font on them. So let's do that. I can go inside here and I can say for the button as well. And then below this, I'm going to place a paragraph that says font family. family and set this to oh wait, I did that wrongly. This should be open sans with a fallback of sans serif, and then this should be poppins like so. And I said that's not really correct as well. That's not really correct as well. Let's say the h1, we're only going to have one h1, and then the button like so, and then just grab this and move it downwards, and this should be looking fine so that I can remove this. And there we go. So let's save this. Let's see how this looks, and you can see now this is an h1 that it has the poppins font applied on it. So let's move this back to the right, move this back to the left, and let's begin our mobile design first. Our mobile design. So our mobile design, we already have the Hurdle logo appearing somewhere at the top. Now we need to add the showcase and then this. So let's create a showcase component. So I'm going to create a component called showcase.js. I'm going to say array_fce like so, return a fragment, and then remember that we're going to be styling this manually. We're not going to be using tailwind CSS. So I'm going to say import styles. So we're going to be importing our style sheet, and this is coming from /styles/home.module.css. And then inside here we're going to return a section, and this section is going to have it's going to have a div, and this first div is going to have two divs actually. This first div is going to have an image, and the path for this, the source for this, is going to be /images folder, and then inside the images folder we have what's it called, we have bg mobile. First of all, we're going to add a bg mobile, but we're not okay. I'm going to add that after I add this illustration. I think this is the illustration, so it's called illustration-mockups.svg like so. And then below this we're going to have another div with an h1 that says what? I'm going to go into my index.html so that I can just copy and paste it. So the h1 says this, copy this and paste it inside here, and then below this we have a paragraph that says this, so just copy this and paste it inside here. And then below this we have a button that says how is it? It's called a button with a class of btn. I'm going to give it a class of btn that says register now like so. So let me save this and let's see what we have on the screen. Nothing, of course, because we need to import this inside our index.js. Just render it below the logo, and it's called showcase. Auto import it like so, and we have our image and we have the text appearing. As you can see, it auto imports it at the top as well. And then I'm going to create another component called footer.js. So footer.js is going to have our what's it called, our social media icons. So basically these three items, and I've just remembered that we need to install React icons for this. I could use Font Awesome for this, but you know, I don't really want to. So I'm going to say npm install --save, and it's called React-icons. So let that install, and then inside footer.js I'm going to import the icons that we need. So I'm going to say import, and then they're named imports. The first one is called FA Facebook, the second one is called FA Instagram, the third one is called FA Twitter, and these are coming from React icons, and they're coming from the Font Awesome library like so. And then inside here I'm going to return a fragment and then a footer element, a footer HTML5 element, so footer like so. And then inside this footer I'm going to return an unordered list with 3 list items, and these list items are going to be buttons. Now I'm choosing buttons because if I place them to be links, they're not really going anywhere, and React throws us a kind of warning. I don't know whether Next.js throws us the same warning, but you know, I'm just going to use buttons to be on the safe side. And then the first one is going to be rendering FA Facebook. So remember that this is a React component, that's why we need the angle brackets inside here. And then the second one is called FA Twitter like so. And then finally the final one is called FA Instagram like so. And then we need to render this inside the index.js. So right below this I'm just going to render the footer, which gives you the option to auto import it like so, and we should see footer. Let me restructure this, push this down, and there we have it. That we should now see footer at the bottom right there containing our buttons. So let's style up these buttons. let's style out these buttons. I'm going to go inside my my style sheet, which is the home.module.css. Okay, and then inside here, actually I need to import that inside my footer as well. Let me import styles from home, from /styles, and it's called home.module.css. So now let's see, inside home module.css, what's the first thing that we need to do? Obviously, I want to reset this image so that it doesn't go all the way and introduce this scroll bar. So what I want to do is, first of all, let me remove this text, remove this h1. It's not a good idea to have two h1s on the same page, by the way. And then inside this home module.css, what I want to do is, I want to go inside my index.js first of all. And then in index.js, I want this main div, right? This div that houses all my components. I want this to have a class of container. So I'm going to give this a class name of styles.container, styles.container. And this, we are going to target this .container in our home.module.css, which we have imported at the top. So I'm going to say .container, right? And I'm going to give this a background color, and this background color is coming from our style guard file. Now that we're done with the index.html, I can actually delete it. We no longer need it. So inside my style guard markdown file, we need to get what's that color? This color called violet. We're going to copy this and then just paste it inside here, like so. We should now change the color of my background like that. And then let me reset this image. So I'm going to go inside here, just reset the images. And as you know what, it would probably be a good idea to place this inside the global CSS, just in case you want to add more pages so that you don't have to keep adding them to every module CSS file that you have. So I'm going to say for all the images, I want each of them to have a max width of 100%, which will now reset it, as you can see, looking amazing. And then once you do that, then as you can see now the logo appears because it was white. Now what I want to do is inside this, let me see if I can go into this logo and give this div a class name of styles.logo. Remember, now we need to import the styles inside here, styles.logo. So we need to import our styles. So I'm going to say import styles from /styles/home.module.css, like so. And then inside here, target the class of logo and just say the width for this should be, actually this might not work. This might not, okay, it does, never mind. It does work. So let's say this width should be 100%, 100 pixels, sorry. Actually, you know what? Let's say 300. 300 pixels looks fine. Let's see if 250 will be just a bit smaller, just a bit smaller. And then for the container, I want to have padding all around. Is that a good idea? Is that a good idea? If I add padding on the container, then all of this will push inwards. Let me just say that padding 20 pixels. Oh, okay, it doesn't. That looks fine. Let me just target all the unordered lists first of all. I've just noticed this. I need to remove this bullet, so I'm going to say list style type, set this to none. It's not pure, really. Let me grab this, remove it from here. Let me go inside my my globals.css and just paste it below this, and below this should be fine. There we go, globals.css. And then actually let me increase this padding to 30 pixels. Okay, that once you have 30 pixels, then I'm going to go back to the logo and add a margin bottom. Margin bottom for this should be 30 pixels as well. Push it downwards. Let me see how this looks. Let's see how this looks. This is quite a lot more margin, and this is even smaller, so let's correct that. Let's say this should be 50 or 80 pixels. Let's reduce this to 150. Let's see how this looks. Let's say 180. Okay, 150 should be better. Reduce this to around 60 pixels. Okay, and I've just noticed that we need to add a background image. We need to add this background pattern, as you can see, the stars and the squares and these lines. So let's do that right away. Let's go back to our showcase, and then above this, I'm going to introduce another div, and this div is going to have a picture tag. Right now, this picture tag is very interesting because you can add a source inside here that takes in media queries. So you can define what type of picture you want when a certain width is exceeded, right? So I'm going to say here, when the width is greater than 375 pixels, then I want the image that appears here to be coming from /images, and it's called bgdesktop.svg. And then the thing with this is that we need to specify a default image tag, which means that when the width is lesser than 375 pixels, then I want this to be the fallback. So inside here, I'm going to say this is coming from /images /bg-mobile.svg. And once I save this, then it should appear at the top like so. And notice how looking fantastic. Okay, notice how this appears, right? Let me just increase this to 760 pixels so that you know the difference in the pictures. So this is a smaller picture, right? Would you look at that? It's a smaller picture. And then when I get to 716 pixels, then the picture should change. Look at that right there. Notice that. So you can already add media queries without having to actually go into your CSS file and specifying the background images for every single media query, and which just becomes annoying. And then let me just do this once. I'm going to add here a class name of styles.showcase, right? And then inside this div that has our background image, I'm going to give this a class name of styles.bg, like so. And then inside this div with the class of that has our image illustration, actually we don't need to target that all that much. But what I can do is we can style all of this out without having to add a class name on each one of them. And actually that is fine. So I'm going to save this, and what I'm going to do is something breaks styles. This should be styles, and they're looking amazing. And that's the thing about I like about TsbSankara. Their error handling, their error reporting rather, is actually very, very nice. So let's go back into our home module.css. Let's target the class of bg, which has a background image, and I'm going to say position this as absolute, like so, which will take it out of the normal flow of the web page. And then inside here, I'm going to say position this as relative, like so. And then I'm going to go here and say to the top of 0, and to let's say, how do you say actually this should be fine, because this is targeting for widths of 375 pixels and below. So this should be fine. And actually what I wanted to do is I wanted to change this to back to 375, then it doesn't mess us up. Okay, so that this now appears. So that's looking okay. Now what I want to do is I want this image to be on the back, right? So I'm going to say z index, set this to -1, which takes it out of the normal flow, which is not what I expected. What I wanted, actually, let's say z index for this should be 10, and there we have it. Look at that, looking amazing. So the image goes behind our header, our logo rather, and then it also goes behind this illustration just by playing around with the z index right there. And actually I think I can remove this and it should still work fine, but it doesn't. Okay, so let's just say z index -1. Let's not break everything. And then what I'm going to do is now let's target this h1. So I'm going to go inside the container, let's target the h1 and actually the paragraph as well. So I'm going to say the dot container, and I want to target the paragraph and say the text color for this should be white, like so. And then now let's just target the content. And wait a minute, does the paragraph actually have a text color of white? Is it completely white or is it gray? Okay, it's white. Let me stop overreacting. Okay, so let's say here text align center. Why these shortcuts aren't working today? Text align center, like that. And then now let's target the h1 alone, and then I'm going to say margin dash bottom, set this to around 20 pixels. Let's say 10 pixels. How close is this? It's really close, around, let's say 15 pixels. 15 pixels should be fine. And then let's target the container paragraph. So container paragraph, and I'm going to increase the line height for this. So increase the line height for this to 1.6, space it up just a bit, and then say margin dash bottom, set this to 20 pixels. Let's say 30 pixels. like so. Let's reduce the font size to around 15 pixels for smaller screens, like so. Bring this to the top. Okay, that's almost looking fine. Let's add a margin on the top of this header. On the top of this header, so I'm going to say margin dash top. Set this to 20 pixels. Let's say 30 pixels. Let me see how it looks. There's quite a bit of margin inside here, so let's even say 50 pixels. Quite a bit of margin, right? And now it introduces a scroll bar, but that's okay. And then let's see where this button is positioned. It's also to the center. So let's go inside the container button. So the container, and target the class of btn for our button. I don't want to target the actual button element, because remember that our social media icons are also buttons, but they are styled differently from this, right? So I'm going to say inside here, I'm going to say background color, change this to white. And then the text color, I'm so used to dealing CSS. So the text color for this should be, let's see, should be pinkish, or is this still the purple? It's still the purple. Okay, so let's just say HSL, which should give us this option, like so. Does it work? Border radius, let's say border radius for this to be 30 pixels. This isn't working. Why isn't it working? Because this is the, wait a minute, this is the showcase. This is the showcase btn. Let's go back inside here, change this to showcase. What? Showcase btn. Okay, you know what? This is styles.btn. Styles.btn. So, okay, so there you go. Now the styles apply. And then I've just realized that this should also be showcased for each one of this. Let me just grab them, except this one. Grab this, and this, change this to showcase as well. Showcase, like so. And then let's go inside the btn once again. Add padding here of 10 pixels in the top and bottom, and 40 pixels on the left and right. Make it bigger, and then remove this border, as you can see. Or rather than removing the border, let's add a border of white. So I'm going to say border 2 pixels, solid and white, like that. And then I'm going to add a box shadow here of 0, 5 pixels, 10 pixels, and RGBA 000. Actually, you know what? Instead of RGBA should be fine. It's actually the best. So RGBA 00 and 0.5. Okay, so that there's a slight box shadow. Let's reduce this to 1.5. 0.15, let's say 0.2. Let's increase this to 10 pixels and increase this to 20. And there we go. So it's very, very slight, like so. And then now we need this to position to the center. But if I just say text align center, then it won't work, because this is an inline element. Instead, I can say display block, and then to text align center, which should work, but it doesn't. Instead of text align center here, let's say margin of auto, which should now position it to the center, like so. But then I want a margin on the bottom, just so that it can push away from this. So let's say instead of auto, I'm going to say 0 on the top and bottom, auto on the left and right, and 30 pixels on the bottom, like so. And then let's target the footer. Now I can go inside my footer component, right? And I didn't give this a class, so let me give this a class name of styles.footer, right? And then inside here, I'm going to target the footer and target the ULs, the LIs, and the buttons, like that. And I'm going to say background color. Set this to transparent, right? Save that, see how that looks. Okay. And then we want the text color to be white, right? We want to add some padding of probably around 5 pixels all around the looks. And instead of 5 pixels all around, let's say 5 pixels and 7 pixels on the left and right. Let's say 8 pixels. Let's see how this looks. I want it to be around a square, so that when I go here and say border radius, set this to 50%, then it should be completely rounded. Almost. Let's say 8 pixels on the top, 8 pixels on the right, 5 pixels on the bottom, and 8 pixels on the left as well. So this is already covered here. So let's save this. Let's see, this looks almost, let's say 10 pixels. 10 pixels. This, the icons here still don't look all that centered to me, but let's just increase their font size first of all. So font size, increase this to around 16 pixels. Let's see how this looks. 16 pixels. Now let's, with the border, let's change the border to 1 pixel, solid and white. And there we go. And then finally, now I want to go inside this UL, right? So I'm going to target this UL and I'm going to say display flex, align intent center, and justify content to the center, which now put to the center like that. And then I want to go into the list items so that I can add some margin of 0 on the top and bottom and 10 pixels on the left and right, which will now separate them out like so. Now on the hover, I want this cursor to be a pointer. So let's fix that by saying right inside here and saying cursor pointer, like so, looking amazing. And then now what I want to do is I also want the cursor pointer on this button. So let's do that, and let's do that inside here where I'm going to say cursor pointer. But then I also want a kind of hover effect on this button. So I'm going to copy this down, place a colon, and target the hover state. And I'm going to say the background color for this should be transparent, like so. And then let's add a transition so that it doesn't just pop in. So I'm going to say transition. We're going to be transitioning the background color by 0.4 seconds so that this happens. And we need to change the text color here. So let's change this color to white. And look at that, looking amazing. That's looking amazing. It actually looks like you can do something, but you can't technically do nothing. So let's say this image, these icons are a bit too big for me. So let's just fix them a bit. Let's say padding of 6 here, reduce this to 8, reduce this to 3. Like so. Let's say 7 on this. Okay, let's say 8 on this. And then let's say 10 on this. Okay, that's looking much better. This is actually looking much better. So this is it for the mobile design. Actually, now all you need to do is just scale it up. And remember how we scaled up on bigger screens, as you can see, because this will scale up our background image. As you can see, it will scale up. But for bigger screens, I want this to be 100 viewport heights, and then I want this to come to the I want this and our text here to be a grid. So let's fix that, and I can just go below this, add a media query. I'm going to say at media, let's say 992 pixels, mean width of 992 pixels. Then I want to target the showcase class, and this showcase class is going to say display grid. And really, is there no showcase class? This is the styles.showcase, right? This is okay. You know what? I want this and this. So let me give these two divs. Let me give this a class name of, let's say, styles.overlay, and then paste this in. So that now let me type the overlay. And then we can now place these two divs inside. So right inside here, let's target the overlay like so. Really? Okay, this, you know what? Sometimes I feel stupid, really. Let's say grid template columns and say repeat 2 times and 1 fractional. I forgot for a split second that display grid doesn't really work the same way as display flex. You actually have to specify this when you are using display grid so that you will actually see some effect on the screen. But when I save this, then this should now grid like so. And then, like I said, I now want this to be 100 viewport height so that this doesn't break apart. So I'm going to say for the showcase, I want to target, is it the showcase? No, the container. I want to target the container and set this to a fixed height of 100 viewport heights. Like so, as you can see, looking amazing. And then I don't want this kind of mini scrolling, as you can see right there, right? So what I want to do is I want to grab, I want to specify that the overlay, wait, why is there some mini scrolling, by the way? I don't really know why there's this mini scrolling. But what I want to do is right inside here, I'm going to say overflow and set this to hidden. Like so. So now the scroll bar is hidden and you can no longer scroll on this. And then let's grab this and place it to the right. Let's grab the footer. The footer, is it the footer ULs? And say justify content. Yes, now instead of saying to the center, really, instead of saying to the center, let's say to the flex end. We should now take it to the right, looking amazing. And then let's say place, is it place item center, which will now bring this down. Let's see how the desktop design looks. Now I can place this full screen. I can close this. And then I can go into my desktop design. And it's not really to the center. Not really to the center. Let's just deal with this. Let's just scale them up first of all. So I can go back into my module right inside here. And then let me target the showcase. Actually, let me target the showcase, the H1. Increase the font size to 46 pixels. Right, amazing. And then remember how we targeted the H1 and the paragraph. So target the H1 and then target the showcase, target the paragraph once again, and say text align to the left instead of to the center. You can bring them back like that, okay? And then increase the size of this, right? Increase the size of this. So let's target the showcase paragraph. So for the showcase paragraph, and then let's say increase the font size for this to 18 pixels, right? Now, in case you're wondering why I'm not targeting the overlay showcase H1, is because when you're adding media queries, you always have to target the elements the same way that you targeted them above. Otherwise, they don't really work because it looks like you're targeting a different element, okay? And then now we need this button to go to the left, right? So how do you do that? We can just target the showcase, target the BTN class. And remember how you set margin to auto. Now we can just say margin and set it to 0, which now bring it back like so. Looking amazing. Okay, now what do we need? Let me just check how these are positioned. In the desktop, they're almost to the bottom right. So let's see how we can do that. We can add some margin on the top, but you know what, this is really probably dependent with the type of screen that you have. So let me see if I can add a media query for that. Let me say at media, and I'm going to target the mean width of 992 pixels, and then I'm also targeting a mean height. Let's say mean height of 900 pixels, right? Actually, not 900, let's say 800 pixels, so that I can go into the dot footer UL, and then I can add a margin on the top and add this margin on the top to around, let's say 100 pixels. Let's see if it will break, and look at that. So this is how you can actually change media query. So what we're saying basically here is that only apply these styles when the mean width of the device is greater than 992 pixels and the mean height of the device is 900 pixels as well. So that's why this works, and it pushes it to the bottom right. So that's how you can actually tailor your styles or tailor your website to fit the styles of, you know, everything that you're targeting, or every device with, basically. And then now what we need to do is I want to grab this and increase the size of it. So above this, I'm going to target the logo, increase the width for this to around 300 pixels, or rather 400. 300 is fine. 300 is looking amazing. But then again, notice how this breaks, so we need to just readjust it a bit. Always keep an eye on that when you're adding media queries. You always need to keep an eye on that so that you can always readjust things on the fly. That's too much. Let's say 60. Okay, 60 is looking fine. And then now the final thing that I need to do is limit all of this so that they don't go all the way to the end. So for that, I'm going to add another media query, and I'm going to say at media, and I'm going to be targeting a mean width of, let's say, 1440 pixels, rather 1280 pixels. And for 1280 pixels, what I want to do is I want to target the container, and I want to push everything inwards. I think this will break a bit. Let's say max width of 1200 pixels. This will break a bit, right? I knew it. It will break a bit because, you know, we're placing a maximum width on it, but let me just center it. So margin auto, which will now take back to the center like that. But what we need to happen actually is we will need the purple color and this to persist all the way to the end. So I could do that actually by adding padding on the left and right. I can say padding of 0 on the top and bottom, and then let's just say 150 pixels on that, which will push it inwards. And then let's add a grid gap on this as well, because I don't want this to happen. So let's go inside where we had this display as grid template columns, increase this grid gap to 20 pixels. Too small, let's say 40 pixels. Increase the grid gap even more, and that is looking much better. But remember once again that I need to add some kind of padding on the top. Oh, did I remove the padding on the top here when I set this to 0? I set it at 30 pixels first when I was beginning, right? So 30 pixels. Okay, pushes it downwards just a bit, and would you look at that? It's looking amazing for the desktop design as well. And then finally, what we need to do is, I have just noticed that probably it doesn't really matter. Yeah, this pace is all the same. It's probably all the same. Okay, remember that this is a 1440 pixels desktop. Oh, and if this is 1440 pixels, then what I need to do is go back inside here and change this to 1440 pixels, and probably reduce this to 100. Let's see. Okay, and that's looking much better, and it's actually looking amazing. Okay, so I think that will be it for this project actually. And remember guys, I actually planned to do a live stream, but everything just went to hell with it, and I decided that I wouldn't do it today. But it happens. We expect it to happen. We just move on from it. If you really enjoy this type of content, I saw a comment a while back where someone said that they would like me to do some more front-end mentor stuff. So what I'm doing actually is I'm starting with the easy stuff first, and most likely things that I've done before, and then I'm going to the things that they're adding gradually, the newer things, because they are hot on the market. And then once I get to the advanced things, once I finish all the easy things, all things that I consider easy, let me say it like that, then I'm going to go into the harder things, and the things that I haven't actually learned how to do, such as URL sorting. I know it might surprise you, but I actually started learning React about I can say about 6 months ago. So I don't really know everything about React, but I'm just trying. I'm learning on the go, learning by trying, and all the support that you give me is really helpful. So thank you very much, and thank you for watching, and remember to like and subscribe, and I will see you in the next video. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video, and welcome back to the channel as well. As promised, I'm going to be doing more front-end mentor stuff, and for today we're going to be doing something that they released yesterday, and it's called the stats preview card component. It's still new, it's a new challenge, still hot on the market, and we're going to be doing it using HTML, CSS, and probably JavaScript, but looking at it, I don't think we are going to need any JavaScript. So before you begin, I just want to say that if you're not subscribed to the channel, please subscribe. It helps me immensely. And let's begin. So you can head over to frontendmentor.io/challenges, and then just click this card, and then click on start challenge. You can go through the README and everything that they require, and then just say download starter, like so. And then once that downloads, then I'm going to open up my downloads folder, like so. And I'm going to extract this right here, and then I'm going to open this up with Visual Studio Code like that, and we should be up and running and ready to begin working on the project. So this is what we have for the design. We have a background color, and then we have the card in the middle, and then for the mobile, I guess it's just stacked on top of each other. Okay, and then these are our images, and then the git ignore the index.html, which is not quite a big file. And yeah, I think we can get started right away. But what I want to do first, right inside here, is link my style sheet, which we're going to create, and we're going to call it style.css, like so. And then let me create this file inside here. So create a new file called style.css. And then inside this file, I'm going to grab these two lines, cut them out, and remove this, and then just paste this inside here like so. And then I'm going to go to the bottom and change this to link my website. So https.co.ke like so, and then change this to my name. Now, when you're doing this challenge for the first time and you'd like to submit it, please ensure that you enter your name inside here and you don't enter my name instead. I don't know why it's necessary to say that. Okay, so let's save this. Actually, I don't want to save it because it will reformat all of this, which I don't want. And then inside style CSS, what do we need to do inside here? We need to get some fonts. But the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this. Actually, I'm going to copy all this. These are our colors. And then I'm just going to paste them inside here and then set up variables for them. So I'm going to remove this. Okay, place my semicolons, like so, and then change this into variables. And this needs to be inside the colon root like so. Okay, I'm trying something new with my typing, so I can't really see my keyboard. So if you see a lot of mistakes inside here, then please do understand. So I'm going to call this very dark blue. Okay, and remove this. I actually need to remove this text. Remove this text, and this one, and this one as well, and this text as well, so that I can place two hyphens like so. Okay, remember when you're naming variables in CSS, they always begin with two hyphens, double hyphens. Okay, and then this needs to have a hyphen as well, and then this is a hyphen with a small letter like so. Okay, this is white, small. This is dash slightly dash transparent dash white like so. This is slightly wait, is this the same thing? Almost the same color, the difference is the opacity, I guess. Okay, so once we set this up, then I can save this, and then inside our style guide markdown file, once again, what I want to do is go ahead to fonts.google.com so that I can grab these two fonts. So this is called Inter and this is Lex and Deca. So let's head over to, let me close this. Let's head over to fonts.google.com. So fonts.google.com. Okay, let's search for the Inter font. Right inside here, let's search for Inter. Like so, this should be it. And we're grabbing the 400 and 700. So let's grab the regular 400 font and the bold 700. And then let's go back and search for, what is the second font? Lex and Deca. And we're grabbing the 400 font for this one. It only has one weight. Okay, and then I'm going to grab this link tag right inside here, copy this, and then inside my index HTML, I'm going to paste it. Let me paste it above this like so, without saving it, of course. And then I need to specify the body to use what type of font. So I'm going to say for the body, then I want this to be a font family of, I think it should be Lex and Deca with a fallback of sans serif like so. And then I'm not quite sure with where this other font comes in. Let me just confirm this. I think we're going to figure out the fonts as we build the application. I don't know the difference in the fonts currently, so let's just have it at that. But I noticed that in our style guide, the body is sent to a font size of 15 pixels. So I'm going to set that for the paragraph right inside. I'm going to set this font size to 15 pixels. And then I want to set a line height inside here as well of 1.6, just so that we can get as many variables as we can out of the way. And actually, while we're still on that, let me just specify my asterisk like so. And I'm going to say reset the margin to 0, reset the padding to 0, reset the box sizing, set this to border box like so. Okay, looking nice. Okay, so I think we should be done with this file. Let me just confirm that. Yep, we indeed done with this file, so we don't need to keep on skipping over to it. And then now what I want to do is inside the index HTML is, let me look at what we have for the mobile end, because obviously I want to build this mobile first. So we have a background color on the body, right? Let me just see if this is specified somewhere, and it should be this very dark blue, and then the desaturated blue is probably for our card. So right away inside the body, let me set this to have a background color of very dark blue, like so. And then we're going to create a class of container inside here. So I'm going to grab all of this, just cut it out and create a div with a class of container, like so. And then I want to target this div with the class of container right below the body. Actually, let me go below this paragraph and target the div with the class of container, and I'm going to say the background color for this should be desaturated blue, like so. So it's this second color. Okay, and then once we do that, then let me go back inside my index.html and let's see what the mobile design looks like. So we have an image on the top, and then we have this is an h1, then the paragraph, and then these three. Okay, so that's easy enough. So let's deal with this first. Let me cut this out, place an h1 and paste this inside, and then grab this, cut it out, place a paragraph and paste it inside. And then for these three, what I want to do is I want to place them inside another list, right? So I'm going to create a UL, and then inside this UL we are going to have 3 list items. This is 3 list items, and then for the first one we're just going to grab this and move it upwards, and then for the second one we're going to grab this and move it upwards, and finally for the third one just grab this and move it upwards. And I'm moving them upwards by holding down the Alt key and then pressing up or down. I think this should work for all operating systems. Okay, so that once we do this, then I can save this finally. And actually what I should have done is right inside here, I'm going to grab everything like so and place this inside a div with a class of card, like that, so that I'm going to create another div with a class of card, and this div with the class of card is going to house our image, right? And remember that we have 2 images inside here, one for the mobile and one for the desktop, so we want to be able to switch them up right inside our HTML using what we call a picture tag, because I don't want to add media queries for all of this. So what I'm going to do is add a picture tag. Just write picture like so, and this picture tag takes in a source attribute, right? Is it what's its syntax? Source and media, like so. Now what this means, just to explain it a bit, is that if you've dealt with CSS media query, basically what this means is that once the width that we're going to specify inside here, once we exceed that width, then the image will change to whatever we're going to specify the path for inside here. Okay, so for example, if I set this width to 768 pixels, like so, then I want to place this source to be coming from /images. Is that the correct path? We're just going to see, and it's called image-header-desktop, right? header-desktop.jpg. Okay, and then once we specify this source, then we also need to specify a default value in case this doesn't load, right? So right below this, I'm going to say image, and this is coming from /images, and it's going to be the mobile, because I want the mobile image to load by default. And then once we get 768 pixels and above, then this will load, but we're going to play around with this a bit. Okay, so once we do this, then I guess we have done everything for our HTML, and I can save this. I'm going to open this up with live server. That's my preferred way. Okay, and we have this. Is that the correct one? It should be. And then once I reduce it to less than 768 pixels, then we should see the mobile version of the image. So let's see. Right around there, see that? You see the image changes like so. So our picture tag is working correctly. Wait a minute, is that the correct way? Yeah, that should be it. I really hope that is it. Okay, so I'm going to place this to the side like so, because I want to deal with this mobile first, and then I'm going to grab this and place it to the other side. And then now let's begin with our styling. Okay, so inside my style.css, I've just noticed that I need to limit this image a bit so that we don't have this horizontal scroll bar. So right at the top right above here, I'm going to say for the image tag, then just set the max width box width to 100%. And then for the unordered list, I want to remove the bullets, right? So I'm going to say for the UL, then let's say list style type, set this to none, like so. So we don't have the horizontal scroll bar and we have this. Okay, that's looking almost nice. Now for the body, what I want to do is actually not on the body, sorry, on the container, what I want to do is add some margin. And I'm going to say add a margin of, let's say, 40 or 50 pixels on the top and bottom and 20 pixels on the left and right, so that this will move the container inwards, right? So I'm going to save that and notice what happens, looking nice. And then I want to add some padding of the container, so I'm going to say padding of 20 pixels all around, but this will move the image inwards. Is the image moved inwards inside here? Nope, it's to the edge. Okay, let's see what we can do. We're going to say, okay, we're going to do this. We're going to add padding on the left and right. Let me say 0 on the top. Okay, 20 pixels on the right, 20 pixels on the bottom, and 20 pixels on the left, like so. Okay, we don't need the left and right. This is the right one. So let's say 0 on the right and 0 on the left. So you can just say that. And there we go. Now that I think about this, is this really necessary? Let's add a border radius. Let's say border radius, set this to about 10 pixels. Let's see how this looks. Okay, so we have a border radius on the bottom but not on the top because this is an image. So what we need to do is just target the container and target the image, or rather let me target the picture tag, like so. And then let's add a border radius on the picture tag, a border radius of 10 pixels on the top left, 10 pixels on the top right, and 0 on the bottom right and on the bottom left. And nothing happens. Why does nothing happen? This is div container card picture. Container, let's target the card, let's target the picture. Let me see if I target the image inside here. If this will work, then it works. If I increase it, then it also works. Let's see, what can we do? This should be fine. What I want to do is, I just noticed that this has a kind of overlay, right? So what we can do is I can go inside here, add a class on this called picture, a class of picture on this, right? And then I need to remove this. Does that work? I need to remove this. Okay, let's remove this, and then let's go inside our CSS and let me remove this. Let me just comment it, and then inside here, let's say background, set this to URL to come from /images / the mobile version first. And then let me see if I can set this height to 400 pixels. And this is the dot picture class, that's why it's not working. Picture, is that how you spell it? Container card picture, background URL. Let's set this to no repeat, and center and cover, but nothing happens. Why does nothing happen? Let's say lorem 5. Let me grab this and place it inside the div with the class of overlay. Let me just see this. Oops. Let's say lorem 20. But why isn't this changing? There's a class of picture, container. Okay, we don't need this. We don't need this. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, so that was the problem. And now let me just remove this text. Let me remove this text and leave the overlay inside, and then we can now target the overlay. So I'm just going to grab this, copy this downwards, target the overlay like so, and then set the background color for this to HSL, and let's set the height to 400 pixels. Okay, and notice that it covers the entire image and it's completely opaque, so we don't want that to happen. And we can just fix that by adding an alpha value here and setting this to around 0.5. Should be good enough, right? 0.5. And then what I need to do is let me remove this card class from here, change this to a class like so, and then I can remove the comment here and save this, and it should work, but it doesn't. Let me increase the alpha value for this to about 0.7, 0.8, 0.7. Is that really? This color looks darker. It looks dark. It looks really dark, but I don't have that color inside here. So you know what? I'm not going to really bother with it all that much. Okay, so let's see. What do we need to do? We need to target the. Oh, wait a minute. Wait just a minute. The container, the picture class. So we want the picture class to have the border radius. Okay, there we go. So that we now see the border radius right about there, and which means we also need to just copy this and paste it inside here, and it should fix it like so. Okay, I'm a bit slow in processing things today. Okay, the next that I want to do is just align everything to the center. So I'm going to go inside the container, my container class inside here, just going to say text align center like so, which will bring everything to the center. And then let me target the H1. So I'm going to say the container and container, target the card class, target the H1, and set this color to white. We have a white variable like so. Okay, and actually I could do this above. I could copy this, just cut it out and just paste it inside here, move it at the top, and it should change everything to white like so. And then what I need to do is, I've just noted that this is styled differently. Get insights is styled differently. So what I'm going to do is right inside here, inside my HTML, I'm going to grab this, target the and place it inside the span. Sorry, so we're going to be target the H1 span, and then we can change the color for this. So I'm going to save this, and then right inside here I'm going to target the span like so, and then change this color to HSL, which is basically our pink color like so. Okay, and then once we do that, what does this thing, why does this color look different than what's the design? Now you know what, let's just work with what we are provided with. Okay, and then what I want to do is now target the H1. So I'm going to grab this, paste it above like so, and then I'm going to say margin top, add some top margin. Let's say margin top of around 30 pixels. Okay, and then let's say margin bottom of 20 pixels. Okay, and an easier way to do this would be to say margin on the top of 30 pixels, or 0 on the left and right, and 20 pixels on the bottom, and it's still the same thing, and it's much easier. So let me move this like so, and then let me target the card class, the individual card class, so that I can move each of these inwards just a bit. So I'm going to grab this and just go above here, paste it, and I'm going to say add some padding of 0 on the top and bottom, or rather let me say 0 on the top, right? Oh wait a minute, this also had the class of card. This also has a class of card. If I do that, then it will mess up a bit. Okay, it will mess up a bit. So let me not do this inside here. Instead, what I'm going to do is right inside my H1, I'm just going to say add some padding of 0 on the top and bottom, and 20 pixels on the left and right to move the H1 inwards just a bit. Let's increase the line height for this, to be around 1.5. Let's see how this looks. Okay, the line height isn't so big. Let's say 1.3. That should be much better. And then let's now target the card like so, and then below this I want to target the paragraph. And then for the paragraph, I'm going to say padding of 0 on the top and bottom and 20 pixels on the left and right to push it inwards just a bit. And then I'm going to say margin bottom and set this to 30 pixels. Should be enough. 30 pixels. Yep, that should be enough. And then finally we can deal with all of this. Okay. This is styled a bit differently, so it means we are going to have to restructure this a bit. Does it? Let's grab let me place my cursor here and here and here. Oops. Like so. And then actually that doesn't work, does it? That doesn't work. Let me just grab this first one, place a span like so, paste that inside. Grab this second one, place a span, paste it inside. The third one, add a span and paste it inside like so. And then now let's target the UL. So I'm going to copy this, paste it below this, target the UL, and I'm going to say that for the UL, how would this work? Let me target the list items, because I want this is the span, and then this is the list item. Well, it's all a list item, but this is the span inside the list item. So let me see what would happen if I say let me target the span inside here. Oops, the span inside here. And then let's just say display block. Okay, and notice what happens on display block. So this happens. So that's already much better. And once we do that, then what I want to do is let me add a margin on the bottom of 10 pixels. Oops, that's not what I wanted. It should be opposite, right? It should be the opposite. So instead of having this here, then I need to have it on the list item. So copy this, paste it above this, and say margin dash bottom. Set this to 10 pixels. Let's say 20 pixels, like so, and this is much better. And this is in uppercase. So what is it? The list items is in uppercase. So I just need to go here and say text transform and say uppercase. But this might mess up, as you can see, because the K here, the K shouldn't be uppercase. Yep, the K should not be uppercase. So right inside here, I'm going to say text transform. How do you spell transform? And let's say, how do you say lowercase? Lowercase, like so. And this is already much better in the design. But then notice how, if you look at this, this is a bit more of a font weight, right? It has a bit more of a font weight. So I'm going to say right inside here, I'm going to say font weight. Set this to 700. But remember that it needs to have the font family of, what was the font that has the weight of 700? It was Lex&Decker. Yep, it was Lex&Decker. So I'm going to say set this to font family, font dash family, and set this to Lex&Decker, like so, with a fallback of sans serif. That is much better. Okay, and the H1 also needs to have a this very same font family. So let me go and specify that in the H1. And probably you might have a better way to specify these font families, but you know, this is a small project, so I don't really mind doing it like this. So I'm going to say font family, set this to Lex&Decker, like that, with a fallback of sans serif. And there we go. Wait, what did I have on the body? Oh, then the body, this body should have enter, like so. And there we go. That is much better. Much better. Okay, now what do we need to do? We need to say remember that this, I'm working this is 500 pixels for me, and this is 375 pixels, so it's not exactly to the design because my screen is just a bit bigger. So what we need to do now is what? Probably just add media queries, Let me increase the padding on the paragraph inside here. Let's go to the paragraph, right inside here, padding. Let's increase this 30 pixels or even 40. No, let's set it to 30 because on smaller screens it's going to push in inwards. Okay, now let's just set it back to 20. Yeah, because on smaller screens it's going to push inwards even more. And then once you do that, then I think this should be it for the mobile design. But before we go, let me just change this text color to white for the attribution. Change this text color to dash white, like so that we can actually see the text below this. And then probably let's add let's say padding bottom. Set this to around 20 pixels so that we can have a bit of leeway and we can scroll just a bit more, like so. Now what we need to do is just add a media query so that we can change this image at about 768 pixels, and then we need to realign this just a bit. Okay, so what I'm going to do is now add media queries using the @media rule. So I'm going to say @media with a min width of 768 pixels. We are going to say we're going to target the container, target the picture class, like so, and then we need to change the background. So I'm going to set this background to URL, set this to /images /desktop, and then set the no repeat value, no repeat, and set it to the center and cover, like so. Okay, so let's see. And then we also need to probably change the height for this. Let's say height auto. Let's see what would happen if I say height. Set this to auto. Okay, let's see. We're going to need a bit more of this. Let me just confirm where we had our container picture. Wait a minute. This is the same class. This is the same class. Just copy this, paste it above here so that we don't need to repeat classes. Let's see. Okay, so the height is set to 400 pixels here. We'll also need to change this therefore. So just copy this and paste it below this and set this height to auto as well. Let me see what happens. Let's see what happens. Okay, so it disappears now, which is not what I wanted. So for the meantime, let me disable this, and let's disable this as well. Okay, and then at 768 pixels, what we need to do is we just need to target this container class and then display these two as flex items, right? So let's see, let's target the container class, the dot container, and then just say display flex. What happens? Here's our image. Here's our image. Our image should be here. Where's our image actually? Okay, I can't seem to see our image. Why don't I see our image? Is it because of display flex? It's because of display flex. Okay, now let's say display grid, and then let's set grid template columns to repeat twice and one fractional. Let's see. Let's see. Why does display flex make this disappear? Oh, it's because this takes up the entire width. It makes it disappear because it takes up the entire width. Okay, you know what? Let's set this to flex. Then let's say align item center and align item center and justify content to the center as well. Okay, and then let's target the div, the second div, right? So let me say the second div with the class of cards, so container, and then target the div, and then let's just say nth child, set it to 2, and then set this to width, and let's set the width to 50%. And nothing happens. Nothing happens. This is already set to 50%. Nothing happens. Why? Why? Why does grid work? Why does display grid work and display flex doesn't work? What did I do wrong? 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 We have the container, okay? We have the container. Let's see. Let's get into our debugging tools. I'm looking for this div with the class of picture. Look where it is. Look where it is. Really? 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 Why do you do me like this? The reason I'm insisting on using flex is because I want to do flex direction and set this to row reverse. So this would go to this side and then the image would appear. Wait a minute, is that correct? No, so that this would go to the right and then the image would appear on the left. I think that's how the design is for the desktop. Yep, there we go. This is the design for the desktop, which therefore means, let me remove this. Let's set this. Let's set the width for this to 50%. I hate this. I hate this. I actually hate this. CSS is so annoying sometimes. Okay, so once we do this, then what we need to do is just increase the height for this. Is that a good idea? I probably have a massive margin here. Not a margin, sorry, but I probably added some kind of padding somewhere here. Let's go to the container and let's set this padding to 0. Let's see what happens. Okay, so when I set the padding to 0, then this resets just a bit. And then obviously you notice that we now need to change this because we don't want this border radius on the top left. Instead we want it on the top right and on the bottom right. So we just remember where I added that, and it should be on the overlay. So I'm just going to grab this, copy this, and paste it below this. Change this first body to 0, and then change this to 10 pixels. And that should work for the image. And we need to specify it inside here as well. So let's say border radius 0, 10 pixels, 10 pixels, and 0. Okay, so there we go. And then we now need to text align this to the left, right? Oops. So let's go inside the container and just say text align and set this to the left. Okay, so that we're going to have this. Now what we need to do is just add some bit more stuff. So let's see, I probably need to increase the width for this for 716 pixels. So what I'm going to do is, where did you specify the width? Let's set this width. Let's set this to 500 pixels. Let's see. 500 pixels is the, let's say min width. Let's say min width. Set this to 5. Or let's say 60%. Okay, that's not a good idea. Let's say 50%. And this should be much better. Min width of 60%. Okay. Okay. And notice how we have a bit of margin just at the top and bottom. I think that's because of resizing this. That's why this is happening. So I'm not going to dwell on that quite a bit, because as you can see on bigger screens this happens. Now what I want to do is what do I need to do? Let's set this min width to 40 pixels. Let me see how 40 pixels would look. 40 pixels. 40 pixels behaves much better. So then what I need to do is now just target this second div, right? And then I need to target this UL and push it inwards. So let me say the container, I want to target the card class, target the UL, and then just say padding dash left, set this to 30 pixels, push it inwards just a bit, and then obviously I need to say display flex on this so that they now go in raw form. And then let's see how this is structured. Okay, so let's remember where we had our list item. Where was it? Where we had this. So I'm just going to copy this, and paste it right around here. Okay, and then I need to remove this. Actually, not really remove, but I just need to move this and then change this to margin, let's say right, let's say 10 pixels, so that they separate a bit. Let's say 20 pixels, separate out even further. And then for the span, I just realized that the span needs to be smaller. So let's say font size, let's set the font size to 15 pixels, make it just a bit smaller, let's say 14 pixels. And then let's target the list item here and set the font size to 18 pixels. So that really not 18 pixels. Let's see how 30 pixels will look. Oops, I'm targeting. Oh, you know what? I'm targeting the wrong thing. I am targeting the wrong thing. So this should be opposite. So this should be, let's say, 18 pixels, and then this should be 14 pixels. Okay, so that it's the opposite. So this is now bigger than the text here inside here. And actually, let me say 12 pixels. That's just more 13 pixels, manageable. And let's increase the margin left. Where was it? Oh, the margin right inside here, 30 pixels. Increase it just a bit. Okay, and I think that should be better. The padding left, is it 30 pixels or is this 20 pixels? Should be 20. Yep, it's 20 pixels, so that they're all aligned. That is much better. So what I want to do is at around 992 pixels, then I want to limit the width for this, and then probably increase this to 50% so that they are all equal, right? And then actually that's what I wanted to do. Well, what did I want to do? I wanted to do it here, but it's misbehaving just a bit. Which I don't like. Okay, nope, it seems that we fixed it. Yep, it seems that we fixed it. Okay, so now let's just do this right away, where I'm going to say, remember where we had display flex on this, right? So I'm going to add another media query, and I'm going to say add media, and I'm going to say for a min width, min dash width. Once again, guys, I can't see the keyboard, so the mistakes are tolerable for now. So I'm going to say min width of 992 pixels. Then I'm going to say for the container, container, I want to add a min height of 100 viewport heights, which should now move it to the center, or it should. Let's see, right around there. Okay, and this is wrong. Actually, I should have placed this on the body. So let's say body, move this upwards, and then let's say display flex, align items to the center and justify content to the center, like so that this now moves like that. Okay, and then obviously I don't want this to be side, so I want to say flex direction, and set this to column, like so, which will now push this in column form basically. And then I'm going to remove this, right? And remember that the mean height of viewport heights is what pushes this down to the center. If I remove this, then it will just be aligned to the top. Okay, so I'm going to uncomment that, and then notice how it looks amazing, right? It looks amazing, doesn't it? Okay, and probably there's probably something else that you can do. Let me just confirm this desktop design. And I still think these colors are darker than what we have, but you know what, let's just work with what we've been given, and then probably increase the sizes of these two, increase the sizes of the list items inside here. So let's do that, okay, just to make them a bit bigger, and probably even add some more padding on this div. So let's say where was it? It was around I do apologize if you can hear a bit of background noise. I do apologize. So right around, where was it? Really, why can't I see it? Okay, there you go. So right inside here, I'm going to say 24 pixels, increase this just a bit, okay? And then probably add a bit of margin on the bottom for this, right? So I'm going to say margin dash bottom, set this to 3 pixels, just to separate it out a bit. And then now let's target this second div with the class of card. Remember, this is the second div, this is the first one, and then this is the second one, because we set it to flex row reverse, right? So row reverse brings whatever is here, and it takes whatever is here to the other side. Okay, so let's say what was I doing? Let's say at 992 pixels, right? Here on this media query, and I'm going to say target the container, and then target the card class, and then target the second div, the nth child. So nth dash child, target the second one, which means we're only targeting this one, and we're going to say add some padding of 0 on the top and bottom, and 30 pixels on the left and right. Okay, so let's save this and let's see what we have. Just to push it inwards, look at that, so that it's almost close to the design. As you can see, it has quite a bit of padding, right? And I can look at this all day and keep on increasing some, trying to be a perfectionist and all, but I don't want to do that. I'm trying to manage the issues that I have. Okay, so once we do that, then I think we are ready to submit this. This should be the end of this project actually, and I think we should be ready to submit this. But one final thing is, let me just add more padding below this paragraph. So let me figure out where we had that paragraph, and it was right around here, right? The card P. So at the bottom, right at the bottom, right below this. Okay, and I'm going to say, let's say probably margin dash bottom, set this to what did I have, 40 pixels? Let's try 50 pixels, and I think that is much better. Okay, now what I want to do next is push this to GitHub and then submit it to Frontend Mentor. Okay, so I'm going to close these files down, and I'm going to close this down, and I'm going to stop my server, and then close this, and then I'm going to head over to GitHub, GitHub, like so, and then I'm going to create a new repository, and this repository is going to called stats-preview-component, like so, and I'm going to say create repository. Okay, and then I'm just going to copy this link because we need this link, right? So I'm going to copy it, and I'm going to say open up my terminal using control and backtick or tilde, whatever it's called. And then the first thing that I need to do is initialize an empty git repository. So I'm going to say git init, like so, which will make all these files untracked. And then I'm going to say git add all, okay, not all but dot, like so, which will now add them all, so that if I say git status, then they should all be green, as you can see, which means that they're all in the staging area. And then I'm going to say git commit -m, and I'm going to say initial commit dash project complete. That rhymes. Okay, so I'm going to say once I do that, then I'm going to say git remote add repository. Oh wait, is that there? No, git remote add origin, and then paste in my link like so. And then let's say git branch -m, capital M, main, which should now change this to the main branch. Okay, and then let's say git push -u origin main, which should now push it to my remote repository. And if I try to reload this, then we should see it like so. So this is the project that we have just done, with this readme coming from the readme that we have in here. I don't know why this is still untracked, but it doesn't really matter because everything is showing in our repository. And then the next thing that I'm going to do is head over to Netlify, because that's where I want to deploy this. So I'm going to log in inside here. If you don't have an account with Netlify, they will ask you to log in using one of the Git providers, GitHub, GitLab, whatever. And then I'm going to say new site from Git, and I'm going to take it from GitHub because that's where we have it. And it's called Stats Preview, right? Stats Preview. Let's see that. Let's see what we have. Searching. So it's called Stats Preview Component. So that's what we have. And then we don't have a build command because we are not really using any kind of framework like React or Gatsby or whatever, and we don't have a published directory because we have an index.html file right inside our root folder, right? And notice how now they're no longer green with untracked, and this has changed to branch main. Okay, so I'm just going to say deploy site, and what Netlify will do is that it will look for the index.html file, and that is what it's going to deploy, right? And then look at that, it's already up on the internet, and this is what we have just built. Amazing, amazing. So what I want to do is, first of all, I want to change the link for this. So I'm going to go into site settings and change site name, and probably I'm going to say something like TSB designs dash, let's say stats dash preview, like so. And this link is going to be at in the description in case you want to look at the finished product. And I'm also going to leave a link for the GitHub repository in case you want to look at the finished code as well. And then I'm going to open this up, right? So I can close this, and then I'm also going to leave this open. Now I'm going to head over to Frontend Mentor, like so. Open up the dashboard and head over into my profile, right? And then inside my profile, then I want to submit a solution. Well, where is it? Solutions, come on. Oh, wait a minute, these are the solutions that I've submitted, right? These are the ones I've submitted, my challenges. There we go. And let's say view challenge. Okay. And then I'm going to say submit solution right inside there. And I'm going to say mobile fast stats preview component, like so. The repository URL comes from right inside here, so I'm just going to copy this and paste it inside here. And the live site URL comes from this, so copy this and paste it inside. And then you can just say submit solution, and now I can close this too, like so, and it will submit my solution. And there we go. So we have the points. Okay, so I'm going to share this later, but I think I can share it on LinkedIn. Let's see. Yep, so I can see it on LinkedIn. Really, you need to copy this and then just paste it in CD, say start post, paste it here, and then I'm just going to say post. Should be fine. And once I click this link, then it should take me to my website, live or whatever, this right there. And then that is going to be it for this project. And I think that would be the end of this video. I think that will be it. If you've joined me and if you've reached the end, please do remember to subscribe if you're not subscribed. And do share me out, talk about me, tweet me. And remember that I do have a book. If you want to read the book, you can head over to my website, or you can click the link that I'm going to leave in the description. And I also have a Udemy course for HTML and CSS if you want to learn about all of this by building a very cool looking hotel website. Then you can head over to Udemy. You can click the link in the description. I'm going to leave it in the description as well. And just to show you what we build in the course, then let me head over to my website. And let me show you, let me give you a demo. Where was it? Right inside here. And this is basically what we build in the what's it called, in the course. We start by looking at very many things about HTML and CSS, and then we top it all off by building this cool looking hotel website. Would you look at that? A very clean looking design, very clean, appealing to the eye, that you just want to click on book now so that you can get your 33% off, looking amazing. So that is going to be that, and I hope you do enjoy this video, and if you do like this content, please share me out, and I will see you in the next video. Thank you. Hello everyone, and welcome back to another video. And today we're going to be doing the blogger landing page challenge from Frontend Mentor. So you can head over to frontendmentor.io/challenges, and then just click on this card and then click on start challenge. like so, and then click on get started, and then just say download the starter file, okay, which will download the starter file for you. Now once you do that, then you will need to extract it, okay, so you can head over to whatever place that it's downloaded in, and then you can just extract the file that is downloaded, and then just open this with, I'm just going to open this with Visual Studio Code, but I've already done that, so let me open it up right here. Okay, now you cannot open it up with whatever text editor that you want. I just prefer to use Visual Studio Code. Now I'm going to leave this to the side, and then we are going to be building this in React. So what I want to do is just open up my terminal, which I have right here, and then I'm going to cd into my desktop because that's where I want my application to live. And then I'm going to say npx create react app, and I'm just going to call it blogger, like that, and then I'm going to run that. Okay, so once this finishes running, then what I'm going to do is say code into blogger, which is the name of the folder that has just been created, like so. So I'm going to have my Visual Studio Code window open here, which is my workspace, and then this other one is going to be the downloaded folder from Frontend Mentor. Now what I'm going to do is just close this down first of all, and then I forgot to mention that we're going to be using Tailwind CSS for this project, but then I was having issues installing Tailwind CSS in my application. So what I'm going to do is, instead of doing this, installing it with npm, because we're not really going to be going into the core of Tailwind CSS, what I'm going to do is head over to cdnjs.com and then grab the Tailwind CSS CDN from here. So I'm going to search for Tailwind CSS and then grab this link tag, and then go into my application. Inside here, I'm going to the public folder into my index.html. Let me make this full screen. Okay, and then I'm going to paste Tailwind CSS right around there, and then I'm going to remove this, okay, and then remove this as well, okay, and then remove this comment as well. So we're going to, this is Tailwind CSS right here, and then we're going to change this title to whatever title is inside this index.html inside our downloaded files. Now what I'm going to do is, right away I'm going to copy this style guide. I'm going to select this, and then I'm going to select this readme and this readme as well, and then the index.html, the images folder, and then the design folder, and then I'm just going to copy these and then paste them inside my workspace like so. And then I'm going to go inside this git ignore and just select everything and say copy, and then inside my git ignore in my workspace, I'm going to go to the bottom right here and then just paste them. And then I'm going to change this to line 29, and then this to line 30, and then I'm going to change this to line 36 like so. And then once we do that, then we can now close this because we no longer need it. And then inside my index.html, write this one, and let me just confirm what this title says. It says this. So I'm going to copy this and then just paste it inside here, and then I'm going to change this to blogger landing page like so. That's looking correct. Now before we really get started, what I want to do is I want to check my style guide to check what font we're going to be using. Okay, now let me just grab this. Let me grab this link. So we're getting the overpass font and then the weight 300 and 600. So let me just click on this and open up fonts.google.com. Wait, what was it? The 300 and 600. So I'm grabbing the light 300 and the semi-bold 600 like so. And then we also need to get the Ubuntu font with the font weights of 400, 500, and 700. So let me go back inside here and let me search for Ubuntu like so. And then let me get the 400, 500, and 700. So regular 400, 500 medium, and 700 bold like so. And then notice how we have two fonts imported here. So we have the overpass and then the Ubuntu. So I'm just going to grab all of this and copy it, and then inside my index.html, I want the font to be the first thing executed, so I'm going to place it above Tailwind CSS like so. So paste this. You know what, probably this should be the second one. Okay, probably this should be the second one. Come on, let me move it downwards like so. Okay, so I think that will be it for the fonts, and I can close this page as well. And actually I can close this page as well. And then what we need to do next is, let me close this. Before I close that, I need to remember to change this theme color. let me delete now. Notice how we have two readmes, right? We have the readme copy and then we have this readme. Now this is the one that was generated by create react app, so I'm going to delete it. And then this other one is the one that is coming from Frontend mentor, so I'm just going to rename it into readme, like so. Remove the copy, right? So save this, and then in our package JSON, what do we need to do? I don't think we're going to be using any dependencies for this project. Well, we actually might, and I want to install React icon, so let me say npm install dash dash save, and it's called React dash icons, like so. Now once as this installs, what I want to do is now continue to check out all of this, and I can already see that the body should have a font size of 16 pixels. That is for the text, and then we have our colors right there. Okay, now what I want to do is go inside my source folder. Let me close this and go inside my source folder, and inside my index css right here, I'm going to remove everything, right? And then I'm just going to say place a colon and say root, and this inside here we're going to place my variables, like so, which are just going to be our colors. And then I want to say for all the images, I want them to have a max width of 100%. And then I want to target all the ULs as well and say list style type, set this to none. And then I want to target the anchor tags and set this to a text decoration of none. And then I'm going to go inside the body and give this body a font family of overpass with a fallback of sans serif, like so. I'm still not sure where the Ubuntu font is going to come in, but once I find that out, then I'm going to specify it as well. For now, I think this should work correctly. And then I want to target the paragraph as well. So right above this body, I want to target all the paragraphs that are going to be inside here and set them to a font size of 16 pixels, like so. So I can save that, and then I can go back inside here, and then I'm going to copy all of this. Just copy, wait a minute. I'm going to copy everything from here to here, right? So copy all of this, and then right inside my index CSS, I'm going to paste all of that inside here, and then we are going to change a few things. For example, this is going to be a comment now. We don't want this 3 hashtags, and how I'm placing comments is by control and /. That's how I'm doing this. Okay, and then change this to a CSS variable by placing 2 dashes and saying light dash red, like so. Change this to, this is the call to action text. I can grab this and then I can place it to the end and saying just paste this in, like so. Okay, just so that we know what we are dealing with inside here. And then I can grab this, place another comment, paste this in, close the comment out, and then this is called very light red, so very dash light dash red, like so. And remember to place your semicolon. And then this is called very dark blue, so grab this and say very dash dark dash blue, like so. Okay, and then these are the headings. Oops, meant to grab this, and then place a comment / asterisk, and then say these are the headings and close it out, like so. And then these are the neutral colors, so turn this into a comment, like so. Okay, and remember to place your semicolons. Why am I forgetting that? Okay, and then this is the text, so I'm going to grab this. Okay, you know what, this is called white. Okay, place a comment here and say text, close the comment out, like so. This is grayish blue, grayish dash blue. This is the footer text. You know what, let me copy this. Let me copy the you know what, let me just copy this. Okay, and you might be wondering why I'm not using the command that I've just shown you of control and / is because if I try to use it, then it would comment out the entire line, which I don't want. Okay, so this is the footer text. Remove this from here, like so. Place your semicolons, place your semicolon, place your semicolon here and here. And then this is very dark grayish blue. Okay, so very dark grayish blue. This is the body copy, so paste this in, say this is body copy, like so. Remove this, and then this is the footer background. So this is called very dark black blue. So very dash dark dash black dash blue footer background. So remove this from here, place my comment here, and say this is the footer background, like so. Okay, the semicolon should be outside here, and that's looking almost nice. And then do this for this one as well. So this is the gradient. So background gradient, intro CTA mobile love. So the background gradient that we're going to use, and I think they mean for this one, let me just see this. I think they mean this background gradient, as you can see, it's set from a light color here, from a light color to a darker color. I think they mean this one right here. So I'm going to say background, just place this inside a comment, and I'm going to say background gradient. So I'm going to say background dash gradient, and set this to linear gradient, linear dash gradient, like so. Set it to 120 degrees, and then just grab this first color, cut it out and paste it inside here, like so. And then grab, place a comma, and then grab this second color and paste it inside here, and then we can remove this. Okay, so, and then this is the background gradient for the body. I'm not really sure where this comes in, so for now I'm just going to comment it out like so, so that we're going to have all this for our variables and for our colors. Okay, so let me move this upwards, move this like that, just to separate them out a bit, like so. So this is going to be our variables for now. Now I've just noticed something, I've just remembered something, that it says here all the headings are going to have this color. So what I'm going to do is this very dark blue, I'm going to set it into all the headings. So right above the paragraph, I'm going to target the H1, the H2, the H3, H4, H5, and H6 if we're going to have them at all. And then I'm going to say, I'm going to set the color to, what was the color? These are the headings. I should probably rename this to headings, like so, just so that it's more descriptive and we know what we're looking for when we're debugging. So I can say this is equal to var and dash dash headings, like so. And that's how we set colors for all our headings. What else do we need to change? This should be double dash dash grayish blue. And then let me go back into the paragraph as well and set this to a line height of 1.6, like so. Okay, and that should be working correctly now. And what I'm going to do next is just start up my development server. And actually, before I do that, let me delete this app CSS file, delete this app CSS, and then go inside my app.js and remove these two lines, these first two lines, like so. And then change this into an arrow function by saying const app equals to our brackets and then our arrow function, and then remove this entire div inside here and just return a fragment like so with an h1 that says blogger landing page. So save that, and then now finally I can now start on my development server by saying npm start, like so. Now as that spins up, what I want to do is, let me close these files, and let me close the style guide because I think we are done with it. Close this out, and let me close the readme as well, and the index HTML. I don't think we're going to need that except probably to change the theme color. And then let me close the git ignore as well. Now what we need to do is I'm going to go inside my source folder and create a new folder called components. Right now these components are going to be quite a few. The first one is going to be the header.js. Okay, the second one is going to be the menu.js. Okay, now the menu.js is what is going to be our hamburger menu, and the header.js is going to house everything. And then the next component we're going to add is the showcase.js. And then let me look at the design once again. I just want to write all of them down so that we know what we're going to be working with next. And then so this showcase is going to be this right here, all of this. And then design for the future, let me just call this next component design. So I'm going to say design.js, like so. And then the next one is going to be state.js. Let me rename this. Oops. Let me create a new file called state.js, like so. And then we're going to say free .js. I'm just picking the first one because you know, I can't really give a descriptive name for all of this. So let me say free.js. And then once we have free.js, then we need the footer.js at the bottom. So footer.js. And then once we have all our components like that, I want to go back inside my source folder and create a new folder called data, like so, which is obviously going to house all of our data. And I've just remembered something that probably we are going to need some kind of unique package that generates unique IDs. So I'm going to say npm install uuid, which is my go-to package. And now the first one that I'm going to add is the footer. So footer.js, like so. And I think I can go inside my index.html right here and then go to the bottom. And I think this is the footer. Let me just confirm this by going where's my image right here. And you can see product is the first one that begins. So product and all of this. Now, when I go back inside my index.html, I'm just going to grab all of this up to here and just cut it out. And then go inside this footer and just paste it inside here, but grab all of it and paste it inside a comment. And then below this, I'm going to say import v4 as uuid v4 from uuid, which we are just installing. And then I'm going to say export const footer. So I'm going to give it a named export. And this is going to be equal to an array of objects. The ID is going to be equal to uuid v4, like so. So we're just invoking it because we have imported it at the top, and then it will generate a unique ID. Then the title for this, the first one is going to be product, right? And then the links are going to be an array. Okay, the links inside the footer are going to be an array. So let me just grab this. So copy and paste it a few more times. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Copy and paste. Why does it do that? Okay, so let me grab this. So the first one is overview, so just cut it out, paste it inside here. The second one is pricing, cut it out, paste it inside here. The third one is marketplace, cut it out, paste it inside here. Okay, let me do this just so that it's a bit faster. Okay, the fourth one is features, right? So features, place a comma here. The next one is integrations, so integrations, and then remove this final one. And then once I do this, then what I want to do is just grab this and copy it down about, we're done with this, right? So about two more times. Wait, is it two more times? Okay, two more times, right? So inside here, I'm going to grab this and 1, 2. And then this second one says company. So cut it out, paste it inside here. And you know what? I've noticed that I can probably just split the screen like so that we don't have to keep on jumping back and forth. So the first one is company, this is the title is about, then the first link is about, this one is team, like so, this one is blog, like so, this one is careers, and careers, like so, and then remove this final one. And then for the third one, this is connect, so connect is the title, then contact, newsletter, and LinkedIn, like so, and then remove this too. And that's what we're going to have, and then remove these lines at the top because we no longer need them. Okay, that's looking sharp. So this is going to be our data array for the footer. Now we're also going to need to create a data array for our header as well. Okay, and for our header, we don't need this. For our header, we have the same data array, where as you can see, we have for the footer, connect, and everything inside here. So we are going to be using the same data array for our header as the one we've just created for our footer. And probably I should change this into something like navbar, but you know what, it's fine even if it stays at footer, and because it's a named export, it's a named export, like so. So what I'm going to do is just remove all of this up to here, and then these are our call to action buttons, and then this begins our showcase. Okay, so that's looking nice, and I'm going to remove this, and then I'm going to remove this as well. So now the first thing that I want to do is go inside my header. Where's my header? And you know what, let me first build out my showcase, and I'm going to go into showcase.js, and I'm going to say underscore array fce, and I'm saying underscore so that it doesn't import React at the top, because we don't really need it. We no longer need to import React at the top. And then I'm going to return a fragment into here with a section with a class of showcase. Is that correct? You know what, let me not give it a class. And then inside here I'm going to have a div, and then inside this div I'm going to have an h1. Okay, and the text for this h1 is going to say a modern publishing platform, like so. Grab it, paste it inside here, and then we're going to have a paragraph below this, and the paragraph says grow your audience, build your online brand, like so. Paste it inside here. Probably should move this right around here. Okay, so let's see what we have in our design. Okay, and then we have two buttons at the bottom. So right below the paragraph I'm going to place a UL, and this UL is going to have two list items times 2, and these list items are going to be buttons. Now I'm not using anchor tags because technically these links don't really go anywhere. Okay, these links don't go anywhere, so there's no point in using anchor tags, because if you're using anchor tags and for example you place a hashtag inside, then React is going to throw you a warning, and I don't want that warning because it is a warning in development, but it becomes an error when you publish your application. So this first one says start for free, and then the second one says learn more. So start for free and then learn more, like so. So save this. Okay, and then I've just remembered that we probably need to import our image at the top, and the image that I'm talking about is this background image that looks like a circle and some squares right inside there. Now that image is going to be coming from our images folder inside here, but then we want this images folder to be accessible for us within our application. So inside my source folder, I'm going to create a new folder called images, and then I'm just going to go and look for the background. This is the illustration editor. Where's the mobile? BG pattern intro, BG pattern circles. I don't know which is which. I'm just going to copy these two. So just copy this and then paste them inside my images folder, like so. So that now I can go inside my showcase and then I can say import, or let me just call it bg from / images / what's it called? It's called bg pattern circle. So let me say bg dash, is it the circles pattern? No, it's not the circle, it is the pattern intro. bg dash pattern dash intro.svg. Okay, now when you're not importing JavaScript files, then you always need to have the extension at the end. That's why it doesn't even give you the option, it doesn't like autocomplete it for you, because you always have to have everything. But if you're importing JavaScript files, then you can just import it as the name of the file. And what I mean is, if I try to import a component inside here, so if I can say import header from / and notice how it just completes for you. You don't have to have the extension at the end. But for every other file, for CSS files and for every other HTML file, for example, then you'd have to have the extension at the end as well. Just something that you should know. And so I'm going to save this, and then inside my app.js, where's my app.js? You know what, let me close these many files. Let me close this. Close this. Inside my app.js, then I want to render my showcase first of all. So inside here, I'm going to render showcase, and you can see it gives me the option to auto import it. So when I say enter, it's going to import it at the top, and then I'm going to close it out, and we should see this. Look at that. So we have our buttons here, and then we have our h1, and we have our paragraph. Now, if you're wondering why it all looks like this, remember we imported tailwind CSS in our index.html file. So it resets some of the styling for us, so that this now no longer looks like an h1, even though it is an h1. Okay, just something that you should know. And then I've remembered something, that we were provided some kind of color for our text, right? This is the color for our text. This is the neutral. Okay, this is the footer text, the body copy. Okay, so let's continue with our showcase, with starting out our showcase. First of all, I want to give this a class name of, I've just remembered that probably we're going to add a custom background color because of the linear gradient. So I'm going to give this a class of showcase first of all, and then I'm going to say display this as a flex, and then items dash center, and then justify dash center. Let's see how this looks. Should go like that. You know what, let me place this to the side so that we can just see everything as we style it. So that we have this, and then I'm going to say text center, which is text align center, like so, and then go inside this h1, give this a class name of what's it called, font dash bold. Okay, and then say text dash, let's say 4XL for small screens first of all, and then go back inside this section probably, or inside this div, give this a class name of padding on the x of 5, just to push it inwards a bit. Okay, that's looking fantastic. And you know what I should have done is grab all of this from here and then paste them inside here, so that I can now give this a class of overlay, which I'm going to target in my CSS as well, so that when this is set to, for example, a fixed height that I'm going to choose, then I'm also going to set this to a fixed height, which will then set everything inside here to the perfect center of that height. And then I'm going to go inside this UL and give this a class name of flex, and then items dash center. Let's see what happens. Wait a minute, what? Something's wrong. This should be flex column, flex dash column, like so that we now have this for our buttons as well. And then I'm going to go inside these list items, give both of these a class name of margin on the x of 1 to separate them out, like so, and then margin on the y of probably 5, push them downwards. Now these two buttons are styled differently, right? Let me just confirm that this is white and then this is transparent. So I'm going to go back inside this showcase, give this first button, and you know what, I should you know what, let me just do it. So give this first button a class name of bg white, right? And then I'm going to say padding all round of 5, so padding dash 5 with a rounded dash large border. Let's see how this looks. What am I doing? Oh, I am correct, right? I'm correct. This is padding background color of white. That's why we can't really see it. Okay, now let me go back into my CSS file, which is this one right here, and then let me target the showcase class right below this. Let me place a comment that says showcase, like so. So target the showcase and then give the showcase a background image, and this background image is going to be equal to our linear gradient, so which is called background gradient variable. So I'm going to say var bracket dash dash background gradient, like so. And we have this. Would you look at that? Looking amazing, isn't it? Now we can see what we're starting inside here. So let me go back into my showcase, which is this right here, and say padding on the y probably of 3, reduce it all of 1, of 2 is much better. 2 is much better. And then for this second button, and probably I'm going to have to change this color, right? So also let me give this a class of btn dash light, for example, so that I can manually change the color in my CSS. And then let me go into the second button. So inside here, give this a class name of border and border dash white. Let's see what happens. Okay, and then padding dash 2, just like for the other button, with a rounded, let me say rounded dash full, by the way, not rounded dash large, but rounded dash full, like so. And then probably I should say padding on the y of 2 and then padding on the x of 4, just to increase the width of this, and then do the same for this. So padding on the y of 2 and padding on the x of 4, just like that. And then change this text to white, so I'm going to say text white. Looking amazing, looking amazing. Now let's go back inside our index CSS. I know we're jumping back and forth, but that's okay. So I'm going to say this should be a height of 500 pixels, 500 pixels, like so. Okay, and then target the showcase, target the overlay class, and just say mean height for this should be 500 pixels. We should now push it to the center. Look at that, looking amazing. And probably you know, for smaller screens, yeah, let me just reduce it to 400 pixels. I think that would be much better for smaller screens. And I've just remembered that this is this should be white. This should be white for the first one. Yep, it should be white. So I'm going to go back inside here, target my h1, and change this to text white. Text white, come on, like so. And there we go. So it changes it to text white, and then change this text to white as well. So instead of placing multiple ones, I'm just going to cut it off from here and place it inside this div right around here. We should now change this as well. Okay, that's not what I wanted to do. So let me just remove it. Let me add it manually. Paste this inside, go inside this paragraph, give this a class name of text dash white. Okay, that's much better. Now let me target the btn light class inside my index HTML, index.css, and right below the paragraph, I'm going to say for the btn dash light, then I want it to have a background, not a background, but a different text color, call to action text, which is this right here. So it's called light red, light red. So let me give this a color of var dash dash light red, so that we have that. And then the font for this, the font weight for this should be around, let me just say bold, make it bold just a bit, and that's looking much better, right? Now what we need to do is add our background image, right, which is our SVG right here. And I'm not too sure how I'm going to do that, but it's going to involve a lot of trial and error. So what I'm going to do is, right before this first div, I'm going to add a div, right, and this div is going to have my image, and the source for this is going to be bg, which I've just imported like so. And then I'm going to say, for the alt, I'm going to say background pattern like so, background pattern intro. That's much better. We should push this down, and there we have it. Look at that, that's our background image. Now what I want to do is position this absolute, so I'm going to say class name of this should be absolute, okay, so that it does that. And then I want it to be positioned relative to the showcase, so I'm going to give this a class of relative like so, okay. And then I'm going to say from the top 0 or top dash 0, is that working? Let me say minus z index, let me say minus z index of 50. That should work. Does it work? How do you add z index in Tailwind CSS? Let me just search for this. Let me search for this. Let me see z index. It should be possible to add a negative z index. I think it should. But let me see if I can go in here and say z index of 50, place it at the top. This doesn't seem to be working. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to comment this out for a moment, and then I'm going to go inside my index CSS. Let me see what will happen if I move this downwards. Okay, so nothing happens. It still stays the same. Okay, it still stays the same, but then I can go inside the showcase and give this showcase a background of URL and say /images/background pattern intro.svg. Let me see what happens. Does it show? Does it show? Let me set this to no repeat, and center and cover. Does it show? Okay, so it shows behind the image. It shows up behind, not behind the image, but behind our background gradient. Okay. What do we need to do inside here so that this stops misbehaving? What happens if I place this above and then grab this and move it below? Okay, would you look at that? Would you look at that? So now our image appears, and then let me see, background overlay has this. It works for now, so I'm just going to leave it for a moment, and then let me go back into my showcase, and then I can remove this, and then I can remove this import at the top. And then for the H1, what I want to do is just add a margin on the bottom of this. So I'm going to say margin on the bottom of 5 to push it away from the paragraph, like so. And then right away, let's work with our header. Let's begin working with our header. And you know what, before I forget, just because I want to do everything fluidly, then I want to immediately introduce, what's it called? Scale everything up. Okay, and oh, it has a border left radius. Okay, it has a border left radius. Add it in manually by saying border dash bottom dash left dash radius. Set this to around 100 pixels. Let's see how this looks. Okay, so let's begin to scale it up and let's see how this looks. Now all we need to do is just change the size of this. That's basically it, because the paragraph is set to a fixed size of 16 pixels. Now how do you do that? We can just go back inside here and then use some built-in media queries from Tailwind CSS and go inside the H1 and say that for medium screens, so MD and then colon, that's for around tablet size, which is around 768 pixels. Then I want the text to be 5XL. Okay, and then I'm going to say that for extra large screens, which is about 1024 pixels, I think so, then I want to say text dash 6XL. And would you look at that? And then let me just say for 2XL screens, then I want the text to be 7XL. And then let's see, look at that. Okay, so that's working correctly. And then obviously for bigger screens, then we want this to increase. So what I'm going to do is, right where I placed the height, remember I placed the height here, then I'm going to add a media query that I'm going to say at media min width of around, let me say 1024 pixels. Then I want the showcase, and then I also want the showcase dash showcase dot overlay, like so, and I want to increase both heights to around 600 pixels. Let me see how this looks. That's too big. Let's say 500. Is that too big? Is that actually too big? Let me just leave it at 600. I think 600 is fine. Okay. Okay. Now that is going to be it for our showcase, and immediately I want to just close this file and then go inside our header.js, like so, and then inside our header I'm going to say arrayfce, actually underscore arrayfce, like so. We want to import our image, so let me import our logo first of all. So I'm going to say import logo from dot images slash logo dot svg, which we haven't yet copied and pasted, but it's right here. So just copy this, and then inside this images folder, then just paste it inside to get our logo. How do I want to do this? Let me look at this design. We have our logo, we have the text here, and then we have our two call to action buttons, which are these right here. So I might have to create another component just so that it doesn't become overwhelming, and then I'm going to create a component called buttons.js, like so, and then I'm going to say underscore arrayfce, and then inside I'm going to return an empty fragment, and then just return a div, like so, and then this div is going to have a ul with two list items, like so, and these list items are going to be buttons, and then they're going to be call to action buttons, and the first one says login, so paste this inside here, and then the second one says sign up, like so. Cut it out and just paste it inside here, save that, and then we need to import this to show inside our header, right? So I'm going to go at the top here and I'm going to say import buttons from /buttons, like so, and then inside here I'm going to return a fragment once again, and then I'm going to return a header tag, and then this header tag is going to have our buttons component showing, and then above here we are also going to create a logo. So I'm going to create a div inside here, and with an image that says logo, the source for this, and then the alt is just going to say blogger logo, like so, and then below this, then I want to get our data, which is basically our links, right? Now in order to do this, then I'm going to need to import use state from React. So I'm going to say import state from React, like so, and then React, and then I'm going to set up my state value. So I'm going to say const what should I say, const nav links and set nav links, and this is going to be coming from use state, and by default I want to pass in the footer data. Remember we created the footer data, our footer data, which is where is it, right inside here. So we have our footer data, so this is going to be the same thing as we have for our header. So while this is almost correct, it is wrong because we've still not imported this. So right below the buttons here I'm going to say import footer from, actually it's a named export, so I'm going to say import footer from data footer, like so, and then now it should be mostly correct. And just to test it out, then I can say nav links dot length, like so, and just say links. Let's see what we have, and we have nothing because I need to import this in app.js right above the showcase, and then I can say header, it's called header, like so, gives me the option to auto import it, and that's looking nice, and we should see something like 3 links, so that's looking great. And then this is our image right here, this is our image, our logo. Now the first thing that I want to do is go back inside here, inside the header, give this a class name of absolute, just so that it goes behind the image, okay. And I've just remembered that inside the showcase I gave it a z index of 50. I don't want to do that. Where is it? Inside here I gave it a z index of 50. I don't want to do that. That's why we can't really see our navbar. Okay, perhaps I was wrong. I can remove this relative as well, and there we go. and where was I? Inside our header. And then now instead of displaying this, what I want to do is return a nav element, and then inside here we're going to have a UL, and then right inside here now I'm going to map over my data. So I'm going to say nav links dot map, and then place my two brackets, and then destructure everything immediately. I'm going to say destructure the ID, the title, and the links, right? And then go inside here and then set up my return immediately by placing brackets like that instead of adding the return keyword. And then I want to return a list item with a key being equal to ID, like so. And then inside here, because once again these are not actual links, I don't want to use hrefs, I'm just going to return the text immediately that says the title, so that we're going to have this. And then I'm going to go inside here, and wait a minute, this is the mobile first design, this is mobile, this is for mobile designs. So what I need to do is I need to add a padding here of 5 all round, just to push it everything inwards. And then let me see how the mobile design looks like when the links are open by going inside the design folder and say mobile menu. So this is how it looks. And notice how we need to add this icon, right? We need to add that icon as well. So for that icon, I'm going to create a new component. Actually, I already created it, called menu, and I'm going to say underscore RAFCE. Okay, and then once I do that, then right at the top, remember we installed React icons when we were beginning, so I'm going to say import, and I've forgotten the names of those icons once again, but that's okay, we can just Google them. And let's see, we have, you know, do we need those icons? Actually, you know what, we don't really need them because they are provided images for us, which is the icon hamburger and icon close, so we don't really need to use this. Okay, which it makes installing React icons really of no point, but that's okay. So I'm going to say import open from, and I'm calling it open because it's going to be the 3 dashes that we have when the hamburger menu is closed. So this is coming from // images slash, it's called icon dash hamburger.svg. Is that correct? Okay, and then I'm going to say import close from /images slash icon dash close svg, and that should be correct, but it's not correct because inside here now let me turn a fragment and then a div, and then we're going to be checking for whether the hamburger menu is open or is closed. So I'm just going to leave this blank for now. Okay, instead of leaving it blank, let me just return an image first of all. And you know what, instead of a div, let me return a button. Okay, and then the source for this image is going to be open, like so. Then just save that, and then inside here I just want to render it out. And I'm going to be rendering it after, not really after, but before the images, and it's going to be positioned absolute within the header. So how do we do that? I'm going to render it inside here. Oops, wrong one. Render it inside here, and it's called menu, like so. Auto import it, please. There you go. There you go, it auto imports it at the top. So save this. Let's see, it should appear. Cancel images icon close.svg. Oh, I didn't import them, I didn't copy them, so I'm just going to grab these two, copy these and paste them inside this images folder, like so. And there we go. So we have our image appearing here, and we've placed it inside a button. Okay, now we're going to be doing a bit of technicality inside here, where we only want these nav links to appear when the menu is clicked, right? So we need to set up some kind of state values to check whether the nav is open or closed. So I'm going to say const is open and set is open, and if you've watched some of my other videos, I usually do this. So I'm going to say use state and pass in false, like so, because it's going to be false by default because we don't want the nav bar to appear by default. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab this nav link inside here, and probably these buttons as well. Do the buttons appear? Where's our image? Where's our design mobile menu? Do the buttons appear? Okay, so the buttons are also part of the nav bar, right? The buttons are also part of it. So what I'm going to do is grab the nav inside here as well as the buttons. So grab it out and then place my brackets inside here and say only when is open is true, so place a truthy and then paste that in. And what this basically means is that only when this is true, I should place brackets inside here like so. Why aren't you working? Is it because of this? Okay, so only when is open is true, so this truthy and checks for whether it is true, and only when it is true, that's when it's going to display our unordered list. I'm going to deal with that buttons component later. So let's save this and this should disappear like so. And then notice how if I change it to true, then it appears like so, and if I change it to false, then it disappears. Okay, now we need a way to add a click event on this menu component, which is basically this, so that when we click on it, then it changes this state value from true to false, right? And from false to true, and backwards and forwards. So what we need to do is, because the click event is going to be happening on this button, right? Then we need to find a way to pass in these two state values inside our menu component, so that it can toggle, it can introduce our toggling effect, and we can do that using props, which is short for properties in React. So I can just create a prop here and say the prop is going to be is open, and it's going to be taking the is open state value, and then I'm going to say set is open as well, and it's going to be equal to the set is open function like so. So that when I save this, then I can go into menu.js, and remember I've passed this in as props, right? So I can go inside here and then destructure them, and I can say destructure the is open and set is open like so. And by doing that, then I can go inside this button and say that on click, right, when I click the button, then I want to pass in my inline function like so, and then I'm going to say set is open to the opposite of whatever is open is set to, right? So if it's set to true, turn it to false, and if it's set to false, then turn it to true. So I'm going to save that, and look at this. Look at that, looking amazing, right? Now, the final thing that we need to do before you can begin properly styling it is that when I click this, then I want this to be an X icon, right? So how do we do that? Then I can go inside here and I can just cut it out, and I can place in my brackets, and I'm going to say when is open is true, then I want the image to be rendered to be the close icon when it is true, and then when it is false, just paste this in. Look at that. So when it is true, it's going to render the close icon, which is this one, and then when it is false, it's going to render our open icon. So let me save this and let's see if this works. Notice how this is now open, so we have our close icon, and when I click it, it's now closed. Now we have our open icon. Look at that, looking amazing. Okay, and that is going to be it for the navbar, except we need to style it out just a bit better by going back inside here, and then I'm just going to say flex, right, and then items dash center, and then justify dash between. Is that correct? Okay, that is correct, but it's not really going to the end because of this is positioned absolute, so you can fix that by just saying width dash full like so. Look at that, that's looking amazing. And then obviously we need to style this out just a bit better, where I can go inside this number, give this a class name of absolute as well, absolute like so, and then I can just say left dash 50. You know what, let me not style this in Tailwind CSS because it's going to be a bit harder. So what I'm going to do is give this a class of number like so, and then I can go inside here and then right above the showcase, and I can say number, and then let me target the dot number class, and I'm going to say position this as absolute to the left of 50%. Is that correct? Let me give this a background color of dash dash white, which is a variable that we set up, white. And then let me say width should be 100%. What will this do? Let me not say left of 50%. Okay, something's not working. Let me say the width here should be 300 pixels. Okay, and then set the margin to auto. And let me set this to, let me say this should be a max width. Nope, 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 nope. That's not correct. That is not correct. That is not correct. What is another option that we need to do? Let me just add a border radius of 5 pixels, and then let me add a box shadow. So box dash shadow of box shadow of what? Let me say RGBA. Actually, let me say 0, 5 pixels, 5 pixels, and then RGBA 0000.5. A very slight box shadow. Okay, let me say this to 0.15. Barely visible, so that's okay. And then what will happen if I go inside the navbar? Then the navbar like this, target the UL and say display flex, and then align it to center, and then justify content to the center. Okay, okay, okay. And then let me set this to flex dash direction, set this to column. Okay, and then let me target the list item, so navbar ULLI like so, and then set the margin to be 10 pixels on the top and bottom and 0 on the left and right. Okay, and then set this to the top of 0 like so, so that it moves down rather than to the top of 0. Let me say to the top of 5, or let me say to the top of 30 pixels. Okay, okay. And then to the left, let me see, let me play around with this, to the left of 50%, and then let me say transform and translate on the x-axis by minus 50%. Push it back like so. That's looking amazing. Okay, and then let me add some more padding, and I'm going to say padding of 50 pixels at the top and bottom and 0 on the left and right, so that we're going to have this. And now we need to render out our buttons. The reason why the buttons here wasn't rendering, did I import it? Yeah, the reason why it wasn't rendering is because you can only, this bracket means a return, and you can only return one element. Notice how if I try to place it inside the nav element, notice it disappears, and if I try to place it outside, then it brings me an error. So what I want to do is just grab all of this and place it inside a fragment like so, and then just place it inside. That we should now see our buttons. But that is going to be an issue because now the buttons are not inside the nav element which I've just tiled out. So let me push it up and let me see how this looks. Okay, so that we're going to have this. I think that will be much better. That will be much better, and therefore we no longer need to return a fragment inside here. Okay, okay, okay. Now let me see. I think this would work for now for our mobile menu. Now we just need to style it out so that it looks better on a bigger screen, right? Okay, so let's do that. And I'm going to go inside my index CSS, and let me see. Actually, you know what, I think I'm just going to do it inside this header, where I'm going to give this, inside this class of navbar, inside this class of UL, I'm going to give this a class name of, for medium screens, so starting at tablet size, I'm going to say flex, right? Let me see. And that won't work, so I will need to style everything inside my index.css file. So let's just do that, where I'm going to create another media query here and say at media and min width of 768 pixels. Then I want to target the navbar and position this as relative, so reset it from position absolute to position relative like so. And then the background color is going to be transparent like so. And then let me see what else we need to style out, what else we need to change. Let me you know what, let me just place it to the side so that we can just style everything out one by one. Let's save this. So that this happens, we need to remove the box shadow so that we don't have this anymore. And where is it? Right inside here. I'm going to say the box shadow should be set to none. Okay, and then target the navbar, right? The navbar, the UL, and the list items. Change the color to white. Okay, and then we can reset the margin to 0 like so. And then it was set to the top of 50. What is the this width of 300, I want to remove this width of 300 and the padding on the top of 50. Okay, so the width is set to auto and then the padding is set to 0. Okay, so what is still pushing it from the top? What is still pushing it from the top? Let me check this. We have reset this. Okay, it's probably this translate, right? Okay, let's see inside here. Let's say from the left, then they set the left to 0. Okay, and then transform I can't even see, transform and say translate on the x-axis to 0%. Okay, I think that should have reset everything, so that now I can go inside the header, right? Let me make this bigger just a bit. I can go inside the header and notice that now that we are on a bigger screen, then we will need this to disappear, right? And I can do that by going inside here and importing another hook called use effect, right? And then I can set up another state values where I'm going to say const width and set width, like so, and this is equal to use state, and by default it's going to be 768, which is the value that we're using for our media query. And then once I do that, then I'm going to place my use effect and set up my callback function like so, and then add in an empty dependency array so that it only runs once. And then I'm going to say if window.innerWidth, right? So we're using JavaScript to get the width of the device that is being viewed on. And I'm going to say if window.innerWidth is greater than is greater than 768, actually not, is greater than the width, right, that we have inside here, then I want to say set is open, which is that correct? Yeah, set is open to false, to always false, and I think that should be correct. So not to false, what am I doing? Set it to true. Yeah, set it to true. And would you look at that? That's looking amazing. Okay, and then what we need to do now is that we don't want this menu to appear, right? So how do we do that? We don't want this icon to appear, right? We don't want it to appear. So what I can do is I can go inside this button, give this a class name of MD, and I can say for MD then it should be hidden. And would you look at that? Now for small screens it shows, and for bigger screens it is now hidden, right? And that's looking almost amazing, but there's still something wrong where we need to start this out even much further, where I can go inside this navbar UL, right inside here. I can say the navbar UL and I can say display flex. Why isn't this working? Navbar UL, oh, it's already displayed flex, so I need to change the flex direction to row. So let's say flex direction, set this to row, like so. Okay, and then you know what, something is still wrong. Something is still wrong, because I would also want this to render. I want this now to render. So inside this navbar, let's see, let me see if I can remove this from here, right? And then inside here, let me go inside this navbar and then just say for MD, let's say flex. Let me see what happens. Okay, so that we have this, that's looking fantastic. And then I can go inside this UL and say that for MD, let's say flex row. That doesn't work because we are using our external CSS. So let's go inside here, and then let's say for the navbar UL, then I want to say display flex, not display flex, but flex dash direction, and set this to row, so that we now have this. Okay, and what is the margin that we have on the top? What is this that we have on the top? What is that we have on the top? I reset this margin, right? Yeah, I reset this margin here, and I reset the padding as well. I will set the padding as well somewhere, and I need to set this top value. Okay, so right here I need to say top to 0. There we go. Okay, and then finally what we need to do is, because I want this to go to the end and it's not going to the end, I think because of this, is that number UL. Let me see if I can say justify content to space between. No, that won't work. That won't work. What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? I set this to width of 300 of the navbar. Width of 768. So the width is what is controlling this. And actually, not, I don't want this to go to the end. I want the login and the sign up to go to the end. Right? So let's see, and that's because of this. So let's say MD flex, MD justify dash between. Okay, so this means that this width is limited to somewhere here. Why is it like that? Why is it limited like that? Why are you limited? Okay, you know what, let's just continue building this out, and then once I figure out the problem with this, then we are going to come back to it. So what I want to do is just close this down and close this menu down as well, and close the showcase down, and then we're going to go into the next section, which is the design section. So let me find out that component. My component is called designed.js, like so, and I'm going to say underscore rfce, and then I need to import the icon, not the icon but the image that we're going to use. So I'm going to say import designed, or let me say image from, and I need to get it. It's called what's it called? This is the laptop. So I need to say illustration editor, desktop and mobile. So I'm going to grab these two images, so copy these and then paste them inside here, paste them in. Okay, and then once I do that, then I can go inside here and return a fragment. Actually, I was importing the font. Okay, I was importing the image, not the font. Place this full screen, and this is coming from dot slash or dot slash images slash illustration dash editor dash desktop dot svg, and then I'm going to copy this down, and then this is actually, I should call this desktop dash image, like so, and then I should call this mobile image, like so, and this is going to be mobile. And I'm importing both of them because I want to show you a very handy trick that HTML has. And then I'm going to be returning a section, if I can spell it, with an H that says designed for the future, like so. And then inside this section we're going to have a div, and then this div is going to have all this text, right, and then this image to the right. So this div is going to have an h3 that says what? Let me just grab it. We have both of these. So it has this first text, cut this out, paste it inside here, and then add a paragraph below it, and the paragraph I think looks like this. Cut it out, paste it inside here, and then right below this, once again, we have an h3 that says robust content management, and then another one paragraph that says this. Cut it out and add a paragraph here, that, and just paste that in. And then all of this text, all of this needs to be inside another div. So this is going to be the first div that is inside this div, and then we're going to have another div inside here, and then this div is going to have a picture tag, and this picture tag is what is going to be housing our image, which is basically this. So once you have this picture tag, it's very interesting, because this picture tag can take in the source And this source, what it does is that you can specify a media query within this where you want the image to change from the mobile image that we have inside here to the desktop image. So I'm going to say for a mean width of about 768 pixels, then the source set for this, and remember this now not source, this is source set, then I want this to be desktop image like so. So when we reach 768 pixels and above, then I want the image to be the desktop image. Okay, and think I can remove this, and then we need to specify an image tag once again, because this is going to be the default image, and then the source for this is going to be mobile image like so. And let's save this and hope nothing breaks, and let's import it right below this and say designed. Okay, so this gives me the option to auto import it like so, and then I'm going to close it out. And once I save this, then look at that. So we have design for the future, we have this, and then let's see if that picture tag works by just scaling this up. Look at that, at 768 pixels, then the image changes to the desktop image, and look at this, that's looking amazing, looking amazing. Okay, so that's working correctly. Now all we need to do is just style it out, and this should be relatively easy because I can just go inside this designed. One thing that I've noticed is that I can go inside my index.html, and right at the top where I have my the h1s, I can just say font weight, set this to bold so that it's always bold for all our headers. And then I can now go inside this design and give this h2 a class name of, actually wait a minute, how does this look on mobile devices? So let's do mobile design. So this is text aligned to the center, so that the text is aligned to the center. So inside this section I can just say class name and say text dash center for everything, which will push everything to the center, correct? And then I can say padding on the y of 20, which will push this down, and also add a padding on the bottom as well. And then inside here I can say text dash 3xl just to make it a bit smaller than the h1 above here. And then wait, how does this look? So the image appears first, and then this, the text appears second. That's easy enough to do because I can just go inside here and give this a class name of flex, and flex row not row but flex call dash reverse, which will bring it to the top like so, and then it will place the text at the bottom. And for this h3s, now for this h3 and the next one, I'm going to give this a class name. I've placed double cursors by holding down the alt key, right? So if I want to place a cursor here and here as well, I just hold down the alt key and click on this, and then I'm going to say the text here should be XL, make it just a bit bigger, or let me say 2XL. Let's see how this looks. That's okay, that's okay. And then let's say margin on the y of 10. Really, no, that's not correct, that's not correct. I can say margin on the top of 10 and margin on the bottom of 5. Okay, so that we have this. Now what I want to do is for this first div, I just want to add another margin on the top. So I can say class name margin top of 10. And then once we do that, then I'm going to go back into the overall section inside here and add a padding on the x-axis of 5 to push everything inwards like so, to push the text inwards as well. And then I will need to center this image perfectly, because notice how if I try to scale it up, notice how it goes to the right. I don't want that to happen, right? And I can do that by going inside this picture tag, give this a class name of block and mx of auto, which will now center it, but it doesn't. Or let me just look at the width of this image. Let me check the width of this image. Really? Okay, let's see. Okay, so the image has a margin on the right. Okay, the image has a margin on the right, and let's see how we can do that. We can do that by giving this a class name of width dash full. This is annoying. Let me go inside here. Where is it? Inside this image, give this a class name of width dash full. Okay, so that we have that. And let me just set this to display block with an mx of auto just as a fallback in case it doesn't center properly. And then I want to add some margin on the top to push the image downwards. I'm going to say margin at the top of 10. Push it downwards so that we have that for this section. Would you look at that? Looking amazing. And then now for bigger screens, right about 768 pixels, then I want to display this section here and then this image as a grid. So I can go back inside here. Remember how I placed this div to be the parent div and then placed these two divs inside. So I can go inside here and say that for for MD I want grid, and then for MD I can say grid dash calls dash 2, right? And then for MD let's say gap dash 5. See how this looks? So that we have this. Look at that, look at that, look at that. That's looking amazing. And then probably I can say for MD I can say items dash center to push it downwards. There we go. Would you look at that? That's looking amazing. And then we also need to increase the size of this H2. So I can go inside here and say that for around large screens, then I want the text to be 4XL. Make it just a bit bigger. And then for 2XL screens, then I want the text to be dash 5XL. And let's say 2XL screens right around there. Okay, that's looking much better. And then the next thing that I want to do is now no longer a text align center for this, but I want it to text align left, right? And where did I place text? I placed text center here. Ooh, that was a mistake. That was a mistake. That was just a bit of a mistake, but that's okay. I can just place text center here. We will push this to the center. And then inside this div, I can say right around here, I can say text center, which will push it to the center, okay? And then I can say that for MD, then I want text dash left, which will push to the left. There we go. Look at that. So on smaller screens, we have this. And I think that this really isn't a good UI. I don't think this is a good UI because this image looks massively small and then the text looks very big. So what I'm going to do is instead of this, where is it? Where's my picture tag? I'm going to change this to 1024 pixels, okay, so that this will increase the image size just a bit because it's now showing the mobile image and it's no longer shrinking the desktop image. And then what I'm going to do is change all of these MDs, just grab them by using Control D like so, change all of this to large, so large screens, okay. Still not sure whether I like that as well. I'm not sure that I like that as well. Let me just return them to medium. Yeah, let me just return them to medium. I'm not sure whether I like the other one. This is the lesser evil, so to speak. And then let me just change this back to, yeah, let me just leave it at 1024. I think that would be much better. And then the next thing that I want to do is just limit this width just a bit. So limit this width for 2XL screens where I'm going to say, where is it? On this div, right? On this div, I'm going to say that for 2XL screens, then I want the max width like so to be 7XL. Let's see what happens. For 2XL screens, right around there, you can see that the width is just limited a bit. I do not, instead of for 2XL, let me say for XL screens, like so. And then I'm going to say that for XL screens, then I want the MX to be auto, so the margin on the X-axis to be auto, which will center it. Look at that, looking amazing. And then the next section that I want to do is actually this section. The next section I want to do is this section because it is insanely similar to this, okay? So what I'm going to do is, this section is called what? Free. I call it free.js. Is it free.js right there? And we need to import the two images, the laptop and the desktop. Just copy this and paste them inside the images folder, like so. And then inside, why does it keep closing my free.js? Like so, inside here, then I'm going to say import. Actually, you know what? Just to make this faster, I'm going to just copy this and paste them inside here, and then change this to laptop, like so. And then I'm going to say underscore RAFCE, and then return a fragment, and then return a section. And then this section is going to have, how did I structure this? It's going to be the same structure as all of this actually. And you know what, just to make things easier, I'm just going to copy this, copy the entire section, copy it, and then just paste it here, because the styling is almost going to be the same. The only difference in the styling is that the image is going to come to the left and then the text is going to go to the right. Okay, so this is correct as it is. Now the text is the only different thing here, so let's just grab the text. This is state-of-the-art infrastructure. Nope, that's not the one. It should be free, open, simple. Where's my design? Yep, it should be free, open, simple, and then it doesn't have an H2. So it doesn't have this H2. Okay, and it says free, open, simple for the H3, for this first H3. Paste this in, and then it says this for the paragraph. Okay, and then once we copy out our paragraph, we can go ahead and grab this next H3. So cut this out, and where is it? Paste it inside here, and then cut this paragraph out, and then paste it inside here as well. So that should be fine. So let's save this. Let's see what we have. Of course, render it out. So render free like so. Auto import it at the top, and let's see. So that we're going to have this. Now the only difference with this is that we want the image to come to the left. So what we need to do is actually just grab this div, grab this and paste it above this. So paste it above that so that this will come to the left, and then let's see how it looks on small screens. Now on small screens, instead of having row reverse, this set the flex set to column reverse, then we just wanted to set it to flex column, which will put this to the top. So just remove this, and we have this. Look at that, looking amazing. And of course, remember how we added padding on the Y of 20 on this section, and we also just copied it, so this section also has a padding on Y on the 20 of 20. So we just want to remove this one right here, and then instead add padding on the bottom of 20. Push that up just a bit, and look at that. So we have this, that's looking amazing. And on bigger screens we have this. Fantastic. Okay, so let's continue on to the next section, which is our footer. So for our footer is going to be relatively easy. It's going to be almost similar to what we had in our navbar, where we're just going to fetch the data. So let's head over to footer.js. Where is it? Footer.js, right inside here. And then I'm going to say import use state first of all, because we need our state values. So use state from React, and then we also need to import our data. So I'm going to say import footer from /data /footer, like so. And then I'm going to say underscore rafce, and then right above this I'm going to set my links. So I'm going to say const let me say footer links, and set footer links like so. This is going to be equal to use state, and by default I want to pass in my footer like so, and then return a fragment, and then the footer element, footer HTML5 semantic element, and then inside here we need to bring in where's my design? We need to bring in this logo once again. So I can go inside here, and I'm just going to say import logo from /images /logo.svg, and then inside here I'm going to return a div, and this div is going to have an image, and the image source is going to be the logo that we've just imported. And then once we do that, then we're going to have another div. Okay, let me just save that to format it a bit. And then this other div is going to have a UL like so, and then inside here we're now going to map over our data. So I'm going to say footer links.map, and once again I'm just going to place my two brackets, and then place my curly brackets because I want to destruct it right away, and I want to destruct the ID, the title, and the links like so, and then set up my return immediately by just placing a bracket so that I don't have to write the return keyword. And then we're going to be returning an H3 first of all. Rather than H3, let's return an H4 that says title. Is that how I structured the data? Let me just confirm this inside my data footer.js. Okay, this should be links with an S, links with an S like so. Okay, so the H4 says title, and then we're going to be returning a list item with a key of ID like so. And I've just noticed something. It's basically the same error that we had. Remember that this links that we're destructuring is an array. So what we need to do is inside here, once again, we're going to need to destruct it. But just so that we get rid of this error, let me just grab this and place it inside a fragment like so, so that we have this. And then inside this link, this list item, then I want to destructure the links. So I'm going to say links dot map like so. And then for every link, then I just want to pass in my arrow function and then set up my immediate return like so. And then we are going to be returning list item, returning a list item. This structure is terrible. This structure is terrible. So you know what, instead of this being here, this UL being here, I want to remove it from here and place it inside here. Okay, so that the div becomes the first one, and then this, and then instead of this list item here, then we're going to place the list items inside here. So you return list items with the key being equal to the ID, or being equal to the not the ID but to the link like so, and then the text being equal to the link as well. And then the UL, because we're returning the UL, the key for this UL needs to be the ID. That's a bit confusing. And then once we do that, then I can go into my app.js and then render out the footer like so, auto import it. There we go. And we should see this. Look at that, looking amazing. And our image starts it off at the top. Okay, so let's test this out. Let's go into the footer, and right inside here I want to give this a class name of footer because it has a custom background color, so that I can go into index CSS and then just before my media queries I can place a comment here and say footer, and then I can target the dot footer like so, and then I'm going to say the background color should be the variable of footer. What did I call this variable? The footer background, where is it? Footer background is this one, so very dark black blue. So copy this down and just paste it inside here. Of course not like that, but paste it inside of var and then paste that in so that we have this. Okay, so once we have that, then we can begin adding our own styling. So let me see how the mobile design looks for this. Where is it? Mobile design for the footer looks like this. That's easy enough. So I can go into my footer component and then just say text-center. Look at that, looking amazing. And then inside this image, because I also want the image to go to the center, I can just give this a class name of block and then mx auto like so. And then I can say margin on the y-axis of 10. Really, padding on the y, let's say padding on the y-axis of 10. And then I want the border, this border to have a rounded edge. I'm going to do that. But then again, remember that the footer also had a custom text color, if I do remember correctly. Let me close this. Where's my mobile design? Why does that keep closing? Mobile design. Okay, let me check the index CSS. So inside where is it? The footer text. So this is the footer text, the grayish blue. So I'm going to cut it out and go into the footer here and then set the color to dash to var, and then just paste this in like so. And then obviously also the h, was it the h4s? So the footer h4 also need to have the same color, so just copy this and paste this inside like so. Okay, now let's tell this out even better by going into our footer component like so, and going into the h4, give this a class name of margin on the bottom of 5 like so, and then let's say text dash large. Okay, and then let's go inside these list items right inside here give this a class name of class name of what? Let's say margin on the y of 3. Separate them out just a bit, and probably this should be margin y so that it separates. Oh, you know what, let me just say margin top of 10, margin bottom of 5, so that we have this. Okay, so that we have this, but something's not working. Why do I have this space? Is it because of this margin? Let me change this to padding. Let's see. Okay, so padding is much better. Probably I can reduce the space inside here by reducing this to padding, or I can say padding on the top of 10 and padding on the bottom of 5, or I can even say padding on the bottom. I can just remove that so that we just have this. That's looking much better. And then let me go back into my index CSS. Okay, this is becoming very tiresome. Index CSS like so, and then inside my index CSS I'm going to add a border dash top dash right radius. Set this to, what did I have on the showcase? What did I have on the showcase? I had 100 pixels, so right inside here I can set it to 100 pixels as well, so that we have this. Look at that, look at that, that's looking amazing. And then obviously now for bigger screens we just want to reset a few things, and I'm going to start on medium screen. So I'm going to go back into my footer. I can close this, and I can close this as well, and this as well. So I can go back inside here, inside my footer element, and I can say that for medium screens, then I want the text to be left like so, and this happens. And then I can go inside here once again, and I can say that for medium screens, then I want the mx to be 0, which will reset this like so. And then I can go inside now the footer. I can go inside the footer. Watch this. I can go inside the footer and say for MD, then I want to display this as a grid. And then for MD, I want the grid columns to be 2. Let's see this. Look at this. Look at that. So we have this on the left, and then we have all the other text on the right. And then now what we need to do is now just style this out a bit for medium screens. And I've just remembered that probably I should have padding on the X on the footer as well. So let's see if this will work. Let me say right inside here, and I'm going to say padding on the X of 5. Will that push it once? Correct. I thought that it would also push the color in once, so that's why I wasn't sure. And then I think I might have done something wrong inside here, because now if I say flex, then it will grab this as one block and then this as the other block. Let me place it inside here. Let me say grid class name of flex. That's what happens. Okay, so that will still work. So inside here, let me say grid, and then grid dash columns dash 2, right? Dash 2, and this is for medium screens, of course. This is for medium screens. Remember to specify that, otherwise your application will break. And so we're going to have this. Look at this. Look at that. Instead of having grid here for medium screens, what if, let me just cut this out. Let me just cut this out. What if I can say for medium screens, let me place this into a flex. That's what happens. So we have this, and then I can say md justify between, so this goes to the end, right? Let's see. So this goes to the end, and then let me also cut this out, and then let me say for md, let me place this into a flex. Let me see what happens. No, I don't want that. Let me just have this as a grid, and then also have this as a grid. I think that would be much better. That would be much better. And then obviously now for large screens, I just want to say grid dash columns to be 3. So let's see right around there. Oops, I added it on the wrong place. This shouldn't be here. This should be here. It should be here. For large screens, grid dash columns to be 3. And there we go. Look at that. Looking amazing. Looking amazing. Okay. And then let's add some padding on the top and bottom for this footer. And right inside here, I'm going to say that for large screens, then I want padding on the Y to be 10, so that we have a bit of leeway when we scroll like that. Look at that, looking amazing. And then remember that we skipped one section in the middle here, so we're going to add that section next. So let's see what that section is, and that section should be this one, state of the art. So I can close the footer now because we're done with it. I can close this buttons component, and then let's look for the state of the art. I can now close this and this. Let's look for the state of the art. Where is it? It's in my components folder, state here. Okay, and inside state, I've just remembered that we need to import some of our images as well. So the image inside here is called illustration fonts. That should be it. So just copy this. Okay, copy this, and then let's go inside our images folder here and then just paste it in, and it's called illustration fonts.svg. So I'm going to say import fonts from /illustration-fonts.svg, like so. Then I'm going to say underscore arrayfce, and then return a fragment first of all, and then return a section inside here. And then this section is going to have an h2. Does it have an h2 at the top that says state of the art infrastructure? So let's grab this from here, cut this out, paste it inside here, and then below this we're going to have a paragraph that says this. Cut this out and paste it inside here as well. Okay, now I think we're done with this index.html file, so I'm not going to save it, so that everything is going to reset as it was. And then inside here, let's see how this looks. We have the fonts image here, and then we have this background image as well, which I think they called illustration circles, if I'm not wrong. So we also need this bg pattern circles. I think we already brought it in, so that's okay. Now what we need to do is bring in the illustration circles, the bg pattern circles. So I'm going to copy this down, change this to circles, like so, and then change this to bg-pattern-circles, like so. Okay, so I can see that we're going to have a bit of positioning inside here. And before I do that, what I want to do is just grab this, place it inside a div, and then create another div which is going to house our images. So I'm going to say this first image, how should I do this? I should probably create another div inside this div. The first image is going to be fonts, and then create another div, and this second image is going to be, what did I call it? Circles, like so. So let's save this, let's go into app.js and let's import it. It was below this, so state, import this like so, right there. And then let me just refactor this where I want this to be the first ones, and then the footer to be the last one, and then this free comes after that, just the order in which they appear. And then we have this state-of-the-art infrastructure, and then our circles image, right? Okay, now this h2 is going to be the same styles as this h2, so let me just go into design.js and then just copy that so that it just becomes a bit faster. So design.js, let me copy the styles of this h2. There's that h2 inside here, copy these styles, and then go into state.js and then paste them inside here, so that we are going to have this. Okay, and then let me say inside here, let me say margin bottom of 5, and then inside this section let me give this a class name of padding on the x of 5, right, and text dash center for everything currently, which will center everything. Okay, and then this needs to have a background color, right? Let me see if I added that. Is it given to us? Body copy, is it given to us? What's the background color for this? Let's see. I think I'm just going to use this headings color for the state of the art section. So what I'm going to do is go inside here and give this a class of state, like so, and then go inside my index CSS, right before this, before the footer, I'm going to say the state of the art, like so. and then target the class of state, and then give this a background color of dash dash headings, like so. Is that the color? That's not the color. That's not the color. That is not the color. We're going to do some bit of trial and error. Let's copy this and paste it inside here. Is that it? Nope, that's not it. That's not it. Let's grab this, copy this, and paste it inside here. That's not it either. Or do they mean this background gradient? Okay, so I think we're going to have to create a background gradient here. So let me say, give this a variable of state and set this to linear gradient, linear dash gradient, gradient, like so, and then set this to 90 degrees with the first color being this one. So copy this and paste it inside here, and then the second color being this one. If this doesn't work, I'm just going to roll with it for a moment, paste it inside, and then go right here and change this to the variable of the, change this to background image first of all, and change this to dash dash state variable. So I think we're just going to work with this. We're just going to work with this, and then let me go back into my state inside here, change this text color to white. So let me say text white, like so, and then let me go inside here, change this to padding on the Y of 10, give us some bit of leeway like so, and then change this text color to white as well. Okay, so I can just say text dash white. Okay, that's looking nice. That is looking nice. And let me see what happens if I remove this. It should not work. Yep. Okay, now what we need to do is position these two images absolute within this. So how do we do that? Let me see how this mobile design looks. It's the images first, and then this, and this has a border radius on the top right and the bottom left. So let's do that right away before I forget it. And I can say border radius, set this to 0 on the top left, 100 pixels on the top right, 0 on the bottom right, and 100 pixels on the bottom left. So that we're going to have this. Okay, and then what we need to happen now is this section needs to be positioned relative, like so, so that I can now position this entire div. So this div that has these two images, right? I can now position this div. Let me see, class name absolute. So position it absolute within that div, like so. With our background image, so the circle's image is right around somewhere there. And then now what will need to happen is, let me set it to the top by 0, move it upwards like so. That won't work. That will not work, because as you can see now this remains hanging a bit, and then now the laptop now comes over it, right? So what I need to do is just remove all of this from here, and then go inside this image, the first image, give this a class name of absolute, and set it to the top by 0, which will move it upwards. And then grab the second image, set this to give this a class name of absolute as well, set it to the top by 0, like so, and then give this a z index minus z index of -1. Will that work? That doesn't work. I think the negative z index is only available when you have installed Tailwind by npm. Otherwise, I think we are going to have to do this manually. So let me just grab both of these, and then just remove them, and then give this image both of this image a class name of how should I call this? Let me call this state-img. And then this one, I'm going to give it an extra class of circles, because I think I need to study it a bit differently from the rest. And then let's see, let me give this section a z index of 10, so that it is going to be always on the top. Let's go inside here, and then let's target the state-img. So state.state-img, and then let's say position this as absolute. Okay, so that happens to the top by 0, like so. Okay, and then for this state, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a margin on the bottom, margin bottom of 100 pixels, so that it pushes downwards from this image just a bit, and then I'm going to go inside these images and give these images a width of, let's say, 300 pixels, which will okay, that reduces them massively. And you know what, I've just noticed something. Let me see what happens if I place this image to be the first one. Look at that. Okay, just as simple as rearranging things so that now the circles image, as you can see, it goes just behind the fonts, right? And remember that it has the same color as this background, that's why you can't really see it, but that's okay. And look at that, it just has a slight outline that you can see, so that's looking better, in fact. And then what we need to do now is add margin to this section, so to this text, so that it moves downwards from this image. So I'm going to go inside here, inside this div, give this div a class name of padding on the top of 96. Is that the highest? That's very huge. Let's say padding on the top of 80. Okay, padding on the top of 80. Let's say padding on the x of 10, or rather of 5, which will make it now 10, because it also is that really good? I think that's okay. In fact, I think that's okay. And then we need this to be a negative margin so that the fonts push to the top. And then just so that this is much better, I'm just going to move this width a bit. Okay, so that happens. And then I want to say negative, let's say 10%, for example. Push it upwards just a bit, let's say 20%. Okay, and then now what need to happen therefore is increase the margin on this so that it pushes away downwards from this other text so that it's actually readable. So what you need to happen here is just say margin of 100 pixels on the top and bottom and 0 on the left and right. Okay, so that it pushes away from this, and it also pushes away from this. So actually, instead of having 100 pixels on the bottom, let's say 50 pixels. Okay, okay. Now something is still wrong, because this image is overflowing. The image is overflowing. So let's set this image to a max width of 100%. Didn't I do that at the top? Did I not do that with 100%? I thought I did that at the top. Yeah, I did. So why is this image overflowing? Is it too big? Let's set this image to 500 pixels therefore, or 400 pixels. Okay, so 400 pixels, and then let's say wait, will this one, let me say display block, and then margin, set this to auto. Let me see if that will center it. Okay, it doesn't, as expected. So let me see if I can say left of 50%. No, that will mess me up a lot. That will mess up a lot. So inside here, why isn't this? Let me say with, or let me go inside here, and then let me give this a class of width dash full. I don't know why this is not working. I don't know why it's actually bothering me. So let's move this, and then let's go back to the body at the top where we defined our body right here, and then let's say overflow on the y-axis, not really on the y-axis but on the x-axis. Set this to hidden so that we don't have an overflow on the x-axis and we can just scroll up and down. So I think that would be much better, and notice how this looks. That looks amazing, right? Now we just need to scale it up and hopefully nothing will break. As you can see, obviously everything breaks now. So how do you scale it up? Let's take a look at the desktop design. Okay, so we scale it up by placing this to the left and then this to the right, which would therefore mean that perhaps it would be a good idea to place the image first, this div first. Let me see what will happen. Place this div first before this div. Okay, nothing changes. That is good. Nothing should change actually. And then what I can do is go inside this section. Yep, go inside this section and say that for medium screens, for example, then display this as a grid, and then for medium screen, let's say grid columns dash 2. Okay, so that we now have two grids, right? Because this is now placed to the right and then this to the left. And then what we need to happen now is reduce the size of these images. So let's go inside here and let's add a media query right around here, where we're going to be terminating the state and then the state.img, and then set the width inside here to 500 pixels, like so. Reduce them massively, right? And then we need to reduce the margin on the top of this, right? How much margin on the top was there? There was a margin that we added somewhere, padding top of 80. So right inside here, I'm going to say for MD, I want the padding top to be 10, which will push this. There we go. Okay. Actually, let me say padding top dash 0. Let me see. Okay. So what we need to happen here is padding top should be 20. Okay, so that we have this just a bit. And then we need to limit this div. We need to limit all of this so that it doesn't go to the end, just the way we did for these two, so that it doesn't go to the end, right? So how would we do that? We would have to limit this section, but if I had a max width on this, then this text will, the background color will also push inwards, and that is not how the design looks. So what we would need to happen here is we would need to add another section here, or another div to house these divs. So add another div inside here, so that now well, of course that breaks. So all we need to do is just take this from here and then paste it inside here. So class name, and paste it inside here. And I hope this doesn't break our mobile design. Of course it does. Of course it does. Oh, you know what? I've just noticed something else. We will probably need to add a bit more media queries. So you know what? Let me just undo that. Let me undo all of that. Okay, let's undo all of that, and then let's target these images. Let's target these images at the top right here, and then let me set them to a height of 300 pixels. Let's say width dash 100%. Let's say height to 500 pixels. Okay, that's looking much better, so that they now have a fixed height even when you increase them. Okay, and then obviously this doesn't look all that nice, but but you know, it works. And then right here now it changes, right? So right around there it changes, and then we have state of the art and everything. And then let me just see how this looks. This is taken back to the left, so let's do that. Right inside here, I'm going to say for md, then I want to say text dash left, right? Okay. And why is in this text left? Why is in this paragraph text left as well? Is it because of this? So let's go inside here and say for md, let's say text dash left. Okay, that's looking amazing. Oh, you know what, I did this on the h2 alone. Okay, so that's looking much better, much better. Oh wait a minute, does that need to be there because of this? Okay, that's okay. So we have this. Now let's see, let me just show you what I meant. If I go inside here and say that for Excel screens, then I want a max width of 7XL, notice what happens. This moves in once. I don't want this to move in once. Okay, I don't want this to move in once. So what is the solution? I have a solution. Yes, indeed, I have a solution. I can say XL here, set this to I can set this to mx-auto, which will push it to the center. Really? Are you serious? Why doesn't this work? XL max width dash 7XL. And then for XL, I want to say mx dash auto. Wait, what? Why doesn't that work? What? That is very annoying. Okay, so what you can do is that for Excel screens, you can say padding on the X of, let's say, 52. Push it in once, like so. And there we have it. Okay, so we have this looking fantastic, looking amazing, looking amazing. And actually, I think that is it for this project. Well, of course, except for this header, which I don't really understand why it's still behaving like this. I still don't understand why it's behaving like this. Okay, I still don't understand why it is behaving like this. Okay, is it because of this margin auto? Let's see the navbar. Let's say margin, set this to 0. Okay, there we go. Okay, so you know what, remember how we added margin auto on the top here? Margin auto on the top. We forgot to reset this to 0. Okay, so when you add margin, where is it? When you add margin 0 here, now it goes to the end. Would you look at that? Now it goes to the end. And then now what we need to do is just target the ULs inside here and say margin of 0 on the top and bottom, and probably 20 pixels on the left and right to separate them out just a bit. Is okay, they go all the way outside of the screen. They go to the out of the screen. They go outside the screen. Why do they go outside the screen? Probably I should set this, I should set the width here to 100%. Okay, so 100% now does this. Okay, that's looking much better. That is looking much better. Let me just take a look, one final look at the mobile, at the desktop design. And would you look at that? Now this is looking, there you go, there you go, there you go. Now, inside this header, I'm going to give this sign up button. Inside the buttons component, I'm going to give this sign up button a class name of btn-light, so that is going to take up the orange or reddish color. And then I'm going to say bg-white, of course, and then say padding all round of 3, or rather padding on the top and bottom of 2, or padding on the y, sorry, of 2, and then padding on the x of 4. Make it bigger, and then say rounded dash full, like so. Okay, and then for this button, we're just going to do all this. This is the very same thing. Class name equals to paste that in, and then the background is going to be bg transparent, So we don't need to add that, but we need to add a border and then border dash white, like so. Okay, let's make this to 6 so that we have this. Okay, so we have this and this right there, and then we have this on the left. Correct, looking amazing, looking amazing. Now the final thing that I need to do is just space this out just a bit, where I want to add some space between this logo and then